A very good morning and a warm welcome to everyone who has joined us for the UAE Careers Community Virtual Fair. My name is Lanita Narona and I'll be hosting this Zoom room for the morning. A couple of quick house rules before we get started. Please ensure your mics are muted and video switched off through the session. There will be time for questions at the end of each session. You're welcome to either unmute and speak then, or drop your questions and comments in the chat box. In case you don't get your questions answered, you can always email us on events@uaecareerscommunity.com and we'll ensure the speaker gets back to you. I have also dropped the email address on the chat box for your reference. Lastly, if anyone is found disrupting the session, they will be removed and will not be allowed back in. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Daniel Atkins, CEO of Transnational Academic Group, the education management services provider for Curtin University's campus in Dubai. To share more about Mr. Daniel, he joined Transnational Academic Group Middle East in 2009 as a faculty member in the School of Business and Information Technology and has led the organization for past 7 years. He spent the first 20 years of his career working in the information technology industry, providing services for companies including IBM, Dell, Clorox, Philips, Hershey's, Coca-Cola, Merck, and Visa. His roles included programming quality assurance, control auditing, project management, security, disaster recovery, business continuity, and business process re-engineering. In addition to being the management consultant, he held numerous management positions, including being the CIO and CEO. Before coming to the UAE, he worked extensively in the United States, India, Vietnam, the UK, and Philippines. He has started several businesses and has worked in multiple successful startups. Dan holds an MBA and postgraduate certificate in the business research from Heriot-Watt University, along with numerous other professional certifications. Thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Dan. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Juanita. I really appreciate the opportunity. And I want to thank all of the students who have joined us at 8 o'clock in the morning for this session and welcome you to the UAE Careers Community UAE-wide Career Fair. This is the first ever UAE-wide career fair sponsored by educational institutions. So it's great that you have chosen to be a part of it. So we will go ahead and get started talking about university and career planning in the time of COVID-19. As Lanita mentioned, I spent the first 20 years of my career working in the IT industry, and part of what I did in those roles was working with things like risk management, disaster recovery, and business continuity, planning for exactly the kind of impacts that we're seeing from COVID-19. I also was a hiring manager and have been for nearly 35 years. So I know a good bit about what companies are actually looking for. So let's go ahead and jump in. So as you all know, COVID-19 is a worldwide pandemic and it's affecting every single country on earth, most of them severely. COVID-19 is having a huge impact and it's going to be a turning point for this generation. In prior generations, there were huge events that served as what Malcolm Gladwell called in his book, tipping points. When people of those generations look back, they define the world in terms of the time before the event and the time after the event, because the world had dramatically changed and would never be the same again. Some of these tipping points in our history have been the 1918 flu pandemic, which was extremely similar to the COVID-19 pandemic, both in terms of worldwide reach and the impact that it had. Or the Great Depression of 1929, 1930, or World War II. And just so that these are not all bad, the space race and humans walking on the moon. For the people who were alive during these events, they were turning points. They were things that happened that fundamentally changed the way the world worked. Now, for your generation, it's going to be COVID-19, because the world after COVID-19 is going to be very different than what it was before COVID-19. So what have we had to live with? Well, in the past year, we've had to deal with movement restrictions and lockdowns, non-essential businesses being closed, social distancing. I'm sure that if we went back to the end of 2019 and asked most people to estimate how far 2 meters was, most of them wouldn't be able to do it very well. At this point, I think every single one of us knows exactly how far 2 meters is and can eyeball it easily, because we're so used to seeing it marked out on floors and things like that. And of course, we've had to get used to wearing masks everywhere. And we've had to deal with travel restrictions. The travel restrictions have come and gone. The UAE, because of the wise actions of our leaders, has actually managed to avoid a lot of the travel restrictions, but they change every day. And these travel restrictions have kept students from visiting universities that they were interested in, and almost certainly will prevent international students from traveling overseas to universities in the fall of 2021, just like it did in the fall of 2020. I attended not too long ago a panel discussion of top UK educators held by Times Higher Education. And every single person on the panel said not only was the 2020-2021 academic year likely to be fully online or almost fully online, but they said the 21-22 academic year, which would start this fall, was likely to be one in which students would not be able to travel internationally to attend university. Now, there are many effects that have come from all of these changes in society. Unemployment during the COVID-19 pandemic has had the fastest rise since the Great Depression in 1929. Similarly, business bankruptcies, including some big companies, had nearly doubled between 2018 and 2019 and have more than quadrupled in 2020. Personal bankruptcies are rising at the fastest pace since the Great Depression. And at the start of the global lockdowns, consumer confidence had the single biggest 1 month drop since it started being measured. So the question that we all have to ask ourselves is one that the University of California, San Diego health team was asking: how long will the pandemic last? It all comes down to a concept that you've probably heard people talking about, but may not fully understand. And that concept is herd immunity. When this pandemic started, essentially no one on Earth was immune to COVID-19. So the virus was able to spread very rapidly. And unfortunately, in much of the world, is still able to spread very rapidly. The rate a virus can spread is called the R naught. And for COVID-19, it has generally been 2 or 3 times as high as the flu or the common cold. And unfortunately, some of the new variants, such as the Kent variant out of the UK, the South African variant, and the California variant, have now increased that to where they are up to 10 times more infectious or easy to get than the flu or the common cold. Now, when a person has a virus, they generally become immune to that same virus for most or all of their lives. However, this does not seem to be the case for coronaviruses. Of the 7 known coronaviruses, and we're talking about the major viruses, not the individual variants of those, 4 of them have historically been shown to only give immunity for 1 or 2 years. 2 of them, SARS and MERS, were so deadly that they died out before immunity could be determined. And the last, COVID 19, has seen many people who already had the virus come down with COVID 19 again. And unfortunately, the second time, in some cases, is more severe than the first. So, this virus is one where gaining herd immunity, getting to the point where enough people have had the virus that it no longer can spread because an infected person is not likely to meet someone who has not been infected and doesn't have immunity, is very slim. So the answer to COVID 19, and the only answer that's going to work, are the vaccines. And thankfully, because of the advances in science, it was possible to develop the vaccines for COVID 19 in record time. Once we get to the point where between 80 and 85% of the population has been vaccinated, then we reach a point that's called herd immunity, and it's very unlikely that COVID 19 will be able to spread. And eventually, it will completely die out and we won't have to deal with it anymore. So, according to the best informed epidemiologists, that's people who study viruses, even with the vaccine, what we are expecting to see is that it will take anywhere between 2 and 5 more years before the entire world reaches herd immunity. And you might be thinking, well, why is that? We've got vaccines, so many people are getting them. That's true in some countries. The UAE has consistently been in the top 3 countries in the entire world. So while 60% or more of the UAE population has been vaccinated, if you go to many other countries in the world, the percent of people who've been vaccinated is still down in the low single digits. And because of the time necessary to make the vaccine, transport it, and get it to very often remote areas, it's going to be a number of years before the whole world reaches herd immunity. So, what does this mean for us? Well, it means that we're in for a long recovery. McKinsey and Company is one of the world's most respected consulting firm. And early on during the pandemic, they laid out 9 scenarios for how the economy might recover. If we look back historically, as far back as economic records have been kept, V recoveries, the kind that are shown in A1, 2, 3, and 4 on this chart, have only occurred in situations where the thing that caused the economic downturn was very short lived, something that happened on one day or maybe over a week, maybe a month at the outside, but never longer than that. So the idea of a relatively quick recovery like some politicians were talking about at the start of the pandemic is not going to happen. The best estimates by economic experts who are actually taking into account the projections of the pandemic experts is that the world is going to go through an economic downturn as bad or worse than the 2008 global financial crisis, and potentially as bad as the Great Depression in 1929, and that it will take at least 10 years after the end of the pandemic for the economy to get back to the size that it was before the pandemic. And those are recoveries as are shown in B1 through B5. And we don't know which one that will be. And it's hard to predict because of the fact we don't know what's going to happen with the virus. We're actually in a very uncertain situation because the virus, like all viruses, is continuing to mutate. There is the possibility that due to either the fact that vaccines are being rolled out very slowly in some countries due to economic reasons or difficulty with logistics, or because there are people who are not understanding science and who are believing a lot of false information that's published on non-credible sites on the internet and are refusing vaccines, there is the possibility that one of the variants of COVID-19 might develop immunity or resistance to the vaccine or the way the vaccine currently works and creates immunity. If that happens, we could be in for a whole nother round of worldwide lockdowns and having to develop another version of the vaccine to deal with that variation. This is why it is so important for you, for your careers, and for the world economy, as well as the lives of people around the world, that everybody get vaccinated as quickly as possible to stop the time in which COVID-19 can develop and evolve variants that might be immune to the current antibodies that people have gotten from the vaccine. Now, in reality, the world will never be the same. Some things are going to change and never go back. If we look at jobs, during 2020, around the world, employment hit the worst levels it's been at since the Great Depression of 1929, with some countries literally losing millions of jobs in a single month. And we've seen this everywhere around the world. And the jobs have not recovered. They haven't come back. And some of the jobs are never going to come back. That's why we're seeing the highest levels of both business and personal bankruptcies since the Great Depression. If we want to know what this recovery is going to look like, we need to look back into history and see what happened coming out of the last major impacts, the 1918 flu pandemic and the 1929 Great Depression. So based on what we've seen after those events, people started saving money. As soon as they started earning again, they started saving because they wanted to have a buffer. They wanted to have a nest egg to make sure that if something like this happened again, they would not end up homeless and starving in the street. And because of that, they did not buy as much as they did before the pandemic. In fact, they started living simpler lives. They lived in smaller houses and smaller apartments with fewer things, kind of like you'd see on the Netflix series The Minimalist, where people have realized that those who have nothing to worry about. They also stopped going on trips, or if they did go on vacations, they were not as grand of trips. Businesses were the same way. Businesses were worried about their survival. So they decided coming out of the Great Depression to save money and build up some capital in the bank so that they could survive if something else happened, which meant that they weren't sending their employees on business trips. They weren't buying as much in terms of capital goods for growth. And of course, because consumers weren't buying as much, that meant businesses didn't need to produce as much. And if businesses don't need to produce as much, that means businesses don't need to buy as much in raw materials, which means other businesses aren't getting that much in sales. And businesses don't need to employ as many people, which means that consumers aren't having jobs, which turns around and leads back to consumers not buying as much because they're worried. It becomes a vicious cycle where the lack of consumer confidence makes businesses lack confidence, which means they lay off people, which means that more people lack confidence. And you get into a cycle where the economy becomes stagnant. This is what we have to look forward to with the end of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's going to take, as it did coming out of 1929, anywhere from 10 to 15 years before the economy returns to the size it was before COVID-19. So that means when you come out of secondary school or when you come out of university, you're going to be facing a very tough job market. There will be fewer jobs. The competition for those jobs is going to be intense. And it's going to be important that you're able to set yourself apart from the competition. And there are two things that will help you with that. One is picking a career that's going to actually be in demand because there will be more jobs in those areas. And the second has to do with what you do during your high school and university to distinguish yourself from everyone else who'll be out looking for a job. So even if you've already chosen your career, you may need to revisit that choice. You need to consider if it's in an industry that's going to get much smaller and therefore have a huge oversupply of experienced, qualified people. The travel and tourism industry is a perfect example of this. Because there has been such a reduction in both personal and business travel, there have been huge layoffs. So right now, there are thousands and thousands of people who are trained and experienced in that industry and who are probably willing to come back and work for very low salaries just to have a job. You don't want to be going into that line of work because it's just not going to be economically viable probably for the next 5 to 10 years. Similarly, you need to consider if you're looking at a job that is going to end up either automated with robotics or AI or outsourced to a country that has a lower cost of labor because businesses are going to be trying to save money in any way that they can. And the top two costs for most businesses are their offices and their employees. And by eliminating employees, either with automation or outsourcing, the business is able to save money on both of their largest costs. So if you're looking at something in the manufacturing sector, for example, unless you're looking at automated manufacturing and building and maintaining robots for that, manufacturing is not going to be a good career going forward. But it's not all bad news. There are industries that are going to grow, especially the sciences, engineering, computing, and healthcare. And there are industries that will always be needed. like marketing, finance, management, education, and law. And of course, the trades will always be needed. Things like being an electrician, carpenter, plumber, or mechanic, because these are jobs that cannot be done by robots and they can't be outsourced to another country. If your toilet is broken, you can't have somebody from a country 8,000 kilometers away fix it. It just doesn't work. You need people who are actually in your community. And of course, entrepreneurs are going to be important because they'll be creating new jobs. So let's go ahead and look at what careers will be best in a post COVID-19 world. And I'm going to assume that most or all of you are planning on going to university. So, because of that, I'm going to focus on careers that require a university education. So, let's start with today's heroes, medical professionals, the people who have been putting in countless hours and putting themselves at risk to save all of our lives and put an end to this pandemic. The people of the world and the governments of the world will never again want to be caught in the position of not having enough medical professionals. So there's going to be significant demand for people going into the medical fields. Unfortunately, in many cases, it's going to be to fill the jobs of those who lost their lives fighting COVID-19 or who gave up the field because of the risk and the stress they were facing. But there is going to be a huge demand. And it's not just going to be for doctors and nurses and other frontline medical professionals, but all of the allied health professionals, including dentists, anesthesiologists, radiology technicians, psychologists and psychiatrists, all of these are going to be in high demand. One particular area has to do with the fact that the average age of the population in most countries is getting higher, and there's a need for elder care that is growing far faster than there are people to fill these roles. In fact, in some countries, it's so bad that by 2030, there will be more people retired than working, Japan being a good example. And they're actually having to look toward robotics to try and relieve some of the load for elder care. Of course, epidemiology is going to be hugely important to make sure that the world is ready to deal with the next pandemic. And you're thinking, next pandemic? Yes, the next pandemic. And there will be one because humans continue to eat animals, which puts humans in contact with wild animals that are reservoirs for disease like COVID-19 and Ebola. And it puts humans in contact with meat from domestic livestock that are given so many antibiotics, they develop antibiotic resistant pathogens that then infect humans. You might have thought COVID-19 was a huge surprise and something completely unexpected. Epidemiologists have been warning about exactly this kind of situation for more than the past 20 years and have written dozens of books on it. In fact, some of them that were so specific that they said the most likely path of a pandemic starting is almost exactly what happened with COVID-19. And unfortunately, the world has not made the changes that will prevent the next epidemic. So we need epidemiologists. It's also going to be important to have people who can develop the vaccines that will protect us not only from diseases we know now, like malaria, HIV, some kinds of cancer, and COVID-19, but also from the diseases that are going to come in the future. And again, given the fact that the world's population is increasing dramatically, people are living closer together, and people are continuing to eat meat and be around wild animals, it's going to happen. Now, if you want to be a person who will be known for all of history, if you want to be legend, Learning how to develop vaccines is a way to do that. Two people who will be remembered forever are Jonas Salk, who developed the polio vaccine, which had killed or paralyzed millions of people just in the 20th century, or Edward Jenner, who developed the vaccine for smallpox, which, before it was wiped off the face of the earth by his vaccine, had killed 500 million people just between 1900 and 1970. So, vaccines are the single most important medical advance ever created in the history of humankind. And they are the reason that several billion people are alive today instead of dead from disease. And we're going to need people who can develop the future vaccines. Now, in the UAE, we've been fortunate when it's come to food security during this pandemic because of the wise decisions of our leaders. But not all of the world has been so fortunate. And most of the world has now realized that you have to grow enough food in your own country to feed your population, or they could starve during the next pandemic or crisis. Unfortunately, right now, we're facing numerous threats from monocultures being destroyed by fungus. You may not know this, but at the start of the 1900s, the banana that we're eating now, the Cavendish banana, was pretty much unknown. Everyone was eating a wonderful banana called Gros Michel, which was actually much tastier, but was essentially wiped off the face of the earth by a fungus. Because bananas, the kind we eat, don't have seeds, so they're all clones of each other and therefore susceptible to one fungus wiping them out. And that's happening with the Cavendish banana now. Cavendish bananas may completely vanish from the face of the earth in the next 20 years unless genetic engineers genetically engineer the bananas to be resistant to this fungus. Similarly, climate change, which is real and is caused by humans burning fossil fuels, is affecting the ability of plants to grow because it's creating too much heat in areas where the plants are growing and they can't grow. And I want you to understand how serious this is. Two of the plants being most affected by this are coffee and chocolate. So, unless you want a world where we don't have coffee and chocolate, we need people to go into bioengineering and develop genetically modified versions of cocoa plants and coffee plants so that they can continue to grow despite global warming. Now, of course, at this point, there are nearly 8 billion people in the world. And by 2050, the best estimates say that there will be about 10 billion people. So we've got another 2 billion people to feed. But the problem is, right now, we are already using over 95% of all of the land that can be used for agriculture to grow food. So clearly, we can't feed another 20% of the population with the last 4% of arable land. It just doesn't work. So, what we need so that billions of people don't starve is a new green revolution, like the one that was started by Norman Borlaug, whose crop bioengineering is estimated to have saved more than 1 billion people from starving to death, and of course, won him the Nobel Prize. Just as there'll be huge demand for people in the medical fields, there's also going to be huge demand for people in the STEM fields. We need people in biology who are developing new disease treatments using systems like CRISPR-Cas9 and CRISPR-Cas12. And biologists will also be doing things like bringing animals back from extinctions, like rhinos, certain species of rhinos that have been driven to extinction by human poaching and humans taking over their habitat. We'll need chemists to develop new chemical compounds for making faster, less expensive, and less environmentally hazardous batteries and electronic devices. Because I think all of you will continue to want to use your smartphones, and we're going to need electrically powered automobiles to put a stop to climate change. Of course, we're going to need physicists to develop understanding and ways to deal with important things like deflecting asteroids so they don't hit the Earth, or dealing with the effects of climate change. And of course, physicists also have to deal with the really important things like how do we make your Wi-Fi faster? And of course, engineering. Engineering is going to be hugely important in building the post-COVID-19 world in so many ways. One way is infrastructure around the world is crumbling. Much of the infrastructure around the world was built in the late 1940s through the early 1960s, and roads and bridges are failing, sometimes at the cost of people's lives, when a bridge falls down, when people are driving across it, or a boat is going under it. But in addition to that, we know that there are going to be an additional 2 billion people on Earth by 2050. So if engineers and construction companies were able to build an entire city to house 1 million people every single week for the next 30 years, we still would only have built 3/4 of the housing that we need. So it is a huge, huge engineering challenges. Engineering is also important in other ways. The need for power has not only increased in line with the increase in population, but has actually increased much more rapidly than that due to the fact that as the world advances, we're using more and more electronically powered devices and air conditioners and heaters and things like that. And we cannot afford to burn fossil fuels to provide that electricity. In fact, there aren't enough fossil fuels. We could literally run out of fossil fuels by 2100 if we continue to try and power the entire world that way. So we need new sources of energy to combat climate change, combat pollution, and to provide power for the 2 billion or more people that are coming. So we need solar, like we have in the UAE with the world's largest solar collective plant, and wind energy, and geothermal, and hydroelectric. So we need people who can develop these technologies, who can build them, who can maintain them. And also the smart grids that go along with these so that we're able to deal with nighttime or when the wind isn't blowing, things like that. We also need green transport. When we get to the point where we're generating all of our electricity through renewable means, we would still be polluting a huge amount and creating a huge amount of greenhouse gases from our automobiles and trucks. We need to replace all internal combustion engine vehicles with electrically powered vehicles over the next 20 years. And of course, we're going to need nuclear power for this. Nuclear power provides base load power to cover those points when the sun isn't shining or the wind isn't blowing. It provides that buffer. And you might be thinking, oh, nuclear is so scary. You know, there was Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island and Fukushima. Yes, that was nuclear built with technology from the 1940s and 1950s that was hugely out of date. And yes, it was a bit dangerous, although not nearly as dangerous as coal-fired power plants, if you look at the actual data. And it produced radioactive waste that would sit around for tens of thousands of years. But that's old nuclear. You need to get your mind in line with new nuclear power. New nuclear power is what they call walk away safe. The way the reactors are built, if something miraculous happened and suddenly every human being on the planet vanished, so that there was no human being to shut down the power plant or something like that, or there was a massive disaster like Fukushima, it wouldn't matter. The plant fails safe unless humans are constantly giving it input to keep it running. It automatically shuts itself down in a way that completely and totally prevents the possibility of meltdown. It literally is not possible to have that kind of accident. That's what happens to technology over 60 years. It gets much better. And if you're worried about nuclear waste, nuclear is the best way to deal with it, because the new type of nuclear power plants called breeder reactors actually use the nuclear waste from the old type of reactors as fuel. And what they produce at the end is so safe, you could walk around holding it in your hand and you wouldn't suffer any adverse effects. So nuclear is going to be needed for the future. We just have to get people to understand the reality and get out of the fear cycle. And of course, climate change abatement. Because of the amount of carbon dioxide that we have already put in the atmosphere, glaciers are going to melt and the ocean temperature is going to increase, and the oceans therefore expand because they get hot. And there's no way to avoid that. If we today stop putting out any carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, absolute zero from today forward, over the next 50 years, the global average temperature would still rise 1.5 degrees. Now, you might think, well, 1.5 degrees isn't much. You need to understand, when we're talking global average temperature, the difference in global average temperature between the last ice age, when ice covered this planet all the way down to further than Dubai. So Dubai was completely under ice, versus now is only 4 degrees. Let that sink in. 1.5 degrees, it change from now going forward, is still nearly half of the difference between the nice weather we're experiencing now and a complete ice age covering pole to pole all the way down past Dubai. Because of that, over the next 80 years, the homes of about 1.5 billion people are going to be flooded because of rising sea levels. So there's going to be a need for building barriers and dikes and levees and things like that to protect those homes, which is going to require fantastic engineering. And then something that Bill Gates himself was talking about over the past couple of days. It may get so bad because we're continuing to put out carbon dioxide that we may need to do what's called geoengineering, which would be something like these drone ships traveling around the ocean and spraying fine particulate matter into the high atmosphere to block some of the sun's rays coming in order to keep a runaway greenhouse effect happening, which could turn this planet into another Jupiter. I mean, not Jupiter, Venus rather, which had a runaway greenhouse effect and now has a nice daily temperature of about 900 degrees Celsius. So engineering will be very important to save us from ourselves in that way. In addition, the world's becoming more computerized, and robotics are becoming more important for operating companies in many other aspects. So things like artificial intelligence and machine learning are going to be rapidly growing areas in the future, as are robotics for being companions or providing service, like they're trying to do in Japan with robotics to aid the elderly. Robotics to repair and enhance humans are going to be in great demand. And of course, industrial robotics to continue to operate manufacturing plants as businesses go forward into the future, because businesses are not going to want to spend money on employees who can get sick or who can go on strike when robots can do the same thing faster, better, and cheaper. That's why some jobs are going to be completely replaced by AI and robotics in the coming years. One area of engineering, computer science, is also going to be hugely in demand and very important for things like developing infographics and data mining. There is so much data in the world right now that it's impossible for humans to understand it or to look through all of it. So computer systems are being set up to go through that data. To give you an idea of how much it's increased, if you took the total amount of data that existed in the world when I was born in 1968, every single day, we human beings produce more data than that and put it on the internet. That's how fast it's grown. And because of that, we need data mining systems and people who understand data mining to go and extract the useful information from everything that's out there. And even with that, we then need people to create infographics to explain to people who aren't scientists and engineers what the data actually means. We've seen a lot of this during COVID-19, where various infographics have been put up to explain how the virus is spreading, the rates of infection, the rates of fatality, and things like that. People who can take data and turn it into usable knowledge are going to be in huge demand. Similarly, cybersecurity, cyber forensics, and cyber criminal investigation are also going to be hugely important. In fact, right now, these are the fastest growing areas of computer science, right before artificial intelligence and machine learning. And why is that? Well, criminals have realized if you want to rob a bank, you don't need a mask and a gun. You need a computer and an internet connection. Crime has moved online, and the amount of cybercrime by individuals or by organized crime has gone up, and the amount of cyber attacks by terrorist organizations and by state actors, by countries, has also increased. So cybersecurity is going to be one of the most vibrant and in demand careers for the next 40 or 50 years at least. And of course, since crime has moved online, so has crime scene investigation. So cyber forensics and cyber criminal investigation will also be rapidly growing and very much in demand. And of course, there are careers that are always going to be in demand. For example, marketing. Every single company, no matter how big it is, has to market, because if they don't, no one will know they're there. No one will know what products and services they're making available. So whether it's a one person company or the biggest company on earth, they're doing marketing. And there will be a demand for marketing professionals, especially those who understand digital marketing, because that is the move of the future. Similarly, every business has to deal with money. So they need people who can handle finance and accounting to make sure they're compliant with laws and taxes, that they know where their money is, what's going in, what's coming out, and that they can go and get additional money as they need to grow. So there will always be a growing demand for finance and accounting professionals. Similarly, businesses worldwide are understanding that unless you are providing a service that requires physical presence, you really have to be international from the beginning, or otherwise you're going to get Amazoned. And yes, Amazon has become a verb that means when a giant international company puts your business out of business because you can't compete with them. So people who understand international business, who understand cross-border cultures and the legal and political issues about importing, exporting, franchising, and all of the different models of trading internationally are going to be in huge demand. And of course, anytime that you have humans, you need people to manage them. So management and leadership has always been in demand and will always be in demand. And of course, all of these areas I've just talked about are things that AI and robotics can't do. AI just doesn't work that way because these all involve understanding of human behaviors. And AI has not gotten there. And very likely, based on the best experts, will never get there. Because if we as humans can't understand each other, how can we program that into an AI? So these are jobs that you don't have to worry about being replaced by automation. Similarly, lawyers. As long as there are people, there's going to be the need for lawyers to write contracts, to go to court and fight over contracts, and to provide all of the services that lawyers do. And again, it's something that requires that human touch. Then I want to talk about a group you may not have thought about: entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are the heroes of tomorrow because they're the ones who are going to be creating the jobs, not only for themselves, but for other people that will bring the economy out of this recession or depression that we're in due to COVID-19. And you need to understand 99.9% of all businesses in the world are what are called small and medium enterprises. That means they've got anywhere from one employee up to 500. And nearly 60% of all employment in the world is in small and medium enterprises. So it is very, very likely that some point in your career, you will be working for a small or medium enterprise. In fact, if you're smart, you will deliberately try to work for small or medium enterprises because that's where you can get the most career growth and you can make the most money. Nearly 50% of all goods and services sold in the world are from small and medium enterprises. And of all of these businesses in the world, 63% are what are called sole proprietorships. They haven't even formed a company. They're an individual who started a company. Maybe they employ a few people, but they're making a living and they're providing employment for others. So if you don't want to have to go fight with other people in the job market for the few jobs that are out there, be a hero, start your own business, create a job for yourself, and then create a job for others, and be one of the people who makes the economy better. So now that I've talked about the career fields, let me talk about how you set yourself apart. You need to study everything that you can in school. And you might think, well, there are some things I'm just never going to use. When I was back in high school, I knew for certain I was going to go into the IT industry. And because of that, I also knew that I really didn't need chemistry or biology, but I attended those classes anyway and learned all that I could. And about 20 years later, I was sitting in an interview with Merck Pharmaceuticals for a job in IT, and they were asking me questions about chemistry and biology because they wouldn't hire anybody for any position who didn't understand the fundamentals of the pharmaceutical industry. So you never know what you might need. So study it all. You need to study outside of school and get certifications. So go to Coursera, Udacity, and edX. Study the courses, get the certificates there. Study as broadly as you can. Also, consider the Duke of Edinburgh Award if it's available at your school, because that sets you apart. It shows that you have gone above and beyond and done something for the community. Go out and do volunteer work in the community to show that you contribute back to society. Do internships to make sure that you get work experience so that when you graduate university, you're graduating not only with the degree, but also with work experience that proves that you know how to work in a job and in a team. Make sure you attend a top 400 university. It really does make a difference. Rankings count. And while you're there, work hard to get top grades and also go above and beyond and get professional certifications like ACCA, SEMA, the project management professional, things like that to set yourself apart. That way, when you go out to apply for these limited number of jobs, you'll be the ones that get put on the top of the stack, get interviewed, and get the opportunity. And you've got to remember, as any successful person will tell you, don't be upset by the results you didn't get with the work you didn't do. Don't look back 5 years from now or 6 years from now when you've graduated university and aren't able to find a job and say, I wish I had done what Dan had said when he was talking about the post-COVID-19 careers. I wish I'd done that community work in the internship. Don't have that regret. Take this advice, use it, and you'll be one of the ones who's successful coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. So with that, I thank you, and I'm very happy to take any questions that you might have. And I just want to mention that Curtin University Dubai does offer degrees in many of the fields I've talked about, and our home campus in Perth, Western Australia, offers degrees in every single one of the careers I've spoken about. So please feel free to either put questions in the chat or Q&A or unmute and ask your questions. And I'll go ahead and answer the first two that are up here. Will engineers in the aviation industry be active or will they be in decline? Unfortunately, aviation is going to be in decline because business travel has reduced dramatically, and even the sale of goods has declined because people aren't buying as much. That means that the demand for both passenger aircraft and cargo aircraft have reduced, and the investment in new aircraft is just not going to happen until such time as Airbus and Boeing and Bombardier realize that the demand is going to be there to sell enough planes. If you think about it, Airbus, if they didn't lose money, they just broke even on the A380. They don't want to go through that again. So as much as aviation industry sounds exciting, there aren't going to be that many jobs, and there's going to be huge competition from people who've been working in that industry and who've already been laid off. The next question, to what extent will AI affect the world after the pandemic? What we're going to see post-pandemic is that AI will be replacing a lot of jobs that are things that are relatively routine and things that computers can do well. So while accounting will continue to be important, bookkeeping, for example, will not be, because all of the transactions are going to be done electronically. And because of that, a computer can keep track of the books. Certified accountants who can do the other functions are still going to need to be there, but a lot of the lower level white collar jobs are just going to go away due to artificial intelligence. Any other questions? Okay, we've reached the end of our time, so I'll pass it back to Lenita. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Really appreciate your insightful session. Once again, everyone who's present in the session, in case you don't have any questions on your mind right now, but you think of any, you can always drop us an email on events@uaecareerscommunity.com. I have dropped the email address on the chat box. Please do have a look. Thank you, everyone. We'll be moving on to the next session now. To all those joining our next session, which will be led by Mr. Dan again, we will be focusing on the topic Expo 2021 and the advantages of choosing a career pathway. All those who will be joining us for the 9 a.m. session, welcome once again, and over to you, Mr. Dan.
Great, thank you so much, Lenita. So today we're going to be talking about a really exciting topic and really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and that is Expo 2021. And we will be talking about how you can get the most out of Expo 2021. So this year, Dubai is going to be hosting what was Expo 2020, and for most people living in the UAE, it's going to simply mean take a weekend trip, go to the event, and there's going to be a lot of extra traffic in the South Dubai area. But for others, for those who really think about ways to capitalize on this, this is going to be the greatest business opportunity of their lives. So let me ask, do you want a job, or do you want a better job now or in the future? Do you want to come up with a great business idea, or do you want to start your own business, or maybe to get someone to invest in your business? Or would you like to be one of those lucky people who can make a ground floor investment in another business and get rich when that business develops? Well, most people would say yes to at least one of these. But unfortunately, most people will also let Expo 2021 go by without taking advantage of this once in a lifetime opportunity. But I want to tell you what successful people do. Most people spend their lives dreaming of the day when their ship will come in. And they dream of that day when they'll have success and wealth. But nearly all of those people will never have it. Those who will be successful don't wait for their ship to come in. They swim out to it. And if their ship isn't coming for them, or it's taking too long, they build their own ship. As Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president of the United States, said, "Things may come to those who wait, but only those things left by those who hustle." There are huge opportunities at Expo 2021, but they're not unlimited. And like the old saying, the early bird catches the worm. The best opportunities nearly always go to those who seek them out early, because once the opportunity is gone, it's gone. And Expo 2021 is the only time in your entire lifetime that the UAE, or at least Dubai, will be hosting the Expo. The way that the Expo bidding process goes, they make sure that Expo does not go back to cities that have hosted it in the recent past. So this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for you to advance your career, your investments, your business ideas in a way that you will probably never get a chance to do again. So I want to ask, what are these? And you probably look at it and you go, well, that's a couple of rocks, and actually not even that pretty of rocks. I've seen a lot prettier rocks laying around. Well, actually, the one on the left is gold, and the one on the right is diamond. But you see, opportunities are like that. They often do not look like much until you've trained your eye to see them and you actively go looking for them. Be honest with yourself. If you were walking down a road or through a park and you saw rocks that looked like this laying on the ground, you'd walk right past them because you wouldn't be able to recognize them for the opportunity that they were. So let's talk about how you train your mind to see opportunities. And it's not a matter of psychology, it's a matter of biology and neurology. There's a part of our brain called the reticular activating system, and it acts as our filter because if we tried to focus on everything that was happening around us at every minute, our brains would get overloaded and we'd never be able to get anything done. Think about it. Have you ever noticed when you or your parents bought a new car and suddenly everybody seemed to be driving that same make and model? Did all of those other people go out and buy the same car on the same day that you did? No. It's just that your brain before had filtered out all of those cars because they didn't matter to you. But now that you own one, your brain is letting all of those in because you need to be able to recognize your car easily in a car park. So now it's important to you. To see opportunities, you have to let your reticular activating system know what's important. And you do that by having stated, preferably written, goals. Now, I want to share with you an example from my own life of how this system works. I was a bit of a weird kid. When I was 12, I already had a list of over 200 life goals written out. And it included everything from learning how to ride a horse, to ride a motorcycle, to drive a car, to drive a truck, how to fly an airplane, and then things like traveling the world, becoming a CEO, things like that. So in my early 20s, I was working in Northern California. And in Northern California, the traffic is completely unpredictable. Sometimes it can take you half an hour to get to a place, and on other days, getting to the same place will take 2 or 3 hours because of a traffic jam caused by somebody having an accident. Now, I'm the kind of person who believes that if you're 14 minutes early to something, you're late. On time starts at 15 minutes early. So on this particular day, I needed to travel from San Francisco across the bay to Concord, California. Should be 30 to 40 minutes on a good day. On a bad day, it could take 2.5 hours. So I left 3 hours early for the meeting I was going to because I'm not going to be late. Traffic on that day was extremely good, and it took me about 35 minutes to make the drive. So now I'm a few blocks away from where I need to be, and I'm driving down a side road, and I notice a sign. It's the size of a piece of A3 paper, and it's on a stick stuck into the ground. And it says, first flying lesson, $40. And I thought, well, a first flying lesson, that can't take more than an hour. And I'm 2 hours and 20 minutes early. So I've got huge amounts of time, and it's only going to take me 5 minutes to get to where I'm going from here, no matter what happens with traffic. And I've got $40 in my pocket. Why not? So I turned down the side road, drove into the Concord, California airport, went to the flight academy there, took my first flying lesson, which took a little less than an hour. And a few months later, I had my private pilot's license. That goal was being fulfilled. Now, the thing that was interesting to me was driving from San Francisco to Concord, California. I drove through some of the most advertised area on the planet. I probably saw at least 1,000 different billboards and other signs for various businesses as I was making that trip. And to this day, I couldn't tell you what was on any of them. Even though some of these were massive lit up billboards with neon lights and flashing things, no idea what was on them, except for one little home printed A3 sign on a stick by the side of the road. Why is that? Because my reticular activating system filtered out all of the rest of the signs. They weren't relevant to me achieving my goals, and they would have just distracted me from doing what I was doing. So they were filtered out, thankfully. But that one sign that actually had an impact on my being able to achieve my goal, my reticular activating system let that in, and I was able to see it. You've probably seen in life certain people who seem lucky. They just always seem to be finding these great opportunities. It's not that other people don't have those same kind of opportunities. It's that they don't see them. Because unless you're looking for the opportunities and you've let your reticular activating system know, they just get filtered out. Having goals can be powerful. I want to talk to you about the Yale Goal Study. It's an incredible story. In 1953, researchers did a survey of Yale's graduating seniors. Now, of course, Yale is an Ivy League university. It's normally in the top 5 or 6 in the entire world. And there are only 2 ways to get into Yale. Either you are extremely academically gifted and you get in on a scholarship, or you are academically gifted and have rich parents who can afford to pay for you to go there. That's it. Those are the only 2 ways you get into Yale. So the people who go to Yale are already people who are at the top academically and probably at the top financially and in terms of networking and connections. But even among that group, when they did this study, they asked how many have written goals for their future. And it was 3% of the students. 20 years later, when the researchers went and checked on the surviving members of the class of 53, they found that the 3% with the goals had accumulated more personal wealth than the other 97% of the class combined. Like I said, it's an incredible story. Simply having specific written goals led to a massive amount of success. Wouldn't that be great? You write down specific goals and you become fantastically successful. There's only one little tiny problem with this story. This study never happened. This was made up by some unknown motivational speaker years ago. And because people don't check their sources, it has been repeated over and over by other motivational speakers for years. And it's a complete and total fabrication. So, yes, it would be great if you could just write down goals and become super successful. Life doesn't work that way. So, let's look at reality. I believe it's always better to look at reality than fantasy. So, let's look at a real goal study. A study was conducted by Dr. Gail Matthews at the Dominican University of California. And what they found was thinking about goals without writing them down resulted in a 43% success rate at accomplishing the goals. And that's not bad. You know, you just think about your goals, and 4 out of 10 times you accomplish them. And the reason that's happening is because you're letting your reticular activating system know that these things are important to you. But you can make them even more powerful. What they found in this study was writing down goals along with an action commitment to each goal, and then sharing these commitments with a friend and giving the friend weekly status updates resulted in a 76% success rate at accomplishing the goals. Not quite double, but very close. But the difference is there was more than one component to the significantly increased success. And of course, the success was not so overwhelming, but at least this time it's real. So, how do we make goals work? Well, based on the Dominican University of California study, managing goals in the most useful way is done by following this process. First, we need to write down the goal. Writing the goal down forces some clarity of thought and begins to make the goal concrete. And then you need to keep your list of goals in front of you. Put it where you can see it every single day. Review it every week to see how you're progressing on those goals. And then for each goal, write an action commitment, because writing an action commitment not only clarifies the goal, but it forces you to think about the steps required to achieve that goal. And it creates a mental commitment to accomplishing the goal. And then you need to tell somebody. You tell a friend or someone else whose opinion you value about the goal and the action commitment. Because telling someone ensures that you're serious about the goal, and it forces you to be committed to fulfilling the action commitment because you don't want to be embarrassed or ashamed if you don't fulfill that. A good friend will even give you moral support in accomplishing the goal. And then you provide weekly status to that friend. And you might think, well, why would I do that? It's because we as human beings have a problem with procrastination. It's very easy to put things off till the last minute. And unfortunately, the last minute for most goals is basically when you die, because you haven't put deadlines for yourself. And even if you have put deadlines, you're probably thinking, well, it's only a personal deadline. I can let that slip. When you're telling a friend or someone who you've made a commitment to and whose opinion you value, it forces honesty with ourselves about how we're progressing. And it reminds us to fulfill our action commitment, because what we're doing is we're using social pressure to get past the procrastination. None of us want to be embarrassed or ashamed going to our friend and going, yeah, this week I didn't do anything on my goal, right? No, none of us want that. So by making these weekly reports to our friend, we are overcoming what causes procrastination. And because of that, we're therefore being able to actually make progress. So you have to remember that a goal without a plan is only a dream. So after you set your goals, so your reticular activating system knows to allow that information in, you then need that specific action plan with specific deliverables and dates. And then you have to actually execute it, because successful people are willing to do things unsuccessful people are not willing to do. Most people are never willing to put in the action that is required to execute their plan and to achieve their goals. The great scientist Sir Isaac Newton said it best in his first law of motion: objects at rest tend to remain at rest, like most people. Successful people remember the second part: objects in motion tend to remain in motion. This is why success breeds success. The hardest part is to get started and to keep going in the face of adversity. But once you do that, you can find great success. And let's talk about how to do that with Expo 2020, now Expo 2021. It's going to be 173 days. There are going to be 192 country pavilions, 200 restaurants, and tens of millions of visitors. And of course, there are already opportunities, and there will be opportunities after Expo closes. So it's not just those 173 days. It's from now until probably a year or so after Expo 2021. You need to take every chance you get, because some things only happen once in a lifetime. In your lifetime, Expo will only happen once in Dubai. If you miss this opportunity, it's gone forever. So let's look at ways you can seize this opportunity. And we'll start with, how do you get a job tied to Expo? And we'll talk first about direct employment. In other words, working directly on Expo 2021. So in this pre-event period, there are jobs in construction, architecture, and design, building out the pavilions and all of the things that go along with that. There is a massive need for people in marketing and advertising to make people aware of what's going on with Expo 2021 and with individual pavilions. And of course, logistics. There's a huge amount of product and goods and raw materials that have to be moved around, and all of that requires planning. When we talk about the event itself, during the 173 days of Expo, there's going to be a huge amount of direct employment. And those people who really distinguish themselves can grow these event-based jobs into permanent jobs and careers. Most people will go into these jobs thinking they have employment for half a year. The really successful will figure out a way to make themselves indispensable to these companies and will make a career off of Expo. So you can see, you can be working on keeping pavilions up to the condition they need to be in, marketing and advertising, of course, logistics, staffing the pavilions, food service, selling souvenirs, traffic control and security, working with entertainment as an entertainer or setting it up, transport, tour guides, ticket sales, event management, guest services, many, many others. This is just scratching the surface. And even after the event, there'll be new opportunities. There'll be opportunities like doing additional construction to repurpose the Expo 2021 site to be part of His Highness's vision of Dubai being the most livable city in the world by 2040. There's going to be a need for marketing and advertising the new businesses that go into these facilities. logistics and planning around getting all of the materials in and out that need to be moved, and of course, employment at these new repurposed facilities. But all of this has been talking about just the things directly related to Expo 2021. But supporting the people who are directly on site and the companies that are directly on site requires a huge number of other businesses or related businesses. So, in addition to the direct employment, there's supporting employment. Everything from selling tours around Dubai to providing transport, hotels, restaurants, supplying pretty much everything under the sun, even things like journalism, blogging and Instagramming as an influencer. So there are a huge number of ways that you could do something that supports Expo 2021 and the businesses and country pavilions, and at the same time, make yourself some money. The only limit is your creativity. Of course, you can work for somebody else with direct or supporting employment, or you could take this opportunity to start your own business. Expo 2021 is a great opportunity. The World's Fair, now called the Expo, only happens every 5 years, sometime in the world, and only once in your life in Dubai. And you don't have to do something huge or amazing to be successful. All you need to do is think of what people or businesses might need and fulfill that need. You may never again get such an opportunity to launch a business and reach break even as quickly as you will during Expo. See, if you start a business now and you're supporting Expo, you'll have the opportunity to grow to a scale and get known and generate enough revenue to break even and then have a successful business coming out of Expo that can last you a lifetime. It won't be easy, but you can't wait for opportunity. You need to create your own opportunity. And don't worry that, oh, I don't have the world's greatest idea. Well, guess what? Nobody ever had the world's greatest idea when they started a business. They had an idea, and people have multi-million dollar ideas every single day and never do anything with them. Having the idea is good, but what makes you successful is actually doing something with the idea, implementing it. The thing about being an entrepreneur is entrepreneurs live a few years of their life in a way most people won't, so that they can spend the rest of their life in a way most people can't. Being an entrepreneur is hard at the start because you don't own the business owns you. A successful entrepreneur will probably work 12 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week for at least the first few years. But after that, the business is so successful that they can hire professional management, and then they can spend the rest of their lives with all the money they need doing whatever they want to do. So let's talk about ideas. There are 192 country pavilions. There are thousands of merchants, millions of visitors. What that means is there are nearly unlimited ideas. A wise business person or entrepreneur will take advantage of all of the different businesses and people to look for ideas. Literally just walk around and see, what are people needing? What are things that aren't being provided that people might be able to use? What do you hear people talking about? Maybe you hear somebody talking about an idea and you're like, yeah, that's good, but I could make it even better. You need to remember the best way to have a good idea is to have lots of ideas. And by the way, this wasn't just said by some nobody. Linus Pauling is a 2-time Nobel Prize winner. I think he knows a little something about having ideas that matter. So as you're walking around, you should constantly be asking yourself, am I seeing a need that a product or service could fulfill? Or do I see a product or service from another country with 192 countries represented? You'll get the opportunity that I could bring to the UAE, or that I might take to a third country because they could use it? Or do I see a product or service that I could support as part of the supply chain? Is there a way I could move into the supply chain and maybe provide some of the raw materials, or provide some of the manufacturing capability or distribution capability or marketing? There's an unlimited number of ideas out there. And you literally just have to walk around, be observant, and think. And you can come up with ideas that not only could make you millions, but could end up providing employment for you and other people for the rest of your lives. You also need to consider, with that many millions of people, Expo is a fantastic opportunity for networking. At any event where there are people, there's the opportunity to network. And it is very true that your network determines your net worth. As Gail Porter, one of the most successful networkers in the world, has said, with the millions of people who will attend Expo, the opportunities to network are more than any one person could accomplish. So you should constantly be asking yourself, is there someone whose business or idea I could invest in? Or is there someone who would like to invest in my business or idea? You know, that great idea that you just came up with from walking around Expo and seeing all the opportunities. Or is there someone here that I could partner with in order to start a business? Or is there someone here who could get me in contact with any of the above? There will be so many opportunities at Expo, and most people will never see them. And unfortunately, even some who do see them won't take them because they did not have the confidence in themselves and in the opportunity to be prepared. Like Zig Ziglar, one of the greatest motivational speakers of the last century, said, confidence is going after Moby Dick in a rowboat and taking the tartar sauce with you. A lot of people like to eat seafood with tartar sauce. It's being that confident. Every year at Curtin Dubai, we host what is called the Business Cup Challenge. And in the Business Cup Challenge, there's a way for those who were not already in the finals to win a spot on the day of the finals. And every year, at least one of the teams that wins a spot in the finals on that day and gets up to present their final case isn't prepared because they did not actually expect to win. Don't do that. Whenever I go into a situation, I go fully confident that I'll succeed, and I bring along whatever I need to secure that success. I make the sales pitch, and I already have the contract prepared and with me. You need to go hunting for Moby Dick and bring the tartar sauce with you. And when it comes to networking, just like first impressions, you only have a short time to make your point, and you only have one shot at it. So you should always have an elevator pitch ready. Now, you may not know what an elevator pitch is, so let me explain it to you. Imagine that you're at the Burj Khalifa on the ground floor and you're getting ready to go up to one of the highest floors, maybe for a meeting or just to look around, something like that, and you're the only one on the lift. Just before the door closes, a hand sticks in, opens the door again, and Elon Musk walks onto the elevator. Now, as the elevator's going, you've got about 60 seconds to convince Elon Musk that it's worth having a longer conversation with you. You're never going to be able to completely sell your business idea in 60 seconds. But what you need to do is to be able to explain your idea quickly and concisely and with enough confidence that Elon looks at you and says, you know, that sounds interesting. Here's my card. Call up my PA. Come to my office and meet with me. I want to hear more about this. That's what you're trying to do. At Expo 2021, or whenever you have an opportunity to network, you need to set a goal to talk to X number of people per day who might be useful to your goals or to whom you might be useful to them achieving their goals. And also set a goal to get a commitment from a certain number of people for a further meeting. Remember, you don't have time there to close the deal, and neither do the people you're talking to. You need to be networking more, and they need to be networking more. And remember, networking is a numbers game. Out of every 100 people that you talk to, you may only get 2 face-to-face follow-on meetings, but you really only need 1. All it takes is 1 person who believes in what you're doing for you to be able to start up your idea and bring it to success. So it's a numbers game. If I were going to Expo 2021 with the goal of networking, I would say there's 173 days. I'm going to commit to talking to at least 100 people a day, every day of those 173, and scheduling at least 2 follow-on meetings every single day. And by doing that, I've got something I can measure myself against. I've told my reticular activating system this is important, so I'm looking for the people and not filtering them out, and I'm ready to go. Then you need to remember to bring the tartar sauce. Have business cards to give out. But remember, success does not come to the person who gives away the most business cards. I can tell you, the vast majority of business cards given out in this world either end up in the nearest rubbish bin or they end up in a desk drawer of the person, never to be looked at again. I myself am guilty of this. I've got a desk drawer sitting right next to me right now that probably has better than 1,000 business cards in it, most of which I haven't looked at in several years. So it's not about giving out the most business cards. It's about collecting the most useful business cards. And if the person doesn't have a business card, use note paper or one of your own business cards or your phone, anything to collect the information. But it isn't just about collecting the cards. You then have to prioritize them and build real relationships with the people where it can be mutually beneficial. So if I collected 17,300 business cards, 100 a day for 173 days at Expo 2021, I would need to go through those and prioritize them. And out of that huge stack, I might have 50 or 60 where either they could make a meaningful impact on one of my goals or I could make a meaningful impact on one of their goals. In either case, there's an opportunity for mutual benefit. And then I would use those cards and I would build those relationships and nurture those relationships until they result in something mutually beneficial for both. Remember that Expo 2021 is a once in a lifetime event. And because of that, you need to remember this great saying: life is not a dress rehearsal. The curtain is up and you're on. So get out there and give it your best shot. You've only got one opportunity at this. Don't let Expo 2021 pass you up without doing something to advance your life goals. And with that, I thank you, and we'll open it up to questions. So if you have questions, you can either put them in the chat or you can unmute and ask your question. Okay, how can we get the opportunity to intern at Expo 2021? Great question. If you are a student at any secondary school or university within the UAE, go talk to your careers department. They should already be in contact with the Expo 2021 team. Expo 2021 is actively seeking people as volunteers. If not, you can contact Expo 2021 on your own and ask about internships. That's going that extra mile, doing something that unsuccessful people won't do. You could also, if you need information on who to contact our careers department here at Curtin University in Dubai. Our careers team has been actively working with the Expo 2021 team, and we have already made arrangements to place some of our students as interns there, so we can give you the proper contact. Any other questions? Okay, it seems like we finished up a bit early. I do hope all of you take the opportunity to pursue opportunities with Expo 2021, and also that you continue to attend the sessions throughout this UAE Careers Community World or UAE wide Career Day, and get the most out of this opportunity you're being given. Sweta, back over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you once again for your time. It was truly an insightful session. I do note that we have some new members in the room, so a very warm welcome to everyone who has joined the UAE Careers Community Virtual Fair. In the interest of time, I will drop the house rules in the chat for you to quickly read through, and we will be starting the next session at 10 o'clock. Once again, thanks for joining us, and do hang tight. We have our next speaker coming in soon. All right, everyone. Good morning and welcome back once again to the UAE Careers Community Virtual Fair. My name is Shweta and I'm hosting this Zoom room for today. I have dropped a couple of house rules in the chat just for all of you to quickly read through as we begin the session. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Jeff Evans. Mr. Evans is originally from Wales in the UK and has over 26 years of teaching and professional leadership experience in the international education sector across Europe, the Far East, and the United Arab Emirates. His work is generally in collaboration with a diverse range of stakeholders like school owners, investors, regulatory bodies, local government agencies, inspection teams, parents and student councils, and of course, principals and school leadership teams. The ability to speak and relate to colleagues or customers from a wide range of backgrounds and cultures is increasingly important. And Mr. Evans has graciously offered to spend time with us this morning to talk to our community on interview preparation. Over to you, Mr. Evans. Thank you.
Good morning, Shweta. Good morning, students, colleagues. Thank you all for joining this morning, and I hope this is useful. So what I'm going to do first of all is just try and share some slides with you, okay, which I hope you can see. So what I'll do this morning is to try and talk through some interview tips and skills based on my work with different stakeholders. So this would include schools. Obviously, most of my work is with schools. And other bodies as well. So let me give you first of all a little bit of background, just so that you have, most of you don't know me. My original career was as a teacher. So as a teacher and a head teacher, and more recently I've been working as a consultant with different schools. So mostly Abu Dhabi Airline, some in Dubai and Sharjah and across the UAE, all right? So I'll leave that there for you to read through. I'm not going to read through it all. So basically, I'm grateful for the invitation this morning and hope some of this is useful to you. Okay. So preparation for interviews. Interviews can be quite stressful experiences. We are mostly nervous when we go into an interview, and I've tried to make this session relevant to job interviews, career interviews with universities, and make it as broad as possible. Some of my work has been with schools, so it's been interviewing teachers, principals, interviewing companies when I worked with the government, so different stakeholders. So these are some of the ideas that I thought maybe would be helpful this morning. I got these on to see. So obviously the first thing is to find out as much as you can about the context. So whether that's a company or a university or a job, you want to go in being well prepared. So you basically should be researching, everything you can find out about the role specifically, the company, where it is. Is it a local sort of Abu Dhabi or Dubai based company? Is it international? If so, where is the balance, the headquarters, etc. Also, read through the company history or the university history if it's a university. Anything to do with external articles. I've said inspection reports. I'll come back to schools now and again. I'll warn you of that first of all. The directors of the company, if it's a company or if it's a university, if you're looking at courses, you want to look at the professors and what they're interested in, what the company, what the department researches, what the department studies, that kind of thing. Because especially with universities, it's pretty broad. If you're doing a physics degree or computer science degree, there's lots of different specialities. So if you're interested in a particular area, you want to find out about that. So be as prepared as possible. Look at anything new that they've done, any newsletters that they'll have, updates, social media, that kind of thing. There's a lot now on different social media platforms, and many companies and schools and universities are kind of moving towards that now, actually, as a communication channel. So you want to try and absorb as much information as you can. Okay. One thing I would say is if you're looking at comments and feedback from whether it's from customers or employees or even parents, if it's a school, take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, because those are comments or views, but they're not necessarily up to date or accurate. Okay. And when you look at the web page, remember to look at what isn't there. Remember to look at what you're not seeing, because the web page, especially for hotels or holidays, is a classic. They show you what they want you to see. So you're getting one view or one picture. So dig deeper than that. Try and find out as much as you can about the company or the college. Okay. I'll go through some of these slides quickly, but I didn't say at the start, there's obviously an opportunity to put questions if you have any in the chat box, and we'll try and answer those at the end. But I just want to try and cover as many different aspects as I think will be useful for you this morning. So make notes. I'm what used to be known as a visual learner. So I like spider charts or bullet lists or mind maps or whatever you call it. It helps me to see things very much. So I'm going to sit down, if I'm doing research, I'm going to sit down and do probably a spider chart so that I can organize my thoughts and my research, make notes. So you're going in well prepared, basically. To do it well, it could take you some time, but that's very, very, very useful, very productive time. Okay, plan ahead. I'll share a couple of stories. I had an interview once in Abu Dhabi and I went to the wrong office, which was excellent because I was using Google Maps and the link was old. So I went to the office in time, walked in, sat down, and they kind of looked at me and I looked at them, and I was in the wrong office, which was very embarrassing and quite stressful because I had to then race across to find the other place. So find out exactly where you're going. If you're using, if you're going by vehicle, make sure you know where to park. Especially in Dubai, that can be challenging, finding parking. Okay, know exactly where you're going. If you're using public transport, etc., plan ahead, get there early. I would suggest you're there at least half an hour early. And if you're online, I've got to keep remembering this. I'm actually reading now, so I'm looking down. But if you're doing an online interview, you want to be looking into the camera straight ahead, so not down or around. And when we come on later, we'll come on to non-verbal communication. One of my challenges with the great joy now of online meetings is actually looking straight ahead and not looking around, because in a physical interview or in a physical meeting, I would use hand gestures and I would move around. Whereas when you're in front of a computer, you probably kind of want to be staring straight ahead a little bit more. So you're looking into the camera, which is the top of the screen. Okay. Positive and enthusiastic, modulate your speech. I have to think carefully about my speech and not speaking just at one level. I have to try and remember to have emphasis and modulation and variation in my voice so that the interviewer or the panel or whoever don't fall asleep. And the last one is to be confident and not arrogant or too clever. So, we'll come on to non-verbal communication in a minute. But I think the key, or one of the points to bear in mind is to be yourself. There's no point in presenting a different sort of image or a different person really at an interview. Okay, so plan ahead, always useful. Dress smartly. Now I'm obviously sitting at home. I put on a shirt and tie this morning because if I'm doing anything related to work, I like to be smart. There's quite a variation in this part of the world with the different cultures. Some, male colleagues won't wear ties, for example. They won't wear jackets. Some male colleagues will wear like a polo shirt and a jacket. So there's a little bit of a variation, but you want to be as smart as possible for an interview. And I will qualify this by saying that I'm talking here about kind of office-based or professional jobs more really than other work. You need to kind of align your outfit and your appearance to the job you're going for or to the course. Okay. Body language is important. We'll come on to that, and eye contact. And also smiling. I think smiling helps you to be relaxed. You don't want to be grinning and laughing throughout the interview, but you also want to be, comfortable and able to smile and able to look the panel or the interviewer in the eye and interact in a sort of a calm way, but a confident way also. Okay, so this gentleman here chewing gum with his hand like this, kind of, don't know what sort of image that's conveying. It's not perhaps the most focused. Okay. First impressions. Now, I hope you can see these. They're a little bit small. Two different quotes about first impressions there. The one on the right is interesting. It says that we size people up, or we make a judgment about people, which we shouldn't. But research has shown that we form an opinion of somebody anywhere between 30 seconds and 2 minutes. And there are lots of things that go into that. There are things like eye contact, appearance, what they say, how they say it, etc. And then on the right there, Franz Kafka says that first impressions are always unreliable. So we've got kind of conflicting views. First impression is important, definitely. Okay, so in the chat box now, I'd like to have some ideas from you, please. This is an interesting point, but this is talking about outfits or how you dress for an interview. This is a male candidate, and this is a kind of professional office-based job. So I'd be interested to see here what you think of this. If you want to share any views in the chat box, sorry. Obviously the right-hand side is more casual. The left-hand side is more formal. So perhaps, what can I ask you? Let me ask you a focused question. What would my own appearance today, if I was going for an interview, I would definitely change in one way. See if you can think of what that may be, if I was going for a job interview or a professional interview. Let me stop sharing now, see if there's anything in the chat box. New message. Yeah, it depends on the type of job, definitely. If I were going for, a school-based job. Jewelry, yeah, that's true. Jasmine says jewelry should be allowed. It's formal, yeah. I don't have any jewelry. I had a earring many years ago, but it's gone now. What I would definitely do if I were going for an interview today is just to tidy up my beard, which is a bit scruffy. It's due for a trim, so I would definitely tidy that up. Otherwise, I'm kind of, dressed reasonably tidily. So yeah, it definitely depends on the job, but it's worth thinking about. Okay, let's go back to the notes. Okay, so for male candidates, you want to be, smart and tidy and clean and well presented, etc. That will depend very much. Okay, and then also for female dress code, just a point about the difference between male and female dress code. I worked with schools for many years, and it's often a complicated area, both for students, like sixth form students. Some of you are in high school or sixth form, and I know from a teacher or school leader's perspective that dress codes are tricky because there's always gray areas, there's always boundaries. So you'll know yourself what you consider to be, smart, professional, what you don't. So these are just some ideas. Okay, so for the males, suit and tie. Female outfits, again, it depends very much on the job. You may disagree or agree with some of these. And it will vary, but think about what you're wearing, think about how you look, and dress as well as you can for the occasion, I guess. Okay. Right, non-verbal communication. I'm trying my best to look into the camera. I'm reading the slides. I can actually see my screen, and I can't see much else. So I'm kind of speaking, in an artificial way here to the computer. If you're in an interview, hopefully it'll be face-to-face once, the current pandemic situation calms down and settles down. Hopefully we'll get back to a situation soon where you have face-to-face interviews. Non-verbal communication is very, very important indeed. So I wanted to spend a bit of time on that. Look at this pie chart. To me, that's quite fascinating. What you convey by, aside from what you say. So the way that you speak, look, 38% is the way that you speak. So I mentioned earlier modulation. I I have the tendency when speaking to speak very flat, and it's quite boring. So I have to remember to try and vary my voice. Same with teachers. I've been in quite a few classes where the teacher just speaks at the same volume and tone, and it's kind of not, you know, it helps if there's variety. Body movements. Some of us will speak with our hands. Some of us will move around. Some of us will, you know, use gestures and will point and so on. So there's a lot to think about there. Non-verbal communication is really worth considering when you're in the interview, whether it's online or whether it's in a panel or in a room, in a meeting room, for example. This is a kind of an informal meeting here. Okay, so what emotions or energy do you see here with these 4 candidates? These are the same candidate in 4 different poses. What do we see? What do we think? Zehra says excitement. Jasmine says too relaxed. I'm guessing Jasmine too relaxed is the one on the left, who's kind of got a newspaper over his eyes, half asleep. Marshad, yeah, 3 of them looking uninterested. Definitely this gentleman here looks as if he's bored. He looks as if he's been sitting there for an hour waiting, to be fair. Both of these 2. Yeah, this one looks more awake. He actually looks very interested, doesn't he? Okay, so there's an idea of example of body language, the way that they sit in, their facial expressions, etc. The one on the right gives a better impression, definitely. Yes, JZ, definitely. That's very true. And depending on the interview, you might be alone waiting, you might be in a room with, you know, 4 or 5 other people, all interviewing for the same job. So, or the same course. Okay, right. So body language. Right, now we've got a lot of text, and I kind of perhaps apologize for the amount of text. So I'm going to let you read this. I'm not going to read through it all. First of all, a little bit about facial expression, eye contact, and then second is posture, how you're sitting. So I'll ask you please to read through those. Have a minute of reading time. Be quiet. So if you look at the way that you're sitting, I'm actually at the moment supporting my head on my hand here, which I probably wouldn't. I'd probably sit, you know, in a more upright way. But if we go back, let me just take you back to that previous slide. The way that you sit in an interview is coming back to the idea of trying to be comfortable and relaxed and confident, yet appear, you know, professional, focused. So there's a bit of a balance there. Okay. So try and sit in a you know, focused way. Right, next one. These 2 colleagues, or these 2 people, are actually having an interview, and they both look fairly engaged. If you look at the eye contact, the candidate on the left is leaning forward a little bit, which shows that you're interested and you're listening. If you sort of, you know, actually lean forward. We'll speak a bit about eye contact in a minute. But coming back to posture, they both sit in, you know, upright, and they both look professional. You don't really want to be sort of leaning back or rocking on the chair or anything like this. Okay, so posture, think about that. And eye contact, I've got a homework task for you here, whether you're a teacher or a student, it doesn't matter, you can do this. Think about eye contact. So if we look on the left there, this talks about what our eyes convey about a conversation or about us. Look at the honesty. It's definitely true that if you're looking at somebody when you're speaking at them, it conveys interest, but it also conveys that perhaps you're telling the truth. I think some of the detective programs on TV, you know, on Netflix and so on, you see people looking around when they're nervous or when they're perhaps, you know, trying to hide something. So eye contact is important. And what I would suggest to you, not now obviously, but another time, what I would suggest to you, I'm keeping half an eye on the time here, is that you practice this with either with a friend or a family member if you're comfortable. Just have a conversation with them and think about eye contact. So have like a practice interview or have a discussion with them about something serious or professional, and look at them and, you know, ask them to tell you about your your body language, your non-verbal communication, and your eye contact as well. Okay. Especially if you're in a panel, if you're in a room with a few people, you kind of want to be talking to different people. You're not just going to talk to the person who asks the question. You're answering around the room. So you're going to be looking at different people at different times. So eye contact, non-verbal communication, and the science behind that. Some notes here which are detailed. We'll send these on to you. I'll ask the team at Desk and Curtin University, the organisers, ask them to send these on to you because these might be useful. And again, I hope the session today is useful and is interesting. So we talked about eye contact. Nodding is interesting. Sometimes, you know, when you agree and you nod to show that you're in agreement. But one thing to remember is that when we're nervous or when we're in a situation where we're under pressure, our gestures will be exaggerated. So we might nod more than, you know, usual, which could look a little bit odd. The last point here talks about keeping your head still as much as possible. I've got a habit of doing this now with the beard. I also got a habit of moving around. So I need to try and remember to try and, you know, as far as possible, stay still, especially in front of the computer. And monitor my movements, which I don't do in a physical room, you know, or in a meeting. It's a lot more relaxed and natural, I think. So some of this will apply perhaps more to online meetings or interviews, and some to face-to-face physical meetings. Okay, so what you're doing with your eyes, what you're doing with your head. Now then, what about the questions? That's an important part of the interview. Obviously, the interview, we've talked about behavior in the interview. The questions will depend totally on the interview, what it is. If it's for a job, they may well ask you some challenging questions. They probably will ask you some challenging questions, try and put you on the spot. So how do you react to a difficult question? What are you going to do? You can see there are two reactions. So I'm going to stop sharing these for a minute and I'll see what we've got in the chat box. How do you react to a difficult question? If you get a question that catches you off guard, what do you think? How do you think you could or you should react? Mershad, thank you, says rephrase the question. Good. If you watch the news, you'll see politicians do this all the time. They'll say things like, oh, that's a really good question, which is giving them 10 seconds to think about it. They might ask to repeat the question or to clarify the question. Any other input, any other ideas, please, in the chat box? How will you respond to a difficult question or a tricky question? Okay. Be prepared, think about it. Again, be prepared, because if they do ask you a question that you really don't know, I've had this many times in different interviews. Sometimes it's best to be honest and say, here we are, who's this? Sarah, thank you. Sarah or Miss Howe, I don't know, answer it honestly. Yeah, if you don't know, sometimes it's best to say, I'd have to research that, or I'd have to seek advice or seek guidance from the team or something like that. But, you know, be prepared for tricky questions. You may get tricky questions. That's partly the point of the interview, to see how you respond under pressure. Okay, now then, ending the interview. We've got about 5 minutes left. At the end of an interview, certainly a job interview, it will be common for them, if it's a company and you're going for a job, it'll be common to say, have you got any questions for us? And that's very, again, an important consideration. I've been involved with many teacher interviews or school leader interviews, and the kind of questions that the candidates ask are interested and they're noted. So coming back to your research, you want to ask questions about the job specifically. You probably want to ask questions about the team or the location or the, the conditions, that sort of thing. Number two, I would be a little bit cautious with that. And again, I know some of you are going to university interviews more than job interviews later on. You can discuss the salary and the benefits and the terms and conditions, but I would suggest leaving that towards the end of the process, because it doesn't necessarily look great if your first question is, what time do I have to be in work, or what time can I leave, or what are my holidays? That's probably one of the last questions that you're going to ask. And probably one of my last points is that you can talk about what's next. So is there another interview, or when would I hear back from the panel? You can thank them, and you can thank them for their consideration as well. Okay. One more thing in the chat here. Yeah, it's very good to ask questions at the end, and thank you, Marshad, for your input here. Sorry, Mershad. It's good to ask questions at the end, but I'm just saying, think about them, think about what you're going to ask, including if it's a university interview. Some of you might be going for, universities around the world, and you'd be asking questions about the course and about research and about assessment, etc. But plan your questions. Don't go in without those in mind. Okay, now then, with the idea that there may be some questions, I don't know, there's quite a lot of coverage, and I hope it was useful. It's probably a little bit fast, but these are my details, and obviously I'm pleased to be with you this morning. So if you've got any questions, I'm going to stop this share in a minute. If you've got any questions, then please, you can just pop them in the chat box, or ask them verbally. That's fine. I think we've got 3 minutes left, which is just about right, hopefully. Okay, so let me stop sharing that. Okay, right, so I've given you a lot of input. I've given you a couple of homework tasks to practice some of these things and to make a note of, planning that you do for universities or for jobs, if you're going for jobs. We've got a mixture of audiences. I know we have some teachers and some school-based colleagues as well who have been through this process. So are there any questions, please? Can anybody who has a question now just pop it in? We've got 33 participants, which is great. Any questions based on what you've seen this morning? How should you respond to tell me about yourself? Oh, right, that's a tricky one, isn't it? The natural thing that people do there is they start listing their career history. So let's say that you're 30 or 35 years old, they start talking about their jobs. What the interviewer often wants is to find out about you as a personality. So they might want to know about your situation in terms of your family, or where you live, these sorts of things, what you're interested in, what you enjoy. Again, think about what you're saying in terms of interests and hobbies, sports, pastimes, all that kind of thing. They often want to get a picture of you outside of the work scenario. And again, you can ask, I had this quite recently actually, and I'd asked, do you mean professionally, or do you mean what sort of focus do you want me to give in the answer? So you can clarify the question. Okay, 1 minute left. Any more questions? No? All right, well, I hope it was useful, and thank you all for joining us this morning, and I wish you success in your interviews in the future. Okay? Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Evans, for this very insightful, short and sweet session. I think a lot of the things that you mentioned resonated with me as well, particularly when it comes to doing online sessions and interviews. My camera is here, my notes are here, the screen's up there. Yeah. Where do I look, right?
Exactly.
It's always a bit complex, but I know I'll be practicing that as well, as will many of our students. So thank you for your time.
Very welcome. Great to be here.
Great. Thanks. And thank you to everyone who has joined us for the session today. Our next speaker will be on at 11. So please hang tight and we'll see you soon. Hi, everyone. A very good morning and welcome back to the UAE Careers Community Virtual Career Fair. We will begin our next session in about 8 minutes at 11 sharp. Thank you. All right, everyone. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you who have just joined us for the UAE Careers Community Virtual Fair. A couple of quick house rules that I'm going to pop into the chat. Please ensure that your mics are muted and videos switched off through the session. There will be time for questions at the end of each session. You're welcome to then either unmute and speak or drop your questions and comments in the chat box. In case you don't get your questions answered today, you can always email us on events@uaecareerscommunity.com and we'll ensure that the speaker gets back to you. Finally, if anyone is found disrupting the session, they will unfortunately be removed and will not be allowed back into the Zoom room. So on to our 11 a.m. session. I would like to welcome very warmly our speaker, Ms. Vandana Mahajan. Just as a quick introduction, Vandana Mahajan was the Director International Liaison at University of Toronto and was involved in admissions, developing international strategies for the university, setting admission guidelines, and establishing liaison with institutions overseas. She was also part of the former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper's delegation in 2012, representing Canadian institutions and promoting opportunities in the education sector in Canada. She has been working closely with the FICCI and Higher Education Planning Commission in India over the last 5 years, and is currently also on the board of several universities, assisting them in setting admission guidelines and developing market strategies. Today, Ms. Mahajan will be talking to us and advising us for applying to universities around the world. Thank you so much, and over to you, Ms. Mahajan.
Thank you so much for a very warm welcome. And thanks to the UAE Careers Community first for having me as a speaker today. Today, I'm talking about the educational opportunities in Australia and New Zealand. I'm just going to share my screen and we will begin shortly. Perfect. So today we are here talking about New Zealand and Australia as a study destination. Let's start with New Zealand first. Why New Zealand when it is a very welcoming country? I know my introduction says a lot about Canada, but I'll just briefly clarify that I am an educationist. I have been in the education sector for over 20 years. I have worked very closely with Canadian universities. I am a Canadian, but I've worked in that capacity very closely with all universities across the globe. New Zealand and Australia are unique destinations. And today I'm taking this opportunity to talk a little bit about New Zealand first and Australia thereafter. So why New Zealand is unique? It is a unique destination because it's not just a beautiful place to visit, but it's also a very good destination with top-ranked universities. New Zealand universities are ranked in the top 3% in the world, and it's home to advanced research facilities for international students. The universities in New Zealand rank in the top 100 universities globally by all international rankings. And I've cited the example of QS World University Ranking, which is a very popular international ranking, which I'm sure you all know. It is also an English-speaking country, so the mode of instruction is 100% English, and it's known for preparing students to be futuristic, and it prepares leaders of the world. There are different kinds of institutions, educational institutions in New Zealand. We have the universities, of course, which offer you bachelor's and master degree programs. We have private training establishments, which are there to equip you with professional designations. And these are private, so they're not governed by the government. And we also have vocational or professional training institutions, which are also quite popular in New Zealand, which offer you education in technical subjects and train you for the industry. So they're industry specific, and they're preparing you for the workforce in New Zealand itself. Just to give you a glimpse of the rankings, the universities in New Zealand, as you can see, are ranked amongst the top 500 in the world. We have University of Auckland, which is ranked 81, Otago, Canterbury, Victoria University of Wellington, Waikato, Massey, Lincoln, etc. So you can be rest assured the quality of education that you'll get in New Zealand is of top-notch quality with unique professors, a lot of Nobel laureate professors from across the globe, and advanced research facilities. Some of the popular courses students are choosing to study in New Zealand are medicine. Under the Faculty of Medicine, the universities which are very well known are University of Auckland and Otago. Then dentistry, University of Otago is very famous for dentistry. Engineering is again University of Auckland and Canterbury. Agriculture, Lincoln University. Aviation, veterinary science, Masses, Palmerston in North Campus. And law is offered by several universities, and they're very well known across the globe in all international rankings. We have University of Auckland, Canterbury, Auckland University of Technology, Victoria University of Wellington, Otago, and Waikato. The qualifications which are granted to you is bachelor degrees, of course. You have a Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Nursing, Engineering, Law, and Medicine. We also have master's degrees. Different kinds of master's degrees are available. You have graduate diploma programs, you have undergraduate diploma programs, you have certificate programs, and you also have short 3 months courses available in New Zealand. If you're looking at doing something in summer or your spare time, it is a good opportunity to go. And some of the popular courses are business and management, computer science and IT, education, engineering and technology, environmental science, humanities, medicine, and health sciences. The cost of education in New Zealand, I would say, is quite affordable. You can expect to pay anywhere around New Zealand dollars, $22,000 to $32,000, which is equivalent to US dollars, almost $15,000 to $21,700 per year. And these are, I've taken the costing from some of the top ranked universities globally. So you can see it's quite affordable in comparison to a lot of other top universities across the globe. There will be some higher fees for subjects like medicine, veterinary science, because there's a lot of research work involved. So be prepared that you're paying a little bit higher than this price, which is cited here. For the postgraduate study programs, the average cost, my apologies. The average cost is approximately New Zealand dollar 26,000 to 37,000. There are PhD degrees available in New Zealand universities as well. And the living cost is approximately 15,000 New Zealand dollars, which is equivalent to US dollars 10,200 approximately. So as you can see, it's quite affordable, and you can be studying in New Zealand in one of the top universities, well ranked globally at an affordable price. New Zealand is also known for postgraduate work study permit. There have been some changes due to COVID. The existing international students who are currently in New Zealand and are pursuing degree courses can continue to work for 3 years. And they do not need to be employer assisted. Initially, that was the requirement. Now they've waived that requirement completely. Foreign students who are going for below the degree level, which if you can go for undergraduate diploma, you will be able to work for a maximum of 2 years after completing your program. And if you're studying in Auckland, you will be able to work for a maximum of 1 year. The admission intakes are a little bit different. The admission intakes for New Zealand are July and Feb instead of September, which you'll see in US, Canada, and UK. Let's move to now Australia. Australia is a growing destination, and a lot of students are now asking about what are the institutions in Australia, what are the top ranked global cities, and why study in Australia. Let's talk about why Australia to begin with. Australia is home to some of the unique top ranked universities. 7 of the top 100 universities in the world are in Australia. These are world-class research institutions, and you'll see a lot of students from across the globe choose Australia as a study destination for several reasons. Quality of education is unmatched. There are great universities with amazing professors, a lot of Nobel laureates and PhD professors who've made Australia their home and are teaching students different programs. The three popular cities in Australia are Melbourne, Sydney, and Adelaide, and are ranked in the top 10 livable cities in the world, as per the Economic Intelligence Unit of 2019. Australia industry linkages are very unique. Students get industry placements. There is a lot of research collaborations and exchange partnerships with global institutions across the globe. The weather in Australia in the spring and autumn, they are the best time of the year. It's very pleasant, very comfortable climate. And most of the cities, generally the climate is temperate and warm in the summers with very mild winters. In case you have concerns about weather, then be rest assured Australia offers you good climate conditions as well. Australian universities are ranked very well globally. I've taken a clipping of the QS World University Rankings in the 2021. And the top 10 Australian universities, as you can see, are ranked amongst the top 200 of the world, which is, I think, commendable in comparison to a lot of other countries which are growing in education as a destination. Australia offers almost all kinds of programs, whether you're looking at bachelor's, master's, PhD, medical science, medical study, dentistry, veterinary sciences, nursing, and it's a very welcoming country. They're quite flexible in their admission requirements, and they want students with good academic credentials. They are not looking at students with the standardized test. They're purely going to be focusing on your grades and your performance in high school if you're applying for the bachelor's degree program, and also will focus a little bit on your extracurricular activities depending on the programs you're applying for, especially for engineering, medicine, dentistry, or veterinary sciences. The average tuition fee and international undergraduate student pays in Australia is approximately $30,800, which is equivalent to 22,000 US dollars approximately, which if you see is still quite affordable in comparison to a lot of other top universities globally. Again, the fee structure will be a little bit higher for medicine, dentistry, and veterinary science, and also for engineering, because these are professional programs. And there's a lot of research work involved in that, which takes the costing a little bit higher than usual. Cost of living in Australia is approximately US dollars 14,600. This is just a ballpark figure, and this is an annual cost, so which includes your living and all your meals as well. International students are awarded scholarships for their academic achievements. The Australian Awards, Endeavour Scholarship and Fellowships are mainly given for postgraduate level of study. Universities independently for bachelor degree programs do award student scholarships. These are purely merit-based. So if your grades are high in your high school, the chances of you getting scholarship based on your merit are quite high. Students going to Australia do get postgraduate work permit, and this work permit depends on the program you've applied for, the duration of the program, and it activates after you complete your degree. So if you want to stay and work after you graduate, you must apply to obtain a work visa in Australia. I do get a lot of questions. Do international students get jobs in Australia? There are ample part-time jobs. You're allowed to work as a student on a part-time basis, 20 hours a week. And if you graduate and you're looking for job opportunities, Australia does have a lot of job opportunities as well. It offers skilled immigration program for their graduates as well, but those are purely based on the program you're graduating from and the need of the job market in Australia at that particular year. So it is based on the professions. Immigration and work permits are usually related to the demand in professions which are in the market at that particular year when you're graduating. So I'm going to open myself up to questions, but if you want any further details, you want a copy of this presentation, please feel free to email us or email the careers community as they had mentioned their email, and we'll be absolutely delighted to share the presentation with you as well. So any questions, please don't hesitate to put them in the chat box, or if you have any questions, please do ask me and be more than happy to respond.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mahajan, for the session. I believe we do have a couple of comments and questions. I'm just going to go ahead and read them out. We have Mir who's requested to get a copy of the presentation. Absolutely. We can get that to you post the event. And Tanya has written in asking, what is the application process like in Australia? Sorry, ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah. Sorry, that's a great question. The application process for Australian universities is pretty straightforward. You have to apply. You have to first shortlist the universities which you think you're most eligible for. You can apply to several universities at the same time. There is no limit or restriction on the number of universities you can apply for. And you can apply directly. And in terms of the documentation needed for admissions, they're going to be requesting your grade reports from grade 10, 11, and predicted grades of the final year. You do need an IELTS result for admissions and also for visa for Australia. And they basically assess you on your grades based on your high school grades, and your predicteds are very important as well. So as I mentioned before, Australian universities do give you advantage of working hard in high school, getting your grades up, and they will give you merit scholarships as well if your average in the final term is high, and you can expect some scholarships from Australian universities as well.
Great. So I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Mahajan, for the session today. It was a nice, short and sweet, but very informative one. And we do have a couple of classes that are actually streaming in and watching from high school. So I'm sure this will be of great benefit to them as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody, for attending. Bye-bye.
Bye. And with everyone else, thank you so much for attending this session. We will be beginning the next session, at 12 o'clock. So hang in tight and we'll be back soon. Thank you. All right, everyone, a very good morning. We will be starting the 12 o'clock session in about 8 minutes.
Hi, Ms. Tretta.
Hi, Sandy, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good, thank you. So we're just going to give it a couple of more minutes and then I'll introduce you and then you can take it from there, yeah?
Great. So I can share my screen for my presentation, right?
Yeah, you can do it now or when I introduce you, it's up to you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just wait for you and then I'll...
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're ready to get started. A very warm welcome to all of you who have joined us for the UAE Careers Community Virtual Fair today. Just a couple of quick house rules as you get in. I'm also going to drop this in the chat box. Please ensure your mics are muted and videos switched off throughout the session. There will be time for questions at the end of each session. You're welcome to either unmute and speak then, or you can drop your questions and comments in the chat box. In case you don't get your questions answered today, that's totally fine. You can always email us on events@uaecareerscommunity.com and we'll ensure that the speaker gets back to you. Finally, if anyone is found disrupting the session, they will unfortunately be removed and will not be allowed back in. All right, so without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Sandile Nakala, who is very dear to us at Curtin University. Sandile was part of the Dubai campus's first cohort of graduating students and today is an audit associate at a Big Four company. She is also an associate chartered accountant candidate, alumni, and former student council president at Curtin University, Dubai. Over the last few years, she's developed a name for herself in the UAE as a motivational speaker with a passion for women empowerment. She has also completed various internships and volunteering activities in top organizations across the UAE, such as Hunter Foods and Bareface. To add yet another feather in her cap, she has written articles and has been featured for her achievements in a number of papers, such as Forbes Africa, Gulf News, Khaleej Times, and the Gazelle, which is part of NYU Abu Dhabi. So today, Sandy is here with us to discuss the benefits of work experience and how her personal path has led her to where she is today. Thanks for joining us, Sandy. Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Shweta. Hi, everyone. I will just start my presentation right away. Thanks for the introduction. So yeah, let me just go ahead and share my screen with you guys. And guys, please be interactive as possible. You know, I'm around your age as well, so I'd really love to be interacting with you throughout the presentation. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Awesome. Okay, let me start. Okay, so today I'm here to talk to you guys about the benefits of work experience. And I feel like I'm one of the best people to speak to you about this because I will speak to you about this based on my personal experience and how it has helped me and get to the point where I am. Okay, so let's get started. So yeah, I am Sandy Lenkala, as Ms. Shweta said. But one interesting fact about me is that I'm 20 years old. So like I said, not very far from you. I wanted to point that out because I just wanted to show you that at whatever age you are, like anything is possible. I am from Zimbabwe, and as Ms. Shweta rightfully said, I'm an audit associate at KPMG. I'm currently studying my associate chartered accounting qualification with ICAEW. I'm sure everyone who's interested in accounting will know what that is. And I studied a Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting. So I think that'll be relevant to you guys to see how my career path has been forged even though I was studying accounting. Right. So as we move on, this is one of my favorite quotes because if you speak to people that I've grown up with, they'll tell you that ever since like the age of 13, I used to tell people that I was going to be a chartered accountant and that I was going to work for the Big Four. It's always something that I've envisioned, which was a little weird, I'm sure. But basically, as William Arthur Ward said, if you can dream it, you can achieve it. If you can dream it, you can become it. I dreamt of being part of a Big Four firm and I became it. So it's definitely possible as long as you put your mind to it. So let's get started with my personal experience. So as Ms. Shweta said, I completed like 3 internships, which may seem excessive, but I learned so much in these 3 internships that I pursued. And I feel like it really helped me to get into a company as big as KPMG. So my first internship was with Bareface. It had nothing to do with accounting. I was a booker intern, and it started off with me not earning anything. And I just want you to know that when you start doing your internships, it's okay to go into an internship that doesn't pay. It's completely fine. As you gather more experience, you will start to actually get offers, and you won't be the one trying to get paid for those internships. So that was a stepping stone for me at Bareface. I feel like at that point, that's when I gained confidence, and that's when I really learned how to maneuver myself in a workspace. And then I moved on to Transnational Academic Group, where I was a careers intern. I was actually helping other students with their CVs and interview skills. And obviously, if you're helping other people, like that also helps you to also develop your skills as well. So it was beneficial in that sense. And then, fun fact about Hunter Foods is that they actually, reached out to me, based on the experience that I had. And that was my highest paying internship. And I was there for about a year. That was a really good stepping stone as well. But, when I was at the KPMG interview, I was able to leverage myself and say, look, I've done all these 3 internships. This is what I achieved. This is what I achieved for the company. And I'm pretty sure that I'm one candidate that can also apply that to KPMG at a much better level based on this experience. So that is my personal experience, but I'm going to go into more detail in the next slide so that you actually get the very, very, detailed benefits of the work experience. So benefits of work experience. The first thing I can tell you, and I think with everything you do, you really need to look at what is going to personally develop you. And I feel like what it did for me was to improve my confidence and independence. Obviously, the first time I was in an office, it was like old people, and I was really shy, and I wasn't so assertive. But I grew some confidence. I now knew how to speak to my colleagues, or regardless of their age. I knew how to organize my desk. I knew how to dress up for work. I knew how to send out emails. And now when I'm at KPMG, I feel comfortable doing these small things that were bothering me the first time that I did my internship. And independence as well. I feel like when you start something, you need a lot of hand holding. And to be quite honest, a lot of companies don't want to be doing a lot of hand holding for graduates, when they start full-time jobs for the first time. They don't. So this is your opportunity to also learn how to work on your own. And if you do have questions, be assertive enough to know what to ask and when to ask it so that you can actually do your work independently. That's very important. That's what a lot of employers look for. And trust me, when you pursue internships, you will learn that. The second thing is that it teaches you to stand out. Well, not teaches you, it helps you to stand out. It gives you an edge, because you also need to tell yourself, with all these countries in the world, you're technically competing with hundreds of thousands of people for that position in Microsoft or, Deloitte or any of these big companies that you want to go to. So you need to leverage yourself and make yourself stand out and give Microsoft or whoever you want to work for a reason to hire you. Good GPA is not enough. Trust me, it's not enough. Everyone that was hired at KPMG in my cohort actually had work experience. So that tells you something, right? So get that work experience, go the extra mile. I'll repeat this again later, but volunteer, enter competitions. You want to be that person that people remember. You want to be that person people call when there is an opening at Microsoft, and they're like, oh, Amy was a really good, she's really good potential. She's done this, this, and that. I think she'll be great for the company. So please stand out. You're competing with the world, literally. And I think another thing about, work experience is that it helps you develop key skills. See, now I'm just not talking about your CV or your interview skills. Like I said earlier, it's also your email etiquette. It's also your ability to manage your time. I think being able to work whilst I was studying helped me manage my time in such a way that now, when I'm actually working full time and studying towards my chartered accountancy qualification, it's not a big deal. Like I work until 6 or 7, or depending on the hours, and then right after I start to study. And it's something that comes naturally for me, even though a lot of people are struggling. So really, there are some beneficial skills as well as interpersonal skills. If you don't like working in a team, I have really bad news for you. I think a lot of jobs require you to be able to work with other people. And I feel like it's a great way to learn how to do all that when you actually have work experience. This was one thing that KPMG was really looking for. And I'm sure every other huge firm or company is looking for that as well. So that's just a few of the many, many more skills that you can learn whilst you're pursuing, your work experience. And the next thing is industry experience. Like, let me tell you, okay, I don't know how many of you do accounting, but looking at a financial statement, balance sheets, or profit or loss statement in a textbook is completely different from actually looking at it at work and seeing it apply in real life. I think you'll understand things better when you're actually, doing it in a practical way. And then when you get back to school, I think you'll be way ahead of your classmates with regards to this. So it's really nice. I think it'll actually improve your GPA if you're studying accounting and you're actually doing accounting as work. So that's one great thing about work experience as well. Definitely understand things better. And once you start working, you won't be as clueless as everybody else. Like you'll actually know what you're doing, and it'll be a little easier to rise up the ranks in terms of being promoted and stuff. Another thing is that it's a career tester. And I think that's what it did for me, because to be quite honest, even though I was like, yeah, I want to be a chartered accountant, I think a part of me did want to see what other options there were that were available. So I did go into the entertainment industry as a booker intern, because I love fashion. So I was like, okay, let me give this a try, and I realized it wasn't for me. And then I went into the educational sector. It was nice, but I realized I didn't really want to be around, schools and stuff. I mean, I've already left that. I don't want to go back to that. And then I moved on to the food industry. That was interesting. I might go back, but like, maybe in another role, maybe something finance related. That was interesting. Just to test out different industries and see where you fit in. That's another great thing about work experience. And then by the time you're done, you'll now be like, okay, look, I've tested all these things. I think I will go into the finance industry. This is what I want to do. I've seen what everything else does. It doesn't serve me. It doesn't serve my purpose. So then you're sure that this is what you want to do, and you're not left wondering what would happen if you had gone into that industry instead of pursuing the one that you finally chosen when you've graduated. And another thing is networking. When you work at all these different companies, you meet all kinds of people in different kinds of positions. You can become friends with them, you can connect with them on LinkedIn, and maybe in a year or two, that person is maybe at Google. You never know. And, they can help you also make your dreams come true, and you can learn so much from all these people. I'm still in contact with everyone I worked with at Bareface and Tag and at Hunter Foods. So that's another great thing, building your network, which is very important. And a higher pay scale as well. That's also another thing about work experience. I mean, at the end of the day, I won't lie to you. If you're planning to work for a really big company, you might be a little disappointed, but on a general scale, you can always leverage your pay scale. I remember like with my third internship, I went in there and I was like, you know what, this is what I was earning before. And to be quite honest, this is what I expect now, because I have enough work experience. I have, these skills, and I don't just have a simple high GPA. So that's another thing about the benefit of work experience. And quite often, people who have had, internships usually earn much more than people that haven't pursued any internships during their time in university or school. I know a lot of you are in high school right now, but these are basically the key aspects in terms of the benefits of work experience. This is from my personal perspective, but I also wanted to give you guys facts. So let's move on and talk about the numbers and see what the employers really think, and not just take it from my word. Okay, so as you can see on the presentation slide, I have a couple of statistics for you. It says over here, qualification versus experience. Only 1 in 4 employers are interested in the class of degree. And that is completely true because even at KPMG, like not everyone was an accounting, graduate. There were people from various fields. It was actually pretty interesting to see that because it goes to show you that it's not just about your degree. I'm not saying don't work hard, but I'm just saying that like no matter what you study, after 4 years, if you decide you want to change, it's okay. It's completely fine. A lot of people will hire you mostly based on your work experience. And that's when we move on to the other statistic, which says, but half of employers are looking for relevant work experience. So, that is a huge number. Half. I don't know what the other half does, but I'm pretty sure it still falls along these lines. So this says a lot. And then 69% of companies with 100 plus employees offer full-time jobs to their interns. This is true. Completely. I agree with this. 2 out of my internships, I was actually very close to getting full-time roles, but I had actually previously told them that it is not my plan. And, the first one, I just went back to university. The second one, COVID happened. And since they knew that I was not, planning to work full-time, I was, I left. I had to go. They let me go. So, there is an opportunity. And I know a lot of people who started off as interns in companies like Deloitte, and they were hired for full-time jobs in the next year. So that's another important thing, like another advantage of doing internships as well. And, work experience virtually, this is so relevant right now because a lot of us are working from home and going to school from home. But it says here, 28% of employers will hire virtual interns and 70% of students are open to the idea. Honestly, if you get a virtual internship opportunity, take it because you basically, you're able to work at your own hours, at your own time. So do it. You have nothing to lose and you're safe as well. And most important, qualities. So it said 58% of employers rated interview and work experience over academic performance. Like I said, I'm not saying don't work hard, but do the extra work, get some work experience, and practice all those interviews. I had like 3 key, practice points for my interview before I got to KPMG. It was much easier, I think, for me than it would be for a person who hadn't had any experience in terms of going for interviews. So that's very important, guys. And which category? So people in marketing, finance, entertainment, legal, and technology are the 5 most common kinds of work experience category offered and taken up. See, other people in your fields, if you're going to study marketing or finance, are leveraging themselves. I highly advise that you do the same for yourself as well. Like I said, you're competing with the world, literally. I don't know where you plan to go to in the future, but I think it's going to be the same regardless. So work experience, when? See, I did my first internship over the summer holiday, but my second and third internship were during university. I was able to manage it. It was hard, but it is possible to do that as well. So 58% of people do their work experience during the summer holiday, 19% do it during post-exams in June, 14% do it during school time. I was one of those 14% people. 9% do it like during other holidays. I imagine that's like the winter holiday and whatnot. So it says over here as well, 68% of students complete 1 internship and 27% complete 2 or more internships. So 68% is a big number. See, like I told you, you're already competing with the world, but then 68% of those people are completing 1 internship. So you also need to think about what you're going to do to make yourself stand out even more from all those 68% of people. So yeah, these are the statistics. I am not lying to you. It's all here. You can go on Google and you can find out for yourself. Really, you should not be crying after graduation and struggling to find a job, to be honest. So really, really look out for yourself if you want to achieve the dreams that you want to achieve. And the next thing, I want to give you my top tips. I've given you the benefits of work experience. I've shown you what it's done for me, but at the same time, it needs to be executed well. Okay, so I'm going to give you a few tips to help you and guide you with regards to this. The first thing I will give you is set goals with a plan of action. I'll give you an example. My goal was to get into KPMG, right? I needed a plan of action. What was I going to do to make sure that I worked at KPMG? I made sure that I, studied accounting. I made sure that I got decent marks. I made sure that I got work experience. I made sure that I also volunteered and I became part of the student council at my university and so many other things and all that. And I also networked with the right people. So that was my plan of action. And when you plan accordingly, honestly, I find it very, unlikely that you will fail. So that's one big tip for you guys from myself. And another thing is to give everything your all. Guys, everyone appreciates a person who will give any small task everything they can give it. Even if it's going to collect papers from the photocopy machine, you do it to the very best of your ability. That's what I was doing at Bareface, and towards the end, I was now managing my own project. So, do the small things; it will open many doors for you. That's one thing that you should really, really take into consideration. Be willing to learn. Be humble. You don't know everything. I don't care what you think. You really don't know everything. You've still got a lot to learn. So always enter every situation with an open mind. Be willing to ask questions. Ask as many questions as possible. Write things down. Be humble. Even if you've completed all these number of internships at these big companies, you should still remain humble. People like people that are humble. Don't be cocky. So that's one thing that I want to give to you as well, because character is also key. And like I said many times, I'm saying it many times because, like I said, as you saw, 68% of people complete one internship. So give yourself an extra edge, like, volunteering. I personally had a passion for public speaking. So a lot of the time I would actually go and present with my university at Curtin. And that was really fun. I love to do it. And enter competitions. If you are one of those people that can win like business challenge competitions or science competitions, please do it. It would be great to put that on your CV. Really, like, go ahead and do it and make yourself stand out even more. Especially if it's an international thing, like, do it. And the last thing, because I think this is where a lot of students get it wrong: network, network, network. By the time you graduate, let's say you want to go into accounting. I'm going to give accounting. This is what I know and understand better. These were my goals: Deloitte, KPMG, Ernst & Young, PwC. By the time you graduate, you should have a contact in each one of those firms. And you should be able to be like, I need to email ABCD and tell them, look, I'm about to graduate. I've been able to achieve this. This is my GPA. If you're looking to hire anyone for this position, please think of me. You should be able to do that by the time you graduate. So meet as many people as possible. Keep good relations with people, even people you've worked with. Build your network. This is very important. A lot of people don't get jobs by applying online. I'm sure you know this. It's very rare, especially in this region. So keep that in mind. And yeah, guys, thank you so much for listening to me. I'm happy to take as many questions as possible right now. But over here is my LinkedIn at Sandy Lenkala. Feel free to add me. And this is my email if you really want to have a conversation with me. I'm very busy, but as long as you follow up, eventually I'll respond and I will help you as much as I can. I'm always happy to help. And yeah, that concludes my talk, guys. I really hope that it was helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Sandy. That was absolutely fantastic. It's one thing when us as educators get up on a screen and start saying these things to our students, but it's a whole other thing when they get to hear it from another student who's sort of just been there and done that. So thank you. It was very inspiring. I don't see any questions yet. We've got a couple of comments. So mostly resonating with me in gratitude. Um, I guess at this point, if we don't have any questions, then we can go ahead and end the session. But yes, Sandy, once again, thank you for taking the time out. I know you're really busy, and yeah, we look forward to welcoming you back to Curtin whenever you're around.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tretta. I'm always happy to do this. It was exciting for me because I haven't done this in a while, and I love to speak to people and share my thoughts. So
Awesome.
thank you for having me. It was really nice to speak to all of
Awesome.
you, and yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Great. I'm so glad to hear that. Um, all right, everyone. Well, thank you for taking the time out to listen in on this session. Our next session will start at 1. So we'll see you then. And thanks again, Sandy.
Anytime. Goodbye, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. We just have about 5 to 6 minutes to go before we commence the 1 o'clock session. So just hang in tight and we'll start soon. Thank you. All right, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back to the UAE Careers Community Virtual Fair. Our next speaker is actually zooming in from outside the UAE. Ms. Susanna Schwab is an executive and leadership coach and organizational change agent. As a quick introduction, she has several years of experience in HR and change management and leadership coaching in multinational corporations across the pharmaceutical and IT industries in Europe as well as the Middle East. Her expertise and passion lies in emotional intelligence, HR consulting, executive leadership coaching, leadership development, executive search, talent and high potential development, and high performance. Also in the formula racing. A little bit on the personal side, Susanna was born in Slovakia in Eastern Europe, having studied in Edinburgh in the UK. And over the last 14 years, she has been living in Vienna, Austria, with work exposure across Europe. She is currently also working as an educational agent at American University of Switzerland. So, a very warm welcome, Ms. Susanna. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Winter. And it's nice to be here. And it's definitely my passion, the topic emotional intelligence. And I'm going to start with a little story about myself. I hope you can hear me very well because I work on digital technology for the last year, and I know that that might be some reasons whether not or yes, but I hope that you do. But the story that I would like to start with is related to emotions, because when I was, well, I still consider myself young, although I'm 38 years old. But let's say when I was very, very young and I was deciding to go to school and university, I thought, and I don't know why, maybe it was the environment that I was exposed to, maybe it was the perception that I was holding, that I thought the emotions were not very good or had no place in the professional life. And somehow I was always disregarding them. When eventually I met someone about possibly 6 years ago, and I was already going through a lot of good things and experiences in my life, in my profession, but someone told me that I should follow my heart. And honestly, I didn't really understand what the person was saying, because I remember when I went home from that meeting, I was asking myself, what does this mean to follow your heart? What are they talking about? Because I was so disregarding the fact that the emotions have no place really in my life, I didn't really know what it meant. So what I would like to do today is I would like to show you, I'm just trying to get to the next slide. I don't know why it doesn't work. Let's see if that's gonna help you. Yes, no. So what I would like to do today is talk about the dream, because I strongly believe that the dreams have a lot to do with good emotions. And maybe it is right to do it, maybe it's not right to do it, but I will still do it. That I will say that we have emotions that we perceive or we classify as good, positive, that we like to have. And then we have negative emotions that we don't necessarily enjoy and like to have. And for me, because I can only always speak for myself because of my perception, I say that the dreams are good. And dreams create maybe some kind of inspiration in us, good feeling, something that moves us, something that makes us go after that possibly we think or believe that we are not able to achieve or do. So what I would like to start now is that I would like to ask those who are in the room if they can think of something that maybe they, as a maybe younger child, yeah, that they thought, oh, this is something that I would like to do. Or maybe they were watching someone that they thought, this is something that I would love to do. This is actually very exciting. So do you actually have a dream? Do you have something that you could think of, yeah, I had a dream, but I don't really think of that because I don't think I can achieve it. I want you to leave that part away. I just want you to really think about your dream right now. Do we have any responses maybe in the chat room? Shweta, can you see if there's anything that someone, if there are any courageous or open people to share with me whether they actually hold on a dream?
Yes, actually we do. Susanna, we have Mehershad, who has a dream that they're trying to achieve right now. And they said that if we want, they would be happy to share.
Thank you so much. There's no need to, I mean, I would love to hear about the dream because I love people talking about something that they are aspired to get. What I would like you to remember as of today is that the quality of your thoughts and how you feel has everything to do with how you're going to achieve the goal. And what I mean by it, that I consider myself as a person who was always very ambitious and who was always going after what I wanted. And I did it in a hard way. I didn't necessarily enjoy it until I met the person who told me, follow your heart. And when I look at the research and the science, it tells us that the messages that we are getting from the heart to our brain are far more than the other way around. So really, the emotions that we feel makes us, first of all, human, and second of all, are indicators whether we are moving towards that what we want or we don't. And I will get to that in a second. What is the emotional intelligence? You might already heard about the IQ, the intellectual intelligence, and I've heard a lot of false premises that apparently if you are high in a IQ, you probably are not very high in an EQ, in other words, emotional intelligence. Well, again, I can only speak from myself, from my experiences. There is a research that sometimes they say, yeah, but I have experienced people in my professional and private life who are extremely, extremely high in IQ and very, very high in emotional intelligence. Was it something that they were born with? No, I don't believe it. I think they were gradually working on themselves and gradually learning about themselves in order to get there. Now, the emotions are, like I said, very important and are crucial in order to get something that you actually want. So what my goal today is for you to think about what is it that I really want. And I can be honest with you, since I started working in the environment of coaching, which actually I got very gradually to, it wasn't something that I planned because I was in corporations and I was working with very senior leaders, and I was probably even lucky to be born in a family where some family members are in high politics. I was surrounded by leaders, and I realized that, first of all, not many people follow their dreams, and then when they achieve their goals, they somehow realize that, oops, I don't really feel happy. That's because, like I said, if you follow your heart, you don't even have to be at the sort of a peak of your goal. You will enjoy the journey throughout your life because you will follow your heart. So my intention, my goal, my desire today is for you to make a decision. That is all. Just to make a decision that you, first of all, decide that you want to know what you want to do. And it doesn't have to be today. The decision doesn't, or the information, the outcome doesn't have to be today. It could be later on. Or maybe you already know what you want, but until now you were hesitant or you were not sure whether you could even achieve that. And I want you to feel empowered. And what I mean by it is that I want you to be in control of your mind, and you will understand what I talk about. by the end of this workshop or presentation, whatever you call it, that you will feel motivated, not even motivated, inspired, probably that's the right word, inspired to go after what you want. And when I started at university, I was 17 years ago. I studied in Slovakia and then I studied in the UK. At the time, my studies were for 5 years. So that is why I chose this time scale, that I want you to think about what is it that you can actually achieve, what is it you can do in 5 years. Because when I went to university, I didn't even have some kind of idea that when you're at university, you could have even your own company. When I started it, I met a girl at one exam. I was studying business management and human resource management. And I remember I met this girl at the exam who started talking to me. And she said that she was having a company, dancing company. And I was like, what do you mean you have a dancing company? She's like, yeah, I dance, professionally with a group of girls, and we're dancing at like parties, like company parties, like Christmas parties, that if they want to have a program, and I lead this company. It's actually good, and we're now even getting on TV. And I was looking at her, and I precisely remember that I was thinking, wow, I wish I could have the courage and the intelligence and even the skills to go for it, to even study and have a business. Now, I'm not saying that you should have that this is something that you should go for it. It's just that it's how important it is for us to open a mind what we are even capable of. And I put, again, 5 years, because the 5 years was a period of studies, whether it was at Edinburgh or whether it was when I was studying in Slovakia. And I found some very interesting information, at least for me, that in 5 years, Columbus opened up a whole new world by discovering North and South America, Cuba, and Bahamas. In just under 5 years, Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel. In less than 5 years, Shakespeare wrote Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, Macbeth, and 5 other immortal plays. And at age 30, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos was living in a 500 square foot apartment, and 5 years later, his net worth was at $10 billion. So there are so many options that you can do. And I now know that when I feel inside that I'm inspired to do something, that this is something that I look up to, maybe I see someone doing something, some kind of a profession or some kind of a role, and if I feel inside in my body some sensation, positive sensation, then I know I am inspired. I am inspired to either have that skill or to become like this person. That's why I keep saying to my clients or people that I work with, it's not important how good you are. It's very important how good you want to be, because that's how our mind works. Always. It always works with the information we put in our mind. And I will show you in a minute how it works. But before I do that, I just want to show you what is it that I do. Like I said, I have this passion in the topic of emotional intelligence, but also topics like leadership and executive coaching, which I do on a part-time basis, even now in a corporation, in the IT industry. Before, I was in a pharmaceutical industry for over 11 years, where I experienced organizational development changes, change management. I also do or work as an educational agent at the American University of Switzerland. And my passion is the high performance, but not necessarily just high performance, because I want people to perform well in organizations and feel good about themselves, feel good that they are doing a really good job. And why? Because I was in a high performing company before, and as a HR, I experienced a lot of cases that I thought, well, this is not healthy. This is not good. I mean, yes, it's important to get success, at least for me. This is what I like, but it's also very, very important to enjoy it, to have a happy life, good quality life. and feel fulfilled and happy that in what we do. And that's why I decided to set up a company, and I've been coaching and consulting and training in these areas. For the last year, my doors open even to professional sports people. I started to be more involved in formula racing, and now I've been even in touch with a French guy who his dream is to drive for NASCAR because he is a French, and the NASCAR was just really only for Americans. But he decided that he's going to break the rule and he's going to go after it. It's not necessarily my primary expertise, but I have to say I do enjoy the passion of people that they know what they want and they go after it. Now, going back to the mind, I decided to show you a picture which is related to the mind and heart, and I call it mind-heart connection. And for those maybe who haven't seen it yet, I want you to think of it as either a computer or as maybe your phone or your iPad, and think of it that as a hardware, and that's your body. I know it's a little bit of courageous example, but I want you to understand what I talk about. So the hardware is your body. The body is able to function only because of the organs, in other words, because of your mind, which is connected very strongly to your heart. The same for the computer, for the phone. If you don't have a software, it doesn't function, it doesn't work. Now, the phone also needs a power, because if you don't have a battery or if you don't have electricity, it doesn't work. And that's the same for humans. If they don't have connection to positive, I mean good feeling emotions, they are not able to function in a long term, and they are not able to get what they want and enjoy it at the same time. That is why the emotional intelligence has become so important, not just for people to have good relationships, but also to have a good quality of life. What I mean by it is to be happy. And you would be surprised. I mean, at least that is my experience going through multinational corporations, huge. I'm talking about thousands and thousands of people across the world, that I, as a person, met people that they were achieving, they were not feeling happy. Like they were not really connected to their body, to their, I call it electricity or power, which are the good connections to the heart. So thinking about the software and thinking about the hardware, because I'm in an IT company now, where I support the team in terms of leadership and performance, I learned one very, very good quote. And in IT, you say, what you put in as a junk, you get out as a junk. And that works very well with the mind as well. What you put in your mind as a junk, in other words, the quality of thoughts, you will get out, because the thoughts go into your subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind is like a software. And as young people, I say you have advantage. It doesn't have to be, it's not a rule, but the possibility is very high that as a young people, you have the advantage to still adjust your mind by yourself. What I mean by it is, let's say someone in your environment might have had a very negative experiences related to some topic. And you mentioned to this person that you want to achieve this, or you want to go after this goal, or you want to have this dream. And the person might laugh at you. You have two options. You can either believe the person because you think, well, this person is very mature, experienced, he or she's probably right, I probably can't do it. Then I personally would consider it as a junk, that it goes into your mind and it influences you not in a good way, because automatically it holds your body back and you don't go after what you want. But if you have someone who is inspiring, and who will tell you, yeah, you can have whatever you want, you can go after you want, as long as that's what you want and you feel good about it. Then your subconscious mind, through the repetition of thinking about it, accepts it, and you as a person are automatically moved towards the goal. That's how it works. That's why it's so important, and everywhere you hear that, be cautious what you think about, be cautious how you feel, be cautious, because it's going to manifest outside in the world. Why? And now I don't know if I have any in the audience related to this, but sometimes I speak about example of a driving. So if you have a driving license already and you drive and you are used to it, in other words, you do it automatically without thinking about it. Sometimes it happens to me, even I know this, that I drive and sometimes I ask myself, oh my gosh, how did I get here? I don't even remember the journey that I got here. That's because the subconscious mind, the deep mind, is moving my body automatically without me consciously thinking about what I'm doing. And that's how it works in terms of the dreams and in terms of the goals, because they are so anchored deep in the mind that we do things automatically. The power, the emotions are probably the key, because it will keep you happy. It doesn't mean that sometimes people say, well, I will be happy when I get there. No, never. The mind will trick you. If you tell yourself, this is what I want because it makes me happy, it brings some spark, emotions, good feelings in me, then you're happy. And that's the key towards your goal. And it works, it really does. And I'll show you a little bit later more information. So what does it mean? How do you know if you are high in emotional intelligence or low in emotional intelligence? I heard some false premises that if you are emotional, then you are high in emotional intelligence. That is not necessarily true. You can go on my website. I have a test there if you would like to test yourself, like where you stand in terms of your EQ. But generally, if you are able to recognize how you feel, so I feel good in this group of people, or I feel good, I feel happy when I do this activity. Like for example, I love when I go cycling. It's just like, I feel this freedom. I don't know what. I'm not doing it professionally, but I recognize that it gives me a good feeling. I love spending time with my family. I love laughing. I love watching funny movies. And I started sort of observe that when, in what situations I feel good. Now, I'm saying that I'm in these situations 100% all the time, but I'm saying that I recognize in what moment I feel good and I don't. Then I think of, okay, so I know I'm feeling well. This is what I like. And if I get angry, let's say someone makes me angry or something makes me angry or something makes me frustrated, I ask myself, why am I feeling this way? I'm not saying that this person made me, which I just did, but I did it purposely. But I ask myself, why am I feeling angry? And I'll give you an example. I remember that precisely again. I was in high school and I wanted to go to that first university, which I had to pass very, very hard exams. I don't know if it was because of the baby boom at the time that we were such a huge population, or I mean, the university was really good, but they were only taking about 250 students. And I really, really wanted to get to that university. And I had an English teacher. She was really good, really, really good in English. And she somehow figured out that I wanted to go to that university through maybe talks that we had as discussions. And I know it was her intention to help me. I remember that. But she came to me and she said, you know, your English is not good enough. Maybe it's better to go for a different university because you probably won't pass. And I remember at the time, I was so angry. I was so angry. But her intention was good. She just wanted to help me when I look back now. But at the time, I can tell you, I was disappointed. I was first angry, then I was sad. And I then somehow spoke to my dad about it. And my dad said, why do you believe her? Why do you believe her that you can't do it? And it somehow got stuck in my mind. And then I started thinking, it's true. Why do I let her decide whether I can pass or I can't? And I did pass. And actually, I started really hard. And I was telling myself constantly, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. And I worked so hard that then eventually I went to the UK and studied there. And then I worked there, and I even went to America. And I know now that I could go back to her and I could tell her, by the way, you know, I got to that university, I passed the exam, I got even over 95%. But I know that she would tell me, she would smile and she would look at me and she would say, I'm so proud of you. Because at the time, her intention was to help me, but I perceived it something that she was putting me down. The art is to be always in charge of your mind and never let anyone to control, whether directly or indirectly, about your life. Everyone, I always tell myself, everyone has for sure good intentions. Everyone has for sure opinion because of their experience, but it is my decision whether I'm going to accept it for myself or not. And here I have a little bit of an overview what it means to be high in the emotional intelligence or low. But the first thing is to always be in charge of your emotions and recognize them, not suppress them, recognize them. So what I would like to do is I would like to start with a little game, which I learned throughout some workshop on the emotional intelligence. And why? Because when you've decided, okay, as of today, I'm going to notice, I'm going to focus on how I feel and what kind of thoughts I have in my mind, it requires a lot of focus. And it took me a while to understand what the focus really means. Because once you are aware how you feel and why you feel that way, as I told you the example with my teacher, I was angry, but I wasn't angry because she told me that. I was angry because I thought that she thought of me that I wasn't good enough. But if I believed by myself that I was good enough to achieve that, I wouldn't have been angry at her or generally. So I was focusing in my mind. I had a thought in my mind that was telling me I'm probably not good enough to get to that university. That was the focus that I didn't realize. And once you are able to recognize it, you can just switch it and you can just say, thank you. This is what I tell sometimes my mind. I say, thank you. That's opinion, but I don't have time for this now. I want to focus on this presentation, or I want to focus on this workshop that I do, or I wanted to focus on this very important conversation. I recognize what is it that my mind is telling me. And once you do, you start to relax, and then you start to feel good, and you realize, you know, life is good. Life, I like life. Actually, it's going the way that I would like to do. So that's the focus. And I would like to do now a small exercise for 20 seconds. And I would like you to count on the picture that I will show for 20 seconds, all geometrical shapes that you see. That is all. Just all geometrical shapes. So let's go to the picture and I'm counting now. Got 10 seconds left. Okay. So I would like to ask some people in the audience, how many geometrical shapes did you see on the picture? Trenta, if you can help me, if there's anyone who is courageous enough.
Yes, so we've got 2 answers so far. We've got 31, we've got roughly 100.
Okay, well done, thank you.
Got a 26.
Well, see, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know the answer, but I'm going to ask you another question. How many kids were on the bus? How many kids did you see on the bus?
Someone says 5.
Okay, well done. Well, when I got the first time this exercise, I was like, what bus? There was a bus? I didn't even notice that bus. Well, that's because when you are strongly focused on something, you don't see anything else. You don't actually notice it. And that's why when your mind is telling you something, let's say in that case, when I thought I can't pass the exams, my mind was telling me I'm not good enough. And that is why I was creating a reality for me that probably I would not pass that exam, and it would confirm it to me that, are you not good enough? That's why I tell people every time when I coach them, watch, or observe, or be aware of what's going on in your mind. And you can't do it 100% because that would be exhausting to do it like 24/7 or 16 hours a day. It's just that when you don't feel good, focus, why am I not feeling good? What am I focusing on? What am I thinking of? Or what am I observing that I don't maybe necessarily like? And then change it. Change either the thought or focus on something that is pleasant for you. I actually coached yesterday one lady, and she decided to move up in a corporation, and she's relatively young, and she told me like, oh, because there's this thought that I keep having in my mind that I'm this blonde little girl, that people see me as a little blonde girl and they don't take me seriously. And I said, well, stop it. Stop it. If you observe that you have this thought, what could you tell yourself? And then she started saying, well, I could tell myself that I'm good enough. I'm good enough to learn. I'm good enough to get it. I'm good enough. I've worked hard. I've studied hard. So what you focus on, create the reality outside. That is why it's so important to be aware of how you feel and what you think. So going back to the dream, whatever that you wanted, if let's say you would go, I don't know, you want to be an international artist. So my advice, I don't know if it's the right word to say it, advice, but what I would do from my experience and knowledge that I know, I would focus on the end. Like, how does it feel to be a famous international artist? How does it feel? What would I do there? Why do I even want it? Like, what is it I want to experience? Do I want to go abroad? Or do you want to experience new cultures? Or do I want to just be in a flow of painting? I would start thinking about these things because they make me feel good. And then, like I said, with the computer as a software, it will go into your subconscious mind, and gradually your body will move towards that goal. This is my last slide, and I always tell my own son, because I have a child, I always tell him, I want him to be empowered. I want him to feel that he is in charge of his own life, although he's quite small. But I always tell him, whatever you do, think about it, what you want to do and why you want to do it, how you feel. Because I realized that feeling good is probably the key for happiness, key for getting what we want, and even getting along as human beings in this world. But that is only my personal perception and belief. How do you make sure that you are focused towards that you want? Like I said, dream, very important, dream about what you want. if you know what you would like to get. If you think like, well, I don't know what to get, because I did have some such clients as well in the past that they were saying, well, I don't really know what I want. And I said, well, that's okay. As long as you have intention, then you tell yourself, I want to know what I want. And I can guarantee you, because I know how the mind works, that you will find out. You will be exposed to experiences that you will then gradually decide, this is what I don't want, this is what I want, and gradually you will find out. But you have to, in your mind, make a decision that you want to have this information, that you want to know what you want. Or you already know what you want and you say, yes, I know I have the potential, because that's how the human mind works. And I know that's my dream, because it inspires me every time when I think about it, or I look at it, or I listen to it, or listen about it. I know this is my dream. That's the way to do it as well. Or, and that's what I teach in corporations, is to calm your mind. And the mind is, if you start really observing your mind, like how it works, you will find out it's so busy. And it could be so strong. It's like telling yourself, I can say there was as a lady that I told myself a few times, I am done eating chocolate with my coffee because I would like to lose weight. And if I tell myself I'm done with eating the chocolate, my subconscious mind, because I've done it so many times, there's a very, very high risk that will move me towards the chocolate automatically without even realizing. That's how the program works in the computer and in our mind. But in order to focus on something that we actually want, you need to calm it down. How do you calm it down? You either meditate, that's probably the best. Meditate in a way that go for a walk and start to observe your environment. And as soon as you notice that I'm thinking about something else rather than the environment, then you're not calming your mind. Start saying gratitude, because when you say what you are thankful for, your mind has no other reasons to focus on something that maybe that, you know, this person said to me, or this person made me feel this way, or, oh, I didn't really do well in this class, or I didn't really have a good discussion with my parents. Whatever that is, if you start focusing and telling something, your mind, it has no other option just to focus on it. It's training it like a muscle. What works for me, I love uplifting, happy music. If I have a very busy day and I know that I am not really focused on that, what I want, in other words, my goals or my work, or actually I now sign up for MBA course as well to do it privately. So whatever distracts me and I feel like, oh, I'm not feeling well, I switch on uplifting music. I always tell my Alexa, please switch on happy songs. That's the phrase that I use at home. It's very important to sleep enough. When I was at the time of university, there were some people that they like to party, and I always say, whatever works for you guys, like whatever makes you happy, but sleep is like crucial to detox your body and your mind. Because if you don't sleep enough, the mind, the brain produces toxic neurons, it doesn't clean up. And then it doesn't have positive effect on you and your body, and you feel very tired and you don't function as good as you could be, and you're not happy at the end. You will feel eventually unhappy or depressed. Another thing that I would like to say is just do what makes you happy, you know, like meet people that uplift you, speak to I don't know, some groups that you want to get to, or do activities, some hobbies that you feel like, oh, you know, this is something that makes me feel good. Gradually, you will move towards the awareness that I was talking about. And I put that here, the animal, because it's a symbol of my logo. I love this animal. I really do. It's my favorite animal. It's cheetah. And why did I choose it? For me, when I observed it in a zoo, I thought very calm, very focused, beautiful for me in my eyes, elegant and unique. And I think everyone in this world is unique if they decide that they want to be. Unique because it's the fastest animal. It might not be good in other parts, but it doesn't matter for me. And that's why I chose it as a logo and as a symbol for you to take it with you, that you could be a cheetah as well if you decide that this is what you want. And if you don't, that's all right. It's your choice. I think that's why it's so beautiful in this world that we actually have always the freedom to decide for ourselves. And that is all from my side. Are there any questions?
We had a couple of thank yous coming in, and someone has asked if you could put the link to your website, but I do believe that's up on the screen now.
Thank you. Yes. That you will find the test for emotional intelligence under the link. If there is anything that you would like to learn or you would like to find out, I'm happy to have a chat. Feel free to reach out to me. You can find the contact details on my website. Like I said, I'm also the educational agent at the American University of Switzerland, where I'm representing the subjects like business administration, entrepreneurship, luxury management. So if you would like to know any information about that, or I don't know, just coaching, whatever, let me know. I'm always happy to support or to reach out. Really, all good. Any other questions?
None as of now.
Okay, perfect. Well, I would like to thank you for your time and for your attention, because I know that the focus sometimes can be very challenging, and who knows, maybe see you soon.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Susanna, for this. The session was very insightful, and I do hope, we can invite you to the UAE at some point and have you actually do the session in person for the community. It would be absolutely great.
I'll be happy to do that as soon as we are able to.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to our lovely audience that's been with us since the morning. You guys have been really patient. And just in terms of the next session, we will be starting at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to take a second, just thank you guys for just setting everything up and just providing this opportunity for us all. So thank you.
Indeed.
And thank you for such a lovely presentation, by the way. That was really, awe-inspiring, I think is the best way I can put it. It really shows the effect our mentality has on the way our thought processes work. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you as well. It was nice being here. Very inspiring for me as well. Every time I love to inspire others, and I love to be inspired. I'm going to put it this way, not just to inspire others, but I love the feeling of feeling good and positive and probably the essence of it.
Yeah, I gotcha. It is a very nice feeling.
Thank you. So, like I said, if there are any other questions, feel free to reach out. The contact details are on my website. Thank you so much, Rita, for your assistance and for your help, by the way. It's been great, really.
Thank you. No, thank you so much.
By the way, is it okay if I ask a question that's unrelated to the topic?
Yes, sure.
No, I remember you mentioned that you're into Formula One. I just want to say, which driver do you support?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, because I had some interruption there.
Oh, okay. No, I said, I remember you saying that you were into F1 and just racing in general. So yes. I want to know which driver do you support?
Oh, well, I used to watch it when I was young, and I was always for Ferrari. Actually, I was very much supporting Schumacher. He was my
Schumacher.
Yeah, he was my favorite. At the moment, I don't really have, probably because I know more people who actually want to move towards the F1. I don't really have anyone that I would say like, oh, you know, I'm supporting this person or that person. I more observe when they talk, like the really the good ones. I observe how they talk and what they say, because that tells me what beliefs they have. And what I mean beliefs is like what they constantly think about, and why they are getting where they are getting, or why they are winning when they are winning. Because I had one British guy who really wants to get into F1, and it might sound a little bit odd, but it's a hard work. It's really hard work.
I actually have a friend who works in like F1, like in the F1 industry. So it's like, yeah, it's insane. Like I remember that, what's it called? Like he had to just like stay over at the arena for like 20 something hours. Like, it's insanely hard.
Yes, it is. And it's so strong in terms of like how focused, how hardworking you have to be, how aligned in the team as well, not just necessarily as a driver, but with the whole team that supports you have to be. And I've been learning about this as well, and I liked it. I even went to as not necessarily as a visitor, but as a member of a team to our ring in Austria, the Red Bull ring. And there I experienced the back scene that you see on TV. And then I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Very different. But I don't have someone who would necessarily support. But thank you for the question.
No worries. Anyways, I hope you have a lovely day. I think I'm going to go take a break.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining in. We will be beginning the next session in about 4 minutes. All right, everyone. Welcome back. And to those who have just joined us, a very warm welcome to the UAE Careers Community Virtual Fair. Just a couple of house rules really quickly. Please ensure that your mics and your mics are muted and that your videos are switched off throughout the session. There will be time for questions at the end of every session. You are welcome to either then unmute and speak, or you can drop your questions and comments in the chat box. In case you don't get your questions answered, you can always email us on events@uaecareerscommunity.com, and we will ensure that the speaker gets back to you. Finally, if anyone is found disrupting the session, they will be removed and will not be allowed back in. All right, so without further ado, a quick introduction to our next speaker. Ms. Pega Cole is the director of a human resources consultancy based in the United Arab Emirates. She is also a licensed career coach with over 15 years of experience in helping people, right from graduates to mid to even senior C-level executives. This has all been done predominantly in the Middle East, and she helps them take the next big step towards their career growth. Thank you so much, Ms. Pega. Over to you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to starting this session. So just wanted to quickly, sorry, who's the host exactly? Because Shweta is the...
Yes, it's Shweta.
Okay, cool. Nice, good. So just wanted to check a little bit about the audience. Are mostly fresh graduate, either from school or from college or from university, right?
Yes, absolutely. So we do have some schools whose classes are tuning in. This would be from grades 9 to 12 or even 13. And then we have a mix of university students and some fresh grads, as well as careers practitioners.
Okay, perfect. Nice, good. So I'm going to start the session without any further ado then. Thank you very much for the introduction that you've done for me. I just wanted to add something else as well to the introduction. And so we're going through the session together. I also an author of this book called The Formula, which is the formula about the job hunting. So it's from A to Z of the job hunting. I put all this together in this book, and it's available on all online channels, or like over 700 online channels, along with Amazon's Kindles and the rest of the famous one. So it's a very short book, so don't worry, I'm not going to give you another book to read. But it has lots of information, direct to the point. You don't need to go further than that. So can I share my screen then?
Yes,
okay.
You should be able to.
Okay. Perfect. How to write a winning CV or resume, or whatever you want to call it. We're going to go further to this slide. So this is a little bit about me, which is here. And oh, there is a problem, Shweta. I don't know why it's not showing the way that it's supposed to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I see the screen. For some reason, it's not. Do we have your updated presentation, Pega? Would you like me to share it from my side?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Sorry, everyone. This is a technology era, and we always need to expect this kind of errors at our point. So before I started with my presentation, I want to share something. I hope that whatever I'm sharing in this session won't be, I mean, I'm not hoping, but I'm sure that at certain point, it won't be valid. Why? Because the technology is really going so fast. So in few years, you don't need the CV as you used to need it. For example, back in days, the time that I was at your space, I was at your place, I should, apply with the CV in my hand. It was like the paper CV and the hard copy. But nowadays, no one even using the hard copy, everyone using the soft copy. Okay, there we go. I think we have the presentation, so.
Yep, we're good to go.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, but if I want to change the slide, I need to ask you to do so, or I can do it.
You would need to ask me.
Okay.
You could take control of my screen as well, but I'm happy to just help you through.
Sure, no worries. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, these are the quick intro about me and the book, The Formula. So let's go to the next one. Okay, so what is CV? I don't know if I rather to have a very interactive sessions, but let's keep it as it is. So it's a short form of the Latin word called curriculum vitae, which is like about the course of life, or you know, we call it CV or vitae, or you know, like it's an overview of yourself, what you have done, what is your experience, what is your credentials, and everything like in one paper. Imagine that instead of you going to someone and telling them, oh, I'm doing this and this and this and this, you know, you have it in one page or one paper. So I call it your catalog. I call it your brochure. So instead of you doing this CV can do this for you, and it can go miles away. It can go to another country without you being personally there. So before we're going further, because of the pandemic, we have a very rapid way of going through the technology, as I mentioned. So except the paper or the page of the CVs, like a Word documents, we have also another way of having a CV, which is like a video CV. So you talk about your experiences. They can see you. They can see your body language. They can see you're smiling or you're frowning, or you know, like all of these things also can be measured in your video CV. It's a very early stage of the video CVs, but nevertheless is not going to be ignored, and probably is going to be the future of the CVs in the future world. So I just want to keep that for you in mind, that you know, whatever you're hearing here, it's going to be applicable for your video CV as well. So can we go to the next one, please? Okay, so how to write an impressive CV. For you guys, it's a bit different than if someone has the 10 years of experience or 20 years of experience, and I've done most of it, and I know what we need to focus on. And that's why I mentioned that, you know, like I ask for the audience, because it's very much should be relevant to you. If you are just graduated or you are about to graduating, so you should have a different mindset, and the recruiters look at your CV with the different mindset as well. So how to write an impressive CV to not get, next slide, rejected. Yes. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so your CV will be filtered with in two different ways, and you need to have your CV ready for all of this, both filters that is going through. Okay, nowadays, let's say if the company has like thousands of employees, or like they cannot, literally, they cannot go through screening everyone's CV for every job through the human resources. So because of that, we got something called ATS, which stands for Application Tracking Systems, or Application Tracking Softwares. So if I want to give you an idea about the ATS, let's say you're Googling something. You go to Google, you search, I don't know, like careers community. So what will happen exactly at the back end? There are like some crawlers that they're crawling through all the web pages and finding out the keywords that you mentioned, that you put it in the search box, and they found it for you. So it's quite similar to that. And for application tracking softwares or systems, what they do when you apply for a job, they screen your CV and they scan it, and they find out the relevant keywords on your CV, which is matched with the keywords and the job description. So it's very much should not be neglected. It's very important. And most of the time, I mean, you guys are quite fresh. Maybe you haven't faced it, but if anyone faced that, please let me know at the end of the session. Sometimes you face that they're like, you're applying for thousands of jobs, or okay, not thousand, let's say 50 jobs, 15 jobs even, and they're like, there nothing you hear back from them, and they're like, most of the time is everything is very much automated. So they need you to upload your CV, they ask you for certain information, and it's like 500 pages. It's not, but it's a lengthy process, and then at the end you don't hear anything, you know. So I can say that whenever I hear this complaint, I always go back to this point, and I always say that it's because of this. So there are many things involved in your CV that if you're not in comply with that ATS, your CV going as a blank documents to the ATS. So they cannot read anything from your CV. So it's very important to know how to format the CV to be ATS friendly. Okay. So what we need to have in our CV, or how our CV need to be ATS friendly. First of all is a CV file format. Okay. The thing is, if you go to internet and you search for the CV format or CV template or whatever, there are thousands of different ways that they're doing it. I make it very simple for you, and it's not only I make it simple, it's necessity, and you have to do it this way to be able to pass the ATS filter. It's you need to have your CV to be formatted in the Word documents. So it's very important to have it in Word, not even PDF. Why? Because the PDF is sometimes is not very much friendly with some ATS. So we don't know what they use, every single company. There are many different ATS softwares. So best thing to do is to keep it simple, keep it in the Word documents. Don't do it in any other format. So I know that so many CV formatting companies, they are like, they love PDF, but believe me, it's just much more safe to go with Word, because all of them, they can read Word documents. Okay, so what else you need to do? Avoiding any symbols. Your CV, in one word, needs to be as dry as possible. Ugly, literally. Nothing in it, nothing exciting except the words written, paragraph, and some of the bullet points that needs to be there. Other than that, avoid anything. So avoid symbols, avoid any kind of headers or footers, and also your picture. Back in days, again, I'm going back to the reason that we have the pictures on our CVs, was like there was no LinkedIn, no social medias, no presence of anyone on the internet. And the only way that they could find out who is Pegagol in that paper, it was for me to put my picture there so they can have an idea. And now it's just completely useless to do so. And not only that, it's also affecting your application tracking system filtering because you put your picture there. So avoid doing that. Instead, you can put your LinkedIn link. I believe that we have, you have guys another session about the LinkedIn profile. So you know what is LinkedIn. So you can have your LinkedIn link on your CV. So when they are receiving it on their email, they can click on it. You can have your picture there and everything will be there as well, you know. So don't worry about that. It's absolutely not required to put your picture on your resume or your CV. So now we're reaching to the human filter, and I'm going to share with you something very important about recruiters. We have few people that they're screening your CVs, either recruiters, external recruiters like me. I used to, for 15 years, I used to screen the CVs and finding it and finding I was a matchmaker between the employees and employers. So I find the job seekers job and I find the employers the right candidates for the job that they have. So this is one way of one person that there's reviewing your CV. The second person is going to be internal recruiters. There are some internal recruiters that they are posting the jobs and they're receiving the CVs and they're checking your CV. The third one are the line managers. For example, we have head of communication, and they are looking for someone like a fresh graduate, or not head of communication, maybe communication manager. They need a fresh graduate to join to their program, and they are looking at your CV. So for this, all of these people, they have a busy schedule, and they have their own life and they have their own work as well. And plus, they need to also review your CV. And for every single application, that every single job vacancy that we posted online, if I tell you we get more than 1,000 applicants, I did not lie it. So like every single time I put normally between 800 to 1,500 applicants. I know it's shocking, right? But that's the situation, especially I think in this part of the world, because the competition is high, the demand is high as well. So, you know, we have this problem. Even if it's not 1,000, let's say, even if it's 50 candidates just applying for one job, the person needs to go through the 50 CVs. So put yourself in their shoes. It's not going to be easy. They cannot spend time on your CV a lot. So you need to keep it short. On average, they said that each recruiters, they are spending between 6 to 7 seconds on any CVs. And I can confirm that. That's the truth. So I know that we have some topic about my, you know, the title of my my session today also was like what the recruiters are looking for. I'm just going to also mix that with this, because they are looking for these things. They're looking for short CVs, shouldn't be long, especially for you. You just graduated, you may not have a lengthy of years of experience. So happy days. One page is enough. Please don't keep it 2 pages. I saw sometimes the fresh graduates, they have 2 pages CV, and I'm wondering what exactly they put that make it 2 pages. So keep it short, keep it professionals. What does that mean? Like avoid certain things, like for example, avoid writing something very personal, and keep the everything so coherent. Keep everything, when you're writing it, write it specifically for one purpose. For example, if you are a fresh graduate from finance and you've done lots of things about finance, lots of, I don't know, internship, or you've done some summer jobs or anything like that, you can just mention it. But anything except that, you can keep it in the hobby side, but not put so much information that is personal, which is not going to gain you anything. Another very, very important part is the keyword. Keyword is the key of your CV. So I know that as a graduate, you may not have lots of keywords to use it. Surprisingly, you can still use certain things. Even fresh graduate is a key, is a keyword, because some jobs are specifically for you. Most of the you know, Fortune 500 companies and like, they are like big organizations, they have this management trainee program, which is specifically for fresh graduate. They don't take anyone with experience. So lucky for you, and it's a keyword for you as well. So keep the keywords inside that, like fresh graduate. If you are graduated from I don't know, like distinction, or like the GPA is high, please mention it. If you got like, I don't know, magna cum laude or something like that, it needs to be there because it's part of the keywords as well. The spelling needs to be right, and that's something that I don't need to mention it, but sometimes we see that. And if the job required attention to details, certainly that's not going to get you the job. And needs to be coherent, as I mentioned. So it's very important to keep it simple, very dry, very simple, very unattractive, because I see sometimes graduates, they really want to do you know, lots of different colors, colorful, because that's how youth, they want to show themselves vibrant. I can say you can do it on your LinkedIn profile, but for CV, keep it Very simple, please. So, and also you need to got your achievement highlighted. Very important to have your achievement highlighted. I know that you may thinking, okay, I never worked, what kind of achievements I have, but obviously you have done something, you know, maybe during your school time, during university. I don't know, maybe you were presidents of this club in the uni, or you got a medal in something, even if it's not relevant, but still keep it there, because that's how you differentiate yourself with the others. So can we please go to the next slide? Perfect. So how your CV should look like, that was what I was talking about. To be honest, I would even remove these lines, but those are fine. So it should be a mix of some bullet points, some summary, which is going to be a paragraph, and information about your education. So you need to have your personal information for sure. When you put your phone and your email address, I recommend you to put also LinkedIn link there, so that they can easily find you on LinkedIn as well. Your personal summary, which is who you are, what you're looking for, and what is your ambition, like what do you want to achieve. So these are very important for fresh graduate. Okay, here you can put your education on the top. That's because it's your most recent achievements, so you can put it on the top, but this is like a very much overview of the CV of anyone who wants to have the CV. So I kept it a little bit more generic because I thought maybe we have in our audience you know, someone who's having experiences. So then your skills, then the personal skills, technical skills, then as I mentioned, the education, the credentials, whatever you got literally need to be there, because that's what you are at the moment. You got the most important things at the moment, it's your education. However, achievements are something that recruiters will look at it always. Even if you have 10 years of experience, the achievements are something that you need to really consider to put it and highlight it. So they look at it because they want to see, they want to get a glimpse of your personality as well. So let's say, I don't know, you are, yeah, again, I'm going to go through the finance graduate again. You're a finance graduate, and then you also, you know, attended to some competition, sport competition, and you won. So that's what it exactly tells about you. It tells that you're, you know, you have the competitive personality, and you like to win, you like to achieve something. So that's also it's something that they look, because they want to get other things. Yes, you may have like your personal skills, your soft skills, I don't know, like you may put certain words which they are a bit overused and cliche, they lost their meaning, but they look at these things, they look at the achievements, because those are the ones that tell about your personality and your soft skills more than what you put over there. Okay, so can we go to the next slide, please? Again, what should include in your CV? It's the completion of the last slide. So the resume summary, you need to put your summary, like who, as I said, who you are, what you're looking for, and what is your where do you see yourself, or what is your ambitious, and then put statements that grab their interest, and you know, and make them want to ask your question. So certain things, again, like you know, if you again, if you graduated from certain distinction or something, you mention it, or maybe I can see that in the new generations, because I'm a bit into into the startups and talking about tech startups, talking about the unicorns. And also I do some, I actually work on some startups myself, which is very much relevant to recruitment. And I hope that would be disruptive for the whole recruitment process, because I find that it's quite different. So what I'm going to do is going to be the revolution, similar to what Uber did maybe, and like going for... Everything's all right?
Yes, sorry about that. I think someone got unmuted.
Okay, no worries. Okay, yeah, so it's going to be similar to that. So some of you maybe, for example, graduated from communication major, your major communication, or major marketing, or major finance, accounting, or different majors. However, you are very much interested to work in startups, to get the experience on that. So this is a very new thing for everyone, and I can see that the within my capacity and the project that I'm working on, that there are lots of fresh graduates that they want to join. Actually, they approach us and they ask us if they can join, and they want to have their internship there, or they want to have some experience there. So you may put something like startup enthusiast, or tech savvy, or technology enthusiast, something like that. So that's grabbed my attention, and I'm like, okay, I can see that someone is showing the interest. So between all those CVs, maybe like I'm getting hundreds of CVs of fresh graduates, I will go through the one that they actually mentioned something like that, which grabbing my attention. Again, going through the accomplishment, I remember once I had an intern, which she was a fresh graduate, and she actually attended one of my seminars, and then after that she approached me, she bought my book, and then she said that she really likes to work with me without me asking. And I said, okay, fine, let's do internships. So this is another way, by the way, you can approaching companies, and getting your internship, or getting your summer job, or getting your freelancing jobs even. So, and then I look at her CV, I look at her LinkedIn profile, and she was all right. I didn't really, see anything like, it was very, very, very normal CV. And then I added the, like as a recruiter, we always double check everything about the person. And you need to be careful also with your social media, because nowadays people do research about you. And if you research about me, for example, you will see that I have my Google panel. It's about me. I'm an author, and all these things, it's everything is there already about me. And this is the same about you. More or less, you're gonna have some presence online. So when I was checking her, and I follow her on Instagram, and then I saw that there was a ceremony, and then she got her, it was a graduation ceremony, and she said, was the only female who graduated with magna cum laude. And I was like, wow. And she didn't even mention it in either her CV or her LinkedIn profile. And I was like, that's something it should be on top of your CV, literally highlighted, and shows that you were the only female in the whole batch of graduates to achieve that, which is great achievement. So don't forget something like that. Keep it always in mind. So, and your interests and passions, as I mentioned, you can mention it. Also, the soft skills and hard skills, both of them need to be there. When I talk about hard skills, sometimes you're getting like IT, information technology graduates, that they are actually, have some kind of working with certain certain software, certain hardwares, and they know about certain things that it's very much considered as a hard skills, and it's not something anything technical. Literally, it can be like even finance, doesn't matter. Anything technical is hard skills. Anything personal is soft skills. So if if you're, you know, like even being an introvert and extrovert is the soft skills. And believe me, none of them is going to be better than the other, because all of us, we have certain unique personality type that is going to be matched for certain jobs for us. Not everyone likes every job. So for example, if I go, some people, they love working in admin. And for me, it's something that I will not going to enjoy it. So if you mention it, it's make it easy for everyone to find out who you are in terms of the personality, in terms of the skills and credentials. And can we go to the next slide, please? Perfect, thank you. What not to include on your CV? Your photo, I mentioned earlier. Okay, this salary history is about someone who already had experience, but as I said, I kept it generic because anyways, this, even if you get a job, for the next job that you apply, you need to have this information as well. And so salary history shouldn't be there. And why you left your previous position, again, that's really doesn't need to be there. Keep these ones for the time that you have your interview, which I'm sure that another expert talking about what you say and what not to say in an interview, which is that going to be about, you know, that. References. Okay, I see lots of people, they put like a list of their references with all of their personal information and their contact details. It's not professional, first for them, because you need to ask permission. Even if they give you the permission, it's nice to just mention that references will be provided upon request or something like that, available upon request, which shows that you're confident. But at the same time, you don't want to expose everyone's information on the piece of paper or on the page Word documents, you know, so that's another thing. So if I want to, you know, put everything together at the end of this session, can we go to the next slide, please? Yes. Okay, so certain things about me, I want to help you more. I've done lots of you know, seminars for fresh graduates. You can also follow me on social medias, which like YouTube. I'm going to post something like 2 sessions, like 45 minutes, about the graduate, how they can find job during and after 2020. LinkedIn is a very, very, very powerful you know, platform that you can add me on LinkedIn as well. And I also post regularly very much so many useful information, and it's going to help you if you want to do it now or later. Anyways, you're gonna gain some information out of my sometimes live sessions, sometimes my content and the posts that I put. So all of these channels are my social media channel. You can find me in any of those. And if I want to put all of these information together, is that make sure that your CV is short, it's on the Word documents, it's coherent, and got all the necessary information that you need to have to show who you are in front of your future employees. So I guess that's we are at the end of the session. If you have any questions, please ask me.
Great, thank you so much for that, Pika. It was really, really informative. We do have a couple of questions that came in during your session.
Sure.
So some of them include, could you give us an example or a cohesive list of keywords that come through the ATS?
Okay, very good question. How you can find out? Okay, each job, they have different ATS keywords, you know. So if we have a, I don't know, finance manager, certainly has certain different keywords than someone who's just a graduate in finance. Okay, the best way to find it is to find it in the job description. So I'm I'm under the impression you're applying for some companies, and the only way that you know it's ATS, it's because it's going to be automatically you applied your CV and send your CV through the computer, and you fill some forms most probably. So that's in that way you can only apply if there is a job description. So they put the job, for example, on Indeed or on LinkedIn or like any of these websites, Naukri Golf or Monster. So I'm giving some extra information as well, so you can find these jobs there. You'll find those jobs, and it's written for fresh graduate. Check the job description. They said fresh graduate, finance major, for example, and the GPA should be 3+, or they need to be first class or whatever. Sometimes they require this. And then they said if their CFA is going to be plus, so if you are pursuing your CFA, please mention it there. So that's something you need to mention. And then there are certain things about the personality type. They said team player, I don't know, efficient, attention to detail. So these are the keywords that they already mentioned it there. And then you need to just find out, you know, those keywords, which it's easy because for fresh graduate, the job description, it won't be lengthy. It would be like, I don't know, maybe I don't know, 100 words or something, maybe more, but it's not going to be lengthy. So you can find out easily through the job description, and then you can make sure that you got all those keywords on your CV. Hope that it's covered what was your question.
Great, thank you. The next question we had was, is such a comprehensive CV required for college admissions as well?
To be honest, it's a bit different. But what I can say that in any kind of situations that you're presenting yourself, let's keep it this way. You're presenting yourself. If you're not there, something need to explain who you are. So doesn't matter if it's for the college, if it's for the if it's for the job description. The college is really not my expertise, but as far as I know, it doesn't matter. It should show who you are when they are looking at this paper. They are looking at this page about you. They should know who you are. They should know what kind of personality you have, and they should know what kind of credentials and backgrounds you've got. So that's what I can say from my point.
Thank you for that, Vika. The next question we have is, do recruiters usually ask questions regarding the skills that you add on your CV to make sure that you aren't faking them? Oh, and sorry, they've asked a second question, which is, how do we add potential evidence to back anything we put on our CV?
It really depends. I mean, we are trying to keep everything very accurate and not faking anything. And what I suggest that it's for everyone to just put whatever is the truth, and it's not really worth it. So if you're saying that I'm punctual, and then you reach to your interview late, then that's that's indicate, and whatever you're faking is somehow it's going to show. And so this is the best advice I can say, that you don't do it. And people normally look at it and they are under the impression that whatever you wrote there is correct. And if they need more evidence when they are meeting you, when they're interviewing you, or before even the interview, they will ask for proof. So if you are, if you're graduated from, I don't know, if you majored communication and your GPA is 2.8, and so when they are, when you're going through the process and they see your certificate, somehow it's going to show. And the worst situation to be is to be caught for not being transparent about the truth about yourself. So this is very important. And I had situation in the past, and yes, recruiters, they do ask these questions, and believe it or not, somehow we become psychologists, like it's like we understand from the body language, from the tonality of the voice, from many different aspects that it's very much related to gut feeling, but it's not gut feeling. It's more about the experience that we got. Because, for example, myself, I met with 2 candidates per day for 15 years. Imagine 2 candidates. I spoke to 50 candidates per day, 50 phone calls I made, and I talked to them. And if I find them qualified, I ask them to come and meet me. And yes, I ask those questions because I want to make sure that what I'm sending to the clients is something that everything is matched with whatever written there. Yes, they do ask.
Thank you. The next question we had was, did you mention that we should include headers or not?
Headers and footers, no,
yeah,
no,
right? No. And the last couple of questions, someone's asked if he should put references to back up his achievements.
What kind of references? Like, you want to put the name of the person and their contact details? Anytime you want to put a reference, I'm not sure about the question, but to give the generic answer, anytime you want to put a reference on your CV, just mention that available references available upon request. Means that I'm confident that if you ask me, I'm going to provide. But when you put that, you need to really have something to back it as well. So you need to have something to make sure that, like if you put that, if they ask you for references, then you can call your references and tell them that I want to provide your information for this reference, for this place. Is that okay? And then they will say yes. And then, you go ahead and share that.
Great, thank you for that. The last question we have is, my CV is of 2 pages because of the work experience and projects that I've done. What would be a good way to reduce it?
Okay, I need to ask a question. How many years of experience you got? If you can share, please.
Okay. 1.3 years.
Okay. Anything below 10 years shouldn't be more than 1 page. So anything below 5 years, let's say, shouldn't be more than 1 page. You need to really prioritize. I don't know, to be honest, it's a very very different question to answer, because I need to see what you got exactly so I can say what is not necessary. But also you can do it yourself. So sometimes we do lots of things that it's not really core at our things that we do, but we like it, and also they help us for our development. So when the pandemic happened, what happened? I didn't know lots of things about the social media. I knew, but not like a lot. But I started to learn about the Canva, how do I make, and if you go to my pages on IG or LinkedIn, all of the contents that it's created by me. But I learned that. And sometimes you do also these things, but it's like there are certain things that, yes, you learn, you can mention it, or you worked on and you can mention it, but it's not really serving any good purpose for the job that you're applying for. So you are in a better situation to make a decision, okay, that one is not relevant. So one more thing I want to really mention, that you can have a tailor-made CV for the certain jobs. Especially if you're doing lots of different activities, different things, that it might not be like all in the core area of your credentials or what you like to do. So, but still you've done a lot. So for certain jobs that they require someone, for example, let's say they said teamwork, and you've been in the basketball team of your college, and so that shows that you have the teamwork, your team player, so that's something that you should mention. But for another job, maybe you don't need to mention it. So if you have a lot, which a year and a half is not a lot, you need to really reduce and keep the one that they are like your achievements only, in your CV, and your achievement which are relevant to the job that you're applying for.
Great. Thank you so much, Begat. I think that's all of the questions that we had for now.
Okay, so before we conclude, I want to just say something. Just as a graduate, imagine that I don't know how many other people in your class, in your semester, in the same year, they're gonna graduate with the same degree as you. You know, like if you're studying finance, majoring finance, they are going to graduate same year and they're going to be like out looking for a job. Again, if you're doing communication, marketing, or whatever, you're studying art, business. So there are many. So how you can differentiate yourself? Let's say if there is a job for a fresh graduate and in finance and I receive 10 CVs, you need to stand out with your CV. You need to make it different by the things, by the achievements that you put, by the keywords that you put, which make it relevant, by the personality indicators that make it relevant. So don't think that if you just graduated and you're, you just put your education and your major, your university, that's it, that's enough. I don't have anything else to add. And if you are in the college and if you're still studying, if you're still in school, consider that, adding all of these things, like doing some summer jobs, it will add weight on your CV and makes you different than the rest when it reaches to the time of graduations.
Great, thank you so much, Pega. That's really, really good advice. And I'm sure that the careers team members on the group as well, from various colleges and universities, will be taking a couple of notes down. I know that I am, and we run the Career Center at Curtin University. So thank you once again for your time. And I hope you have a lovely rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
And for the rest of our...
I just want to thank you and thanks all of you. Put your time is 40 something minutes. So well done to you that you're building your future and wish you good luck.
I completely agree with you. I think it's fantastic that everyone's taking time out to better themselves for a better future. So yes, thank you, students, and to our lovely audience. And of course to Ms. Vega Gol. We will be back in about 11 minutes for the next session. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Stefania.
Hello.
Hi. We will just be beginning in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know how to set the background.
Okay, no worries.
Plus, I can't see.
That's no worries at all. We can just continue as is.
You sure? If you guide me, I can change it maybe.
Okay, so if you see at the little icon at the bottom that says start video.
Sorry, where? Sorry?
There's an icon at the bottom left says start video.
Uh-huh.
You can just click on the small arrow that's next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll say choose virtual background.
Uh-huh.
So you can just click on that.
How can I find? How can I upload the background that you sent me?
Once you click on choose virtual background.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So the window that pops open, there is a small plus.
Plus on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just from there.
Okay. Yes. Showing well?
Yes, looks good.
Okay. Good combination of colors.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our next session. So this session will be the power of online personal brand for career growth. Stefania Brunori is a brand strategist and marketing specialist with over 15 years of international experience in managerial positions. Having worked in Europe and in the Middle East, her core areas of expertise are brand strategy, digital marketing, social media, and integrated marketing practice, developing and implementing solid strategies and marketing campaigns to facilitate companies expand beyond their limits. Originally from Europe, she has been working in the UAE for 10 years, both for multinational companies such as Teka and Nokia and Middle East SMEs and corporations with regional reach. Some sectors in which she has provided her integrated marketing practices are fitness, wellness, interior design, architecture, fashion, finance, and social impact. Her entrepreneurial career started in 2015 when she conceptualized and launched the Middle East's most complete website for yoga and meditation. Since then, she's been coaching and mentoring entrepreneurs to support startups and SMEs' growth with the best practices of success and providing digital marketing and personal branding workshops too. So over to you, Stefania.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you everyone who is joining. So I'll try to make it as interactive as I can. You can drop questions on the chat box if that is allowed. And thank you for the fantastic introduction. So there is nothing that I can add from my side on that sense. So let's go ahead on what is personal branding, why it's so important, because this is a topic really that is very relevant nowadays. Just to share with you, it's not only just for students. I mean, personal brand is something that we as professionals are using, and therefore is affecting as well to anyone that wants to develop their career or their online presence. The introduction is already been done. So let's start with what is personal branding. What do you guys think that is this that I'm sharing on the screen? So I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about. I know that you may be thinking now, what is she asking? This is Google, right? Well, it is Google and it's something else. This is actually your new business card. This is how you are going to be first seen by anyone that wants to recruit you. And now I have a second question for you. What is this that I'm showing now on the screen? And now you may be thinking the same, right? So what is Stefania saying? I mean, this is Instagram. Well, it's Instagram, And in reality, this is your new website. So when someone is telling me, I don't have a website, yes, you do have a website, which is your social media. This is kind of your landing page and the place where the people can know more about you. So why is personal branding becoming so important? Let me share with you some quick statistics. Remote work is something that hasn't started now. The pandemic obviously has made it more evident, but in the last 5 years, the growth on remote work, it was already 44% increase. In the last 12 years, the increase has been 160%. So as you can imagine, we are having more opportunities, and at the same time, we are also having more threats and more people competing. A second statistic that I wanted to share with you is that many years ago, you may have not really experienced this, but in the generation, for example, of my dad, they would have one job almost for the whole life. Maximum, they would change once. So what is happening now is the number of jobs that are being held now are increasing. So we won't have only one job or two or three. As you can see, this is a curve and is really growing, which means that our online visibility is going to be even more and more important, not only for the first job, but also for the following ones. There is a comment here on the chat, so I'm going to open. Okay, I just wanted to check that there was not any question from your side that I'm not addressing. And the third thing that I wanted to share with you is that when it comes to recruiters, the 92% say that the soft skills matter more even than the harder skills. And they are becoming more really increasingly important for company success. How does that fit into personal branding? Well, when you create your online personal brand, you need to make sure that you are transmitting as well your personality. So it's not only about saying who we are as if it was a portfolio, but really being able to transmit these soft skills as well through the screen. If we are going to work more on remote, if we are going to land a job on the other side of the globe, sometimes it is this part of the personality what is going to make the people click with us. And this is why it is becoming so important. And furthermore, whenever someone is doing an online search, on a 65%, they believe that this is the most trusted information that they can find. So for example, in my case, sometimes I ask for collaborations on my webinars, or if I find someone to collaborate as an intern, I may check the information online. And I do believe that whatever I find online, it is true. So it's really powerful to have a very well-built online profile. Now, there are many definitions on what is personal branding and some misconceptions as well. So I have picked different definitions to try to help a bit to understand what is personal branding. It can be, one of the definitions is how you promote yourself. Another one is the practice of marketing people and their careers as brands. And one that I think summarizes really well everything is to clearly communicate your unique combination of skills, experience, and personality that you want the world to notice. So there are different parts here that are very important. Your personality, as I was saying, so gone are the times where the online profiles are perfect and everything is looking fantastic. People really want to know who we are. I'll tell you a little secret. When I started giving my personal branding and social media talks, I was thinking, well, my Spanish accent is so obvious. Maybe I should polish that. Or what are they going to think about my accent? And then I realized, look, this is part of who I am. I'm quite expressive. So personality is not something that we need to hide, but in fact, something that we need to show. And the last part you want the world to notice is that we have many different things that we can show to the world as well. There are many hours in the day that we could be showing what we do. So we really need to be intentional with what we show. So it's not about posting on our social media profiles random things. We need to be intentional on what we want to transmit. What is going on after we've seen these pointers that I'm sharing with you it's obvious that there is more competition. So if we change more jobs, if the people can apply on remote, it's obvious that there are going to be more people. More professionals are becoming consultants or freelancers. So it means that there is a high stress even inside the company. So it's not only when you are looking for a job, it's actually when you have a job already or you are an intern. Online has become more democratic. For you guys, you have born in the era of being online, but this is not the case for some other people, which means that even the people who were not able really to have a brand online, now they are able to have it. And last but not least, even if we are living in an online and automatic type of world, we are not robots. At the end of the day, we want to deal with people, and we want to be able to cross this barrier on the screen to really reach out to the others on a personal level. So they will get this authenticity of who we are. Now, this is fantastic. So we know how important is personal branding. What does it mean? But which are the real benefits? So I'm going to share with you 6 benefits. The first one is that when you are working with your personal brand online, you have a kind of verified trademark. I'm going to share a story that I always share when I do my personal branding workshops. Years ago, I was working in Nokia, and after Nokia, I started looking for a new job. So I was trying to open different doors, connecting with a lot of people. Some of them I met, some others, people get busy, we couldn't meet. And then I started consulting, I launched my startup, and long story short, I was really busy. And after 5 years, one day, I got a phone call by someone that I didn't know. I didn't have his name on my mobile. And he said, Stefania, how are you? My name is whatever. And I was like, I don't know who is this person. He's like, do you remember me? And I'm like, I'm really sorry, but I can't. And then he said, well, you contacted me many years ago on LinkedIn, and I've seen you posting regularly. I have a project and I would like to work with you. What happened next is that we ended up working together. I never met him in person. He paid me in advance. And this is not magic. This is an intentional Stefania that had been posting for 5 years content on LinkedIn, so I would position my personal brand. And this is how this trust was made. He didn't know anything. Well, he didn't know anything in person about me, but this trust was generated online through the repetition of many years posting content and showing as well my positioning. Second benefit is that your personal brand is portable. What does that mean? It means that maybe you are in a job, but whenever you move to another job, your personal brand comes with you. So it doesn't belong to a company, it doesn't belong to a corporation, and your value goes beyond that. Or if for any reason you need to move out of the country, so it happens to many people who are living here, especially in Dubai, that we may stay here for 1 year, for 5, for 20, we don't know, but you can take your personal brand with you. Third benefit is the visibility. You don't need me to explain the visibility that you guys can have online because you have been born in this era. But the reality is that it is not anymore about how good or how professional you are. It's about how many people know how professional you are. So I have met people in my life that were excellent professionals, but they were not out there. So nobody knew about them. And it was a shame. They had a fantastic profile and they had fantastic experiences and they were really knowledgeable. So with your personal brand online, you are working towards a higher visibility. Fourth benefit is that it is going to be more likely that you will make easier partnerships. You will be able to collaborate with others easier. The doors are going to be more open. And I'll give you another example. When I was working in Nokia, I was in charge of the brand ambassadors. And I needed to collaborate with the students in one of the programs. So I went to the American University of Sharjah, and I started looking for students that would be influential as well inside the campus. And of course, I went through the social media profiles because this was going to be an online brand ambassadors program. And this really opened the doors for the people that I ended up working with. They were working with me for some months. They were posting online, of course, and they got recommendations from me as well. So building a great online profile will make you open doors and reach deals easier. The fifth benefit is the speed of growth. Obviously, this is linked to the visibility. The more people can know about you, the more opportunities you are going to have, the higher is going to be the growth for you. And last but not least, in such a competitive landscape that we are right now, and it is going to keep on being the same, so it's not related to the pandemic. There is competition out there, and it's going to keep on growing. The reality is that if you build a very strong profile, you show your uniqueness and what you are a specialist, or in your case, the things that you are doing towards the goal that you want to reach on your career, you are going to be able to show your value earlier than someone who hasn't done that. If you have 5 options to choose, you will be always more capable to go into a negotiation than if you don't have any. You will be able to say, well, maybe out of these 5 options, I'm going to choose this one because of the salary that they are going to give me, or I can even negotiate with them. So building this online personal brand is going to give you power to negotiate as well better deals for you. So said that, I wanted to share with you 7 key aspects to build successful personal brand. And then I'll take you through some tips that you can action straight away, right today, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, but things that you are going to be able to implement. So 7 key aspects of a powerful personal brand for you. Consistency. What does it mean? Another example. We have this guy, I don't know if you know him, is the body coach. He was a personal trainer that started in London, like most of the personal trainers, trying to get people together to create boot camps. But he really started to grow when he built his online brand. He's got more than 1 million followers. And consistency is in the way that you are always going to show up. So imagine that you meet a friend, and every day that you meet a friend, you're behaving in a different way. People wouldn't really understand who you are, right? So with this, it's exactly the same. With your social media, you need this type of consistency, which is going to allow the people understand who you are. The consistency applies as well to the visuals. This is like a more developed stage, but if you are really kind of serious on becoming a very professional online profile, you would also have to work on the consistency of the visuals, the type of colors that you are using, the type of font, because that gives reliability as well to your profile. The second is authenticity. This is something that I was already talking before, is showing who you are. Yesterday, I was conducting a masterclass on influencer marketing, and I invited a guest that I was working as well with her when I was working in Nokia. She's a brand ambassador for many different brands. And we were talking about the change on influencer marketing that is being from people trying to show a perfect type of profile to showing really who we are, because this is what allows people to connect with us. If I am sitting here and I'm trying to hold back and not to show my accent and hide my hands and try to be a person that I am not, you're not going to connect. It doesn't mean that everybody is going to like me, but this is life. If we try to be a standard or not to show really who we are, then we will be kind of average. I do rather prefer to have 10 people who like me a lot and 5 people who don't like me than 15 people who are saying, yeah, meh, Estefania is meh. Okay, you know what I mean, right? Number 3, to build a strong personal brand, expertise. In your case, you are at the beginning of your career. So this is built by sharing what you like and what you are doing already. I mean, the fact that you are a student, it doesn't mean that you don't have expertise. Of course, you do have expertise on what you are studying. And if you are studying, for example, science, you know about science more than what I do. If you are studying architecture, you know about architecture more than what I do. So why not? You can start showing your expertise, and this is key to build your personal brand. Neil Patel is an example on social media. He's always sharing tips and resources on digital marketing and social media, and this is how you build your profile. Key aspect number 4, visibility, and this is almost a given to you guys because you have been born with this on your hand, but maybe there are some platforms that you are not considering yet. I mean, there is a lot of ethics behind that because I received this week a request from a kid on LinkedIn that he's becoming a speaker. And I was at the beginning shocked because I was thinking, wow, so he's very young to be on LinkedIn, but maybe this is going to allow him to have a higher visibility. I'm sure the parents are behind, so it's not going to be the student alone with the account. But be mindful, really, when you work on your personal brand, what you want to have is visibility. This is the profile of the Body Coach. I said that is more than 1 million, but it's already more than 3 million followers that he's got. He was here last year, I think in 2020, in the Dubai Fitness Challenge. He was invited by the Dubai government or by the Dubai initiative of the Dubai Fitness Challenge to break a Guinness record. So imagine, I mean, is he the best fitness instructor of the world? I don't think so. He may be one more because there are so many fitness instructors. He's got a high visibility, and this is what has made him land into this type of opportunities that I was sharing with you before on how working on your personal brand can benefit you, right? Niche, it is important, and this goes hand in hand with your expertise. If, for example, I go to Google and I Google life coach, there are 1,280 million results on Google. So you get completely lost. But if you are a life coach on teenagers, or if you are a careers coach, or you are a coach on change management, or a coach on leadership for women, you are really starting to be more niche. So it is important as well when we talk about our personal brand to be clear on this narrow niche. It doesn't mean that you are going to learn today, which is your niche. I have been working for more than 20 years and I keep on polishing my niche little by little, and it changes and I make a mistake and I come back. So don't get too stressed with getting the things done right from the beginning, because your personal brand is also an exercise to understand where are you now and where do you want to go. And what you are doing is building this bridge. And sometimes when you are building this bridge, you are going to decide, I thought that I wanted to go to the right, but actually I'm going to go more to the left. So don't worry about that. Just keep it in mind. I've been a student too, so I've been doing these movements. Number 6, important for your personal brand, networking. Why? I mean, you can talk about you and try to position yourself, but of course it's through others where you can have a higher visibility. And it is not the same you saying, I am a specialist on personal branding, that someone else saying, I am inviting Stefania, personal branding expert, to come into this event, for example. So networking, obviously, collaboration, cultivating your relationships is key for your personal brand. And remember that the people that you deal and that you get related to is talking as well on your personal brand. Don't ever be scared of saying no, because by saying no, you are clarifying more which is your personal brand. I say no to those type of events or invitations that don't really click with my niche and with my personal brand. And again, this is an exercise. I know that at the beginning you want to say yes to everything, right? But you will learn that you don't have all the time of the world, and you will have to decide with whom you're going to network as well. They say that you become the type of person of the 5 people that you hang out most usually with. So this is a reason more to choose your network carefully. And the seventh key points of building a strong personal brand is your story. I'm sure that from the whole presentation of today, there is something that you may remember, and is the story that I share with you about how this guy reached out to me on LinkedIn. And this is really powerful because this is unique. There is no anyone else that was Stefania at that time that did the things at the same way and that got contacted on the same way. They may have some other powerful stories, but brand building has this component of telling your story and explaining the experiences that you are having and why did you study the career that you have chosen or you are going to choose, or why do you want to start teaching fitness. There may be a motivation behind. So it is important that you include your story. So I'm going to share now some practical tips to start building your personal brand. And number one, so I'm going to focus on Instagram because I know that this is a platform that most of you may have. We all know that there are new platforms coming. But let's say that Instagram will allow us all to unify what we are going to talk about. So the first thing that we need to check is our bio, okay? Show your best self on your picture. Your Instagram, if you really want to use it to build your personal brand, remember that a university, someone that wants to work with you as an intern, they are going to check you online. So either you like it or not, it's going to happen. So if I land into your Instagram, it may be cute that you have a picture of your dog, but this is not you. So my recommendation would be show a nice picture of yourself. Show yourself. Your Instagram is you. Remember, Instagram is your website when it comes to your personal brand. Tip number 2, be intentional with your bio. So I know that sometimes we want to write a bit of random things or what we like. There can be a space to share what we like as well. But if you are really trying to land in a type of job that is very clear to you, you can share already where are you studying, if you are a member of an association, if you are volunteering somewhere else, what are you active with? Maybe you are a member of a sports club. Maybe you have already an award or a recognition. So all these really should be showing on your profile. Be intentional with what you show on your intro. Does it mean that you cannot show something fun? Of course, I mean, show your personality. In my case, on my Instagram, I'm sharing that I'm a wellness advocate and that I am a certified yoga instructor, because I also want the people to know that. So it's not only super structured professionals. So some people can really feel this connection with me due to the yoga aspect of my profile. Something that can be recommendable as well on your Instagram bio is to use a call to action. Either contact me or check the article that I wrote. So all these things make a difference. If I have to work, for example, with an intern that he or she has done, I wouldn't say nothing, because when you are in the university, you are working a lot. But if I have one that is gone to the university and the other one that is been to the university, plus is been writing articles in a magazine, plus is been collaborating somewhere else, and there is a link where I can click and I can read the article, you know, it makes a difference. So if you can use a call to action to drive the people towards something that you have written, that would be awesome. Now, the second part of the recommendations, it comes into content. The first thing that I would suggest you, please do an audit on your Instagram and check if there are any inappropriate posts. And by inappropriate is something that you wouldn't like a recruiter to see. I mean, I've been 10, 14, 18. I've been out and about. And I am really glad that at that time we didn't have social media, because of course we were out and I wouldn't have liked now to see those pictures in an open platform. So it's just about being intentional and being more mindful of what you are sharing. So you can do that, go through your social media and check if there are any pictures or videos that you wouldn't show to a recruiter. On your content, on your daily content, on your feed, on your stories, on your reels, why not share your achievements? If you don't talk about what you have achieved, nobody's going to know. It doesn't mean that every day you need to be showing your achievements, otherwise it's going to be boring for the people who are following you. But from time to time, if you have received any award from the university, if you've been doing a fantastic internship, please share your achievements, because the recruiters or the people who are going to reach out to you, or even if I want to collaborate, I want to know how you have gone the extra mile. I had recently 2 students that were reaching out to me because they are studying journalism and they needed to do an interview, and they wanted me to collaborate to talk about personal brand. And of course, I went through their profile because, as you can imagine, we receive a lot of requests. So for me, it was like, well, they look like really serious with this, right? So don't forget to share some of your achievements or awards if you have. You remember that when we were talking about the 7 key aspects of a personal brand, we were talking about the expertise. How can you focus on that, on your personal brand? Well, just show if you are preparing a project for your interior design type of degree, show it. If you're building something special, show it. So it's about more finding the way, and I'm sure you guys know how to do it because you excel at Reels, at TikTok, any type of format. You are really knowledgeable. So it's about creating content in a lighthearted and fun way, dropping these things that are defining your brand already. Be different from the rest. And important, and we were already talking about this before, collaborate with others and show it. So it's not about just building your personal brand and posting content and leaving. It is about interacting with some other people's accounts. And if you're creating any type of initiative, you know the power of online and how it can spread. So bring your collaborations also online and be creative on the ways that you can align with some other people that can give visibility to your brand at the same time that you can give visibility to others. I'm going to share now quickly just the last tips that you can use to work on your personal brand in 10 minutes. And then we will have around 5 to 10 maximum minutes of questions and answers. One thing that you can do already, create content. You don't have to go and create content from scratch. There are many articles, many videos, many things that you can already use. Usually what I do is when there is an article that is really interesting about my sector, I keep it on a separate folder. And when I create my content weekly, which is the structure that I have, I go to these articles that I have said and I say, okay, so on Tuesday, I'm going to share on LinkedIn this article on the future trends on video marketing, for example, okay? So tip number 1, you can create content that is already existing. Number 2, schedule your content. You want to have content every single day. You can sit 1 day per week and use the many different tools that we have for scheduling content. I don't know if you know them. Hootsuite is one. Later is one for Instagram that works really well. There is Buffer as well. And it's fantastic because then you sit and you say, I want to talk about the awards. I want to talk about the project that I'm working. I want to talk about people who are in my community. And then you schedule, and while you are at class, your content is going out. Remember to tell to your parents that you are scheduling. Otherwise, they may think that you are at class and you are texting, which probably you also do. Another tip, you can share something simple like the highlight moment of the week. It could be a screenshot of the session. It could be something that you did with your colleagues, something that gives you a structure. So every week you will remember what can you highlight from your career that week, something new that you learned, that you found interesting, something that you wanted to share with others. Connect or follow a leader from your sector. And this is really important. This is how you are going to build a relationship for future. Imagine these ladies that are studying journalism that came to me, if they keep on building the relationship with me in the future and touching base with me from time to time, it's going to be easier for them to ask me for a recommendation or to try to open doors in a different way. So this is something that is going to help your personal brand as well, to start building those bridges with key people on your ideal sector, depending on what you are studying. Something that is really powerful when you start building your personal brand is to do Ask Me sessions. You can be of support of people who are on your career. I'm sure you have something that makes you really unique between the people that are on your class, and something that is going to be one of your keys of success for future. And if you don't know what it is, ask around, ask on your family, because there is going to be something that you can help the others with. So you could be doing an Ask Me Anything About My Career session once per month or once per week. This is another idea of content. So these were all the tips that I wanted to share with you about how to build your personal brand for your career growth. And I'm more than happy now to listen to your questions if you have any, and to clarify any doubts that you may have. So I am all ears. These are my social media. In case you come with any other question later on, you can drop me a line. I am really responsive. I have been a student. I did really appreciate when someone was opening the doors for me. So I do the same on return. So these are my contact details, but let me know if you have any question. I am curious to understand what are you studying? So if you could write on the chat, what are you studying? That's different between followers and following matters. I'm not sure if I understand the question. If you have a higher number of followers and people who are following you, do you mean that? I mean, to be honest, it's a visual type of thing. For me, if I have to hire someone, I wouldn't care. I am not going to check that. I will check the profile, I will check the content. And when I was working with American University of Sharjah, it was different because we were looking for influencers in the campus. And of course, I was looking for people who had an important reach, but I didn't care about how many people were they following. For me, it was important whenever they were posting content, how many people were going to see them. So to be honest, I think it's more of a psychological thing than really the experts or the people who are going to hire you won't take the time really to see if you have 5,000 followers and you are following 6,000 or if you are following 5. I think it's a perception, to be honest. Who else would like to ask anything? So what are you studying? If you could drop in the chat, what are you studying? It would be interesting for me to know as well. So maybe I can come up with any relevant example, the field of studies, or which is your goal for future. And again, you may not know yet. And you know how you know once you start going. I have done many different things on my career, and I keep on not changing a lot because at the end of the day, I come back to what I really like, which is content, visuals, communicating, and it's pretty much what I liked 20 years ago. But along the way, I have gone through different paths. We have some students who are in business, media, IT, and engineering. That's super varied, interesting in IT. So it can be really important to become blogging for your personal brand, so you can become a thought leader on your field. The same for engineering, and what I'm saying in those two cases, blogging, because you are going to be more likely to work on a business-to-business level, and blogging is very important for that type of building up your personal brand. When we are talking on media, if you are going to be creative, it's going to be, for example, through video content or pictures or interactive gaming. But IT and engineering can be, I mean, it's not that you cannot use video, of course, but blogging is still really inbuilt and really important. And business, it depends. Business is so open that depending on which is the type, let me stop sharing the presentation. So I guess that you can see my face now. So depending in which area you're in business, one thing that you need to be very clear when you work on your personal brand is who is your audience and where is your audience. What does that mean? You want to do an internship, you want to be hired, then one of the platforms, obviously the best one for that is LinkedIn. You may need to have a permission to do that depending on the age. But get into this mindset of also being where the specialists that can hire you are going to be. For IT and engineering, it may be Twitter. I know that this may look really old-fashioned to you, and again, you cannot be in 20 platforms at the same time, I'm sure, but be intentional again. So you see me repeating this word quite often, but it is a reality. Be intentional on what you do on social media. Don't leave it random 100%. Do an audit. And how to avoid social media accounts getting suspended. For example, Twitter recently has banned many promoting crypto without a warning. Well, that's difficult because it is happening. I mean, you need to follow the rules when it comes to type of content that you post. You know that it's been really sensitive regarding the COVID news and any type of, I would say, controversial type of content. There is not much apart of being updated with the rules to being careful. I mean, most of the suspensions, I know that they are coming back. Sometimes it happens as well when you are using a third app, a third party app, which means that they are really on the back of your app. So it may happen. So if you need to work with an app that is going to schedule your content, for example, do it with one that is really trusted. Most of them are free. And sometimes when they work with some other apps, it may happen that your account gets suspended. It's happened only once to me in my career. I don't even know why it was, but in less than 24 hours, my Instagram account was back. Anything else that you would like to know? As I said, I mean, you can reach out to me. Please do so through the many different channels. I would be more than glad to help you if you have any question, or if you want me to audit, for example, your Instagram profile, and you are not sure, am I doing it right, Stefania? Would you change anything? I'm more than happy. You drop me a line on Instagram under Stefania Brunori Official, and I can review your Instagram profile or whatever question you have. With pleasure, I will do that. So I think we are on time. I don't know if.
Yes, sorry, sorry to interrupt you, Stefania. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the time you've taken to speak with our students in our community. I'm sure I've personally gained a lot of information, and I'm sure each person on this call today, as well as those who are streaming in from their classes, will be benefiting greatly from it.
Fantastic. I'm really glad you found it useful, and all the best for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And for everyone who is attending today, thank you for taking the time out to attend this session. We will be resuming in about 20 minutes with the next session.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting in about 5 minutes. All right, everyone. Very good afternoon and welcome back to the UAE Careers Community Virtual Career Fair. Our next session is to learn all about PwC and the Flying Start program. And with us today is Miss Charlotte Lever. Just as a quick introduction. Hi, lovely to meet you, Charlotte. Thank you for joining us.
No problem at all, no problem.
Great. So just as a quick introduction, Charlotte is a qualified chartered accountant and has worked as a manager in assurance. Since September 2015, she has become an early identification development manager in PwC's student recruitment team. This involves being responsible for the design and delivery of training and development on a range of programs aimed at early talent identification, including PwC Summer Internship, Women in Business, Black Talent in Business, and Flying Start programs. Charlotte was originally a student on the Flying Start scheme, a partnership between PwC, the ICAEW, and Newcastle University, which basically involves 4-month work placements annually as an accelerated route to the ACA qualification. So once again, Charlotte, a very warm welcome and thank you for joining us.
No problem. Thank you for that introduction. So I think I'm going to share my screen now and just go through some information. So let me just check if I can. We use Google Hangout or PwC, so I just have to get used to a different forum to use. So let me just check this is working okay. 2 seconds. Just see. Can you see my screen there?
Yes, we can.
Check it's working okay. Can you see the opening slide which says who are PwC?
Yes.
Fab, I'll just put it on slideshow mode. Hopefully that's nice and clear for everyone there. Perfect.
It is.
Brilliant. So thank you so much for that introduction. It's totally right that I have been involved in the Flying Start program for a number of years. So I am going to cover what that is because it's quite a strange concept because effectively it's kind of a combination between higher education and also between working for PwC. I appreciate quite a lot of people might have heard of PwC or might not have heard of PwC before. So I'm going to cover that as a little bit as well. I was going to say this morning, but actually I think it's obviously this afternoon with you. It's just hit 12 o'clock here for us. So I am based in the UK. I'm based in the northeast of England, actually a little city called Newcastle. Started my kind of career there and then moved to London for a little while and then moved back to Newcastle and kind of have continued my career with PwC ever since there. So as I say, I'm going to cover who PwC are. I'm going to focus specifically on sort of 2 areas today. I'm going to talk about our technology side of PwC and also our accounting side of PwC. Then just if anyone's interested, particularly for those students on the call who are sort of 17, 18-year-olds and thinking about the next steps, I am going to talk specifically about the Flying Start application process, but appreciate there might be people on who are not at that stage. And I'm going to talk a bit more generally about PwC and what we have to offer, because as that great introduction mentioned, I look after things, there's sort of 2 types of recruitment with PwC. There's kind of coming straight from school, and then there's after you've been to school, kind of going through the graduate program, so doing a undergraduate degree at a university and kind of working for us throughout. So I think it's useful to touch on that as well. And then obviously an opportunity to ask any questions that you've got at the end. So I guess just to start with a little bit about who PwC are, as I say, some of you on the phone might be really aware of us, some of you might be quite new to that. So always used to talking through who PwC are. So effectively, we're a professional services firm. So what that means is if a company comes to us with a big business problem, we would like to think we would have the expertise in lots of different fields to help solve that problem. So effectively what we kind of sell is our people and our specialisms. There's kind of 4 big accounting professional services firms globally. PwC is one of them, and there are 3 other key ones as well. But obviously there's lots of mid-tier firms as well, but we often get referred to as the big 4 in the global network. So I thought it was useful just to touch on a little bit about some key metrics. Being from an accounting background myself, I have got the ACA ICAW Chartered Accountancy qualification that we're going to touch on later on. So I still do like numbers and still do like statistics. So just got a few on here to share with you all. So we've got about 20,000 people that work for PwC in the UK and about 280,000 globally. So we are in 150 countries. I guess one of the reasons between that and why we have that is that if you think about companies and big corporate companies, that they tend to be global, and it's really important that we have specialisms and we can mobilize people throughout the whole globe if we need to support our clients. In the UK, we've got 20 offices. One of them is the office that I sit in, which is the Newcastle office. We work with a huge number of clients, so this would be global, but specifically the statistic is in the UK, so over 25,000 clients, and they can be from varied sizes. They might be really small privately owned businesses to the massive, we obviously talk about the FTSE 100 in the UK, so that big London listing of clients, so some really big clients there, and kind of anything in between. It might be wealthy individuals, it might be charities, doing a lot of work at the minute for the UK NHS. We do take on a large number of people in the UK firm in terms of our school and college leaver, our undergrads and our grads. We really pride ourselves on training development at PwC, and we do talk about this a lot. So that's why we take on a lot of people at that kind of junior level. So whether that be 18 or sort of 21, 22 level post university, we do have big intakes of people coming through that we train through on their career. So on the next slide, just a little bit about the different areas that we work in. I think this is really important. As with many companies, quite a lot of jargon, quite a lot of terminology that we use. So I think it's always useful for everyone to know what, when we talk about these different areas, what we're actually meaning. So this little wheel that we've got here is the areas of the business that we work in. So if you have heard of PwC, you probably know us as an accounting firm. So the sort of bread and butter of what we do is that we work in our audit business. And that's what we will come on to cover, but a significant amount of people that do our Flying Start specific program, they will work in the audit business. So sometimes it used to get referred to as assurance, but these days we call it audit. So effectively, some of you might already know this, but every single year a company will need their financial statements reviewing, depending on the size of them, but a significant number will. We, as auditors, go in and review the financial statements. So effectively what they're telling the stakeholders of the business that they have made in terms of, it might be profit, in terms of assets, in terms of liabilities. We will go in, scrutinize those accounts, talk to the client, make sure we understand the business, and work through a set amount of procedures to check we're comfortable with what is actually happening. And that happens on an annual basis. So every single year, company will need us to go in and review their accounts. So quite a lot of our people start in the audit business. It's a really good way to start your career, because you really get to grips, if you're interested in business, you really get to grips with loads of different types of companies. And really, it's a really good place to start your career, to learn about business and what good and bad business looks like. So that's kind of our audit business. Tends to be that people do the chartered accountancy qualification in our audit side. That's just because it's important that we have those specialisms when we're advising clients. I'm going to move around the wheel, not in a regular way here, I'm sorry, but I'm going to jump straight across to the tax wheel there. So in terms of tax, that's, instead of looking at the whole set of financial statements, we would specifically look at the tax of a company. So it might be the corporate tax that they're paying, it might be their VAT, it might be that they're thinking about a company's thinking about, I don't know, setting up a new headquarters abroad. What are the tax implications for its employees if they do that? It might be that we're looking at someone's personal tax and the personal tax that they're paying, whatever. There's lots of stuff that's kind of legal related in there. So for us in the UK, the impact of Brexit that it's having on the tax system when we have updated budgets. So with tax, you tend to work on quite a lot of clients at once. With audit, it's quite specialized. You normally work on one client for a set period of time in your early stages of your career. But the reason they kind of go hand in hand is that they complement each other, and that our tax guys very often do the chartered accountancy qualification as well. So then what else have we got on here? So we've got consulting. So I always think this is quite something that students really want to go into, the consulting side of quite a lot of big companies. So our main area in consulting is our management consultants. So what they do is a client will come to us with a problem. It might be it's more likely to be non-financial related. So it might be that they want to implement a new IT system. It might be that it's a hospital trust and they want to reduce wait times. It might be a big company thinking about modernizing its HR, HC system. And they'd come to us and say, we've got this problem and we want you to consult on that and give us some advice. So that's a big significant amount of what we do in that arm. We also have a big element of sustainability in there. So quite a big focus for us and lots of other companies is on sustainability. And it's important that we have advisors in that field. So the consulting side of what we do, I think it's, as I said, it is quite an area of interest for lots of students. But that being said, I always think that all the roles that we have in a professional services organisation, effectively, as I said earlier, people are paying for our expertise. So it's important that we are kind of consultants across these areas, but that specific area of consulting, that's what our guys will do there. They don't do a chartered accountancy qualification there because there's no need for that. They're not technical experts in anything like that. They're just more giving advice to clients on a variety of topics. So when I started at PwC 12 years ago, I've been at the firm a long time now, the technology side of our business, it was definitely there, but it didn't have its own, these areas in the circle are what we called areas of business or lines of service. It wasn't on its own, which shows, I guess, the big shift change, even in the over 10 years I've been at the firm on the technology focus. So our technologists, you can imagine this is ever increasing what we need in that space. So we might have real specialists in terms of Sage and different systems. We've got a massive team thinking about cybersecurity, which when you look in the press, it's still such a big part of what the CEOs are worried about, a cyber hack. So lots of people doing a lot of work in cybersecurity and helping our clients. It might be, we've just started using drones for some of our work. So it might be helping a client consult on that. Artificial intelligence, how we're using that. So the tech arm of our business is just forever growing, because obviously what we need as a firm is to be able to advise our clients really successfully. We need to be a step ahead of them and making sure that we can consult on those. So yeah, really interesting. In the 10 years, it's become its own section and it just continues to increase. A few other areas on here that I think it's worth noting as well is our deals side of the business. So they're particularly busy at the minute. I think the market's actually quite buoyant. So that will be where a company comes to us for probably one of three reasons. It might be that a company's really struggling. And we know the impact of the pandemic at the minute does mean that quite a lot of companies are struggling. So our deals team will help consult on how a company might improve its financials, or if it's really struggling, it might be that we have to help liquidate the company. Then we've got two other bits. We've got transaction services, which I always describe as kind of short and quick. And it might be that a company's thinking about selling or buying part of its business, and the transaction services guys will go and quite quickly in a short period of time and review whether they think that it's right or financially viable to buy that business. And then we've got corporate finance, which is like the long deal element of deals. So from kind of beginning to end, a company might come to us with saying they might be thinking about selling part of the business or selling the whole business, and we will go through the whole process to the sale. So it might be that they need to refinance, it might be that we need to find some buyers, whatever it might be. So those deals can last quite a long time. The structure that we have at PwC is that we don't take on many recruits into our deals graduates side of the business. We tend to want people to be qualified and then come in once they've had a bit of exposure to different businesses. And then just to touch on a couple of smaller areas of our business, risk assurance, that used to be part of our assurance business and it's split away. That is more focused on not just the financials of a company. It might be the controls framework that a company is using and making sure that that what they're doing in terms of their controls is right. It might be that they become the internal auditors, so not just the auditors in terms of what we do and go in and look at financial statements. It might be more general controls that aren't just financial, that we will go and work side by side with the client on. Then smaller bits are our legal and our actuarial. So in terms of legal, any people who are interested in becoming lawyers out there, that is what that side of legal does. Quite often people see this and probably think it's all the legal stuff to do with us as employees at PwC. It's not. It's so that our lawyers can do specific work on deals or anything like that a client might need. And actuarial, again, any statisticians out there, make sure you're having a look at a career in career to be an actuary. So that is much more focused on projections going forward. So it might be big pension schemes that a company might be involved in, and it might be projecting what's going to happen in the future to work out, well, actually what's your liabilities at the minute. So that is, I think, hopefully quite useful for everyone, because it just gives you a bit of an overview about what we do. And this kind of terminology, when any of you start job hunting, or if you currently are, you'll see an awful lot of this on the website. And I think it's really important to start looking at these different areas and trying to work out where your skill set fits and which area you might be interested in. On the left-hand side, we just put about kind of our aim. So our aim is obviously to become the leading professional services firm, and that quite open about the fact that that's one of our aims and that's what we want to do. The other thing that always goes side by side, hand in hand even, with the fact that we want to solve important problems for clients, is kind of making sure that we have a good purpose in terms of what we do in society. So we always talk a lot about the fact that we're going to come on to it a little bit about our values and how they align to kind of our own personal values and also the firm's values. So that's what this slide talks about. So we talk about 5 key areas. We're going to talk a little bit later when we talk about the recruitment process about our skills that we look for there, but this is more specifically just us as a company and what we focus on in terms of our values. So the 5 are sort of listed here. Just to pull out a couple, I think it's I think again, just when you're starting to get a feel for what different companies do, making sure you look at their values and see how they align to your own. But care probably for me is a really important one, particularly in the last year. It's been tough, hasn't it? And I think making sure that when you're not seeing people face to face, we're caring for each other, we're dealing with their workload, if they're struggling with anything, if there's anything at home we need to deal with, and just showing that respect for each other. And then I guess the reimagine the possible one, we get asked a lot, you know, why should I pick PwC by different people? And I get the question. The reason that this value is probably one that I value the most, in terms of we will always year on year challenge ourselves to improve things and change how we're doing things. And I think that's really good in your career, that you don't just stagnate and you don't just sit and do exactly the same work year on year, and that's important. So I think we're forever reimagining the possible and seeing what we can do. I've mentioned a couple of things there, that now we're using, you know, how much things have moved on even 10 years in the firm, using drone technology to do some of our audits, and making it much more efficient and effective. With me in student recruitment, we've obviously virtualized the whole recruitment process this year, so that was quite a big change for us, and has worked really successfully actually. So yeah, these values, I think, again, just important to know that's our values at PwC, but also to start, when you're thinking about your career, looking at how the values of that company align to your own. Just another slide on here, I think it's useful for you all to know that it's really important for us and many other companies to improve our diversity and inclusion. A really big topic. It always has been, but obviously events over the last sort of year or so have made it even more key that we do focus on that. So if you go on the website and you Google anything to do with diversity and inclusion, there's loads of great initiatives we do. So mentioned at the beginning, one of the programs I look after is our Women in Business program, and that's an undergraduate program targeted at attracting more females into PwC. We've got a Black Talent in Business program as well, again about attracting more Black students to work at PwC, just because we are underrepresented in those areas, and we want to make sure that we've got the right voices in the room, the right people for our clients, the right opinions, that we're not all the same person, and that we're sharing our ideas across a diverse network of people. So yeah, another thing that I would definitely look to review when you're thinking about companies, and definitely something that I really value with us at PwC. So today I'm going to talk a little bit more about Flying Start, and as I say, I will cover it in a second, just so that because it probably isn't a term anyone knows unless they've Googled anything to do with it already. But I just thought this slide was quite helpful, more so for anyone, just so you know, there is the conventional route into PwC. There is the, I will just do my degree and then I'll apply for PwC in my final year for a grad program. But there's loads of other things you can do, either pre-university or post-university, depending on what you want. So we do take people straight from school, so we don't expect everyone to have a degree. So that's our School and College Leaver program. Our Flying Start program, which is what I'm going to spend a bit more of the session on, is a hybrid between both. Effectively, you do 4 years at university, but you also come and work at PwC for periods of time during those 4 years. Slightly differently to what some of you might already know as a work placement, which is where you go to university, but one of your years you do abroad or at a company. It's different to that. It's kind of every year you will come and work for us for a set period of time. And then if you decide to go down the conventional route of higher education and you do a general degree in whatever it might be, geography, maths, statistics, whatever, for us in the UK, there's no, apart from some really specific roles, you don't have to have a specific degree background. And at that point, we do a lot with undergraduates. So I mentioned the Women in Business and Black Talent in Business program. We've got our summer internship, which happens the year after you graduate, the year before you graduate, that you can do in the summer before that. Got a work placement year. So what I would encourage everyone to do is when you're at the point where you're going to university, even in your first year, make sure you're looking for things to start finding out what companies do and preparing yourself so that it's not all in your final year of your study that you're thinking about your job. So the next slide just starts to talk specifically about our Flying Start program. So we've got two key Flying Start programs, I guess, one in the technology space and one in the accounting space. So I mentioned before that I came through, I think it was mentioned before that I came through the accounting Flying Start program, and we're going to cover that a little bit more. But in the last 3 years, we've also released our technology degree apprenticeship. The reason we've done that, I've kind of already said, I guess, at the beginning, that with the expansion in tech and how important it is, we thought it was really important to make sure we were recruiting talent at a really early stage. And that also we wanted to make sure that a degree apprenticeship is effectively something there where you're paid from the very beginning of your degree. So you go to one of the universities listed on this slide. So either Birmingham, University of Leeds, or Queen's in Belfast in Northern Ireland. And you do 4 years, and during that time you are kind of basically, for anyone that doesn't know what a degree apprenticeship is, you're effectively employed by PwC at the very beginning of your degree. And you have integrated placements, which we mentioned on here it might be during summer or it might be 1 year. It's fully funded, so the tuition fees are paid for and you do get a salary throughout. One thing I would say about this is just to be aware that there are restrictions here in terms of visa requirements. So if anyone is interested in the technology degree apprenticeship after this, just make sure you're reading all the really clear guidance on the websites and making sure that you understand whether you're eligible or not. The entry requirement is 3 A's, or it varies a little bit between the unis. One of the unis is 3B. So again, just make sure you're checking that out if you're interested. It is effectively, it's either a computer science degree you do or a software engineering degree. So we describe it quite often as the best of both worlds, because you get your degree, but you also do all your work experience with the aim of getting a job offer once you've finished your degree. And then our Flying Start accounting program, quite similar. This is not a degree apprenticeship, so your tuition fee is not paid for, and also you're not on a salary throughout the entire degree. You do get a salary when you're on placement that is the equivalent of a first year at the firm. This degree we do at 4 UK universities at the minute. So University of Manchester, Newcastle, Nottingham, and our Reading programme. I did it at Newcastle University. I mentioned that's where I'm from at the beginning, but actually we didn't have any of the other 4 at that point. Manchester is our newest programme, and that launched. We've just had our first intake of students. Just shows how focused the UK firm is on this format, because it works really well for us. And the reason it works really well is that you apply for PwC when you're 17, 18, going through the UCAS process. You do 4 years where, as I said earlier, for Flying Start accounting, you will do at least 1 term of your university year in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year, and you'll come and work for us, and those will be paid. And then that works really well for us, because as a firm we get extra resource when we're really busy and we've got a lot of client work on, but then the students go back to university and when we don't need them as much. The really good thing about this, and one thing why I loved the program, thought it was really good, was that I mentioned before that to become a chartered accountant in the UK, you have to do the ICAW. So the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, they're the body that give you the chartered accountancy qualification, or the ACA, as it's mentioned on here. So you have to do 15 exams to become a chartered accountant, and you have to do 450 days work experience. And on the degree, you do 12 out of the 15 exams. which is a significant amount. It's in the UK, it's the only way you can do 12 out of 15 at the university. Most degrees you get that are accounting related, you usually only get about 12, up to 8 exemptions rather than the 12. You also gain a degree, so it's kind of like your exams that you're doing at university. They count towards both your degree and also your qualification. And if at the end of that you do well, you get your 2-1 degree, you get a job offer with PwC to join as a third year. So effectively by the age of 23, you're a fully qualified chartered accountant. So it's a fast track to become a chartered accountant. So if anyone on the Zoom is really interested in becoming a chartered accountant, definitely one to look at. There's not as many restrictions on the Flying Start accounting program for international students as there would be for the technology degree, which is slightly different. So really proud of the program. Take on quite big numbers, between sort of 60 and 70 on each of the university programs. So quite a big intake for us coming through that way. So just because we're focusing more on the Flying Start program, I thought it was just useful to bring to life a little bit more about tech, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about accounting. Have covered some of those areas, but I think it's just useful for you all to hear a little bit more about it. So in terms of tech, we've already talked about this a little bit, that actually the world is massively changing. Gosh, overnight, with just like so many of us, so 22,000 people in the UK, overnight we were all working from home, and we had to deal with that. So the importance of tech is really key in a changing environment, and has never been more key than it is at the minute, and will continue to be. So many of the problems, I guess, that companies come to us with can be solved by technology, or maybe technology that's causing them problems. So our tech guys are extremely busy and making sure that that we actually give the right advice to our clients in terms of different problems that they might be coming to us with. So this, in terms of your placement, I mentioned that for the tech degree, you might do 2 summer internships and a work placement year. There's huge amounts of areas that you might work in. So I've already mentioned cybersecurity is a really big one for us, and lots of work being done around that. Robotics, I don't think I've touched on that at all. So using robotics throughout to solve really important problems. Tech consulting, so you might remember before I mentioned about management consulting, and someone might come to us and say they want to implement a new IT system. There'll be lots to consider. So the migration of the existing data, what system to use, training people to use the system, lots of different issues. So our tech consultants might lead that project to do that, to help support any clients that we have around that. So data analytics, I definitely haven't mentioned this. So we all know the importance of big data and the focus that has. We always worry, don't we, about sharing our data. We get a lot of questions around this, but as someone who has a numbers background, I mentioned at the beginning, data is so important, because without data, you don't know what you're driving, what your targets are and what you're aiming for. So I mentioned diversity for us at PwC. Without knowing where we sit on diversity, how are we ever going to know how to improve? So on application forms going forward, you will get asked quite a lot of information to do with you personally. It's not for us, it's not that we're looking at that data specifically for you, it's more generally gathering the data so we can see how we're performing. And that's the case with our clients. They might want to know how it might be a big supermarket, and they might want to know how specifically one area or one region or a specific city-based supermarket is doing. And without the data, we won't know that. So our data analytics team, they might be developing some programs that they can use. They might be training people up, whatever it might be. When I first started an audit 12 years ago, we still did a lot of stuff manually. So we quite often had a bank statement, and we would refer back to the information the client gave us in terms of, say, I don't know, it might be the revenue that they've made, and we would check that they said they made this sale. Did they actually get the money in? We now use an awful lot of systems to do with digital audit. So that's effectively where we use text to scrutinize massive amounts of data and information, and we say automatically things like the bank statement and the revenue will match up, and if there's any problems with that, we will investigate. So big changes in terms of digital audit and how we use that. Drones and AI I've already mentioned. So our guys will work across these different areas of tech, and hopefully some really interesting work that they'll do throughout either their summer internship work or their work placements. In terms of why it sort of stands out, I think it's just in terms of innovation. I've talked about, for me, that reimagine the possible stuff is really important. You can think about tech, that's what everyone's doing on a day-to-day basis. Talked about diversity and inclusion, and just a big range of tech teams across the firm. So somewhere across the UK or even globally, we will have someone who's got a specialism in a specific area of tech, and it's important that we have that for our clients. So just in terms of accounting, I've already mentioned it a little bit, but I think it's just useful to reiterate. So these are the 3 areas where you guys who might be interested in accounting or might have looked at it before, these are the 3 areas where classic kind of accountants would work at PwC. So loads of different types of accounting outside of PwC. So you might become an accountant for one of the companies that we go in and audit. It might be that you think about setting up your own business and you consult with an accountant, whatever it might be. But the specific areas of business that we work in that really the people are qualified accountants is these 3 areas that I've touched on already. So I mentioned about in audit, our bread and butter of what we do, where lots of people start their career, examining financial records and statements. Effectively, what we have to do, when I say we, the partners are the most senior people at our firm, they have to sign an opinion saying that the accounts are what we call true and fair. So that means within a certain benchmark that the numbers we believe that they have represented, what they've written about the company in terms of its performance, whatever it might be, that it is what we refer to as true and fair, and that will go in the audit opinion. So if anyone's done any work before where they've looked at a set of an annual report for a big company, there will be an audit opinion in there that our partners will sign, and that will include a statement about true and fair. Mentioning here, it's to provide assurance and confidence that those numbers are right. So, that the company will continue to operate if someone's thinking about investing in it, that the employees will continue to get paid, that if the company was thinking about a big expansion, that it's actually viable. So it's a really important, the annual report, for so many decisions that the stakeholders might make. And then mentioned about tax already. So help companies to understand their tax obligations, and this whole thing about tax and law quite often going hand in hand, we mentioned on this slide as well. So experts in regulation. So I'm sure it's the case for lots of different places, but obviously specific laws that might have come in the last year to do with the pandemic that we've all had to cope with. Lots of ramifications for clients on that, and we are there to help specialize. So but we've had things like the furlough scheme in the UK, and obviously there's massive tax implications for that, whether you're paying your staff or you're not. And we will be there to help digest the regulation that's coming from the government and explain that to our clients. I mentioned about working with high worth net individuals as well, something else that we do in the tax side of our business. And then finally, deals. So help businesses through uncertainty. I like this slide because we've never been in a more uncertain time than we are now, have we? And we are there to support. We've been pretty busy, to be honest, as a firm during the last year because of this. I think looking to advisors that they trust to help give them opinions on the direction of travel. And people have continued wanting to do deals or sell businesses or buy businesses. It's continued. It's been pretty busy for our deals guys in the business in the last year. I think I've covered everything on that slide already when I was chatting through deals. So in terms of what we do to actually offer our clients, so if you were to go on placement on the Flying Start program and you were working in audit, how might you actually be supporting the client? The client's paying some money for us to be there. How might you actually support them? So specialists and expertise and really good knowledge. So there's sort of 2 things that you will get that through. So we mentioned throughout that you become a chartered accountant when you work in any of these areas. So the chartered accountancy qualification, those 15 exams, there's lots of extra work you have to do to get to that. All the work experience, making sure that you really understand the technical side of some of the really complex problems that a client might be facing. So that's one way that you'll do it. And then the training and development piece I mentioned earlier, really key at PwC. You will be trained in kind of the PwC way as to how to do an audit. And that is a way that we make sure that we have the knowledge and the information to be able to actually guide our clients, right? Because effectively they're trusting us to know the answer. They're querying and paying us to know the answer. So we need to. And if we don't know the answer, we need to find a specialist who does. So a lot if you like talking to people, you can tell I love to talk, which is one of the reasons I went into audit originally, was if you do like talking to people, interacting with people, learning about new business, that's a really key skill that you need to become a chartered accountant, and specifically for us to sort of work in these areas we've talked about, because you need to form a relationship with the client. You need them to work with you. You need information from them to make sure that you can check whether what they're saying in their financial statements is right. And we do this in a variety of ways. So we used to spend a lot of time on client site. Obviously, we haven't been able to do that in the last year. So we're still interacting with our clients just like we would here, virtually, making sure we interact with them. Might be that we invite them to one of our PwC offices so that they can come and have a meeting. So very much interacting on a sort of face-to-face, whether it be virtually or in person, to get to know the client, to make sure we fully understand what we're doing. We've mentioned about technology, big change there. And then the other thing that we do, which is really popular, is to do a lot of events and seminars for our clients to, if there's big changes in guidance, and there often is, what impact does that make? So there's accounting standards that we all have to follow. And if there's big changes to those accounting standards, clients quite often need some help and support on that. So we're there to support them around that. So I'm just going to take a 2-second pause there. What I'm going to talk through now, I think, is the recruitment process for Flying Start. The reason I'm going to talk through the recruitment process for Flying Start is because it is slightly different to the undergraduate process, but some bits are the same. So I'll talk through it for Flying Start, and then I'll talk a bit more. I don't have any slides on it, but I'll talk a bit more generally about what the differences are to the undergraduate stuff. I'll just take a sip of my water first. So I guess before I go on to it, why is there a recruitment process for the Flying Start programs? There is, because it sounds really odd, but effectively, not only are you applying to university, but you're also applying for a job at that point. So some of our guys who are doing brilliantly in their career and maybe at the level below partner, now we've got Flying Starts who are kind of director, we've actually just got our first partner, they might only have applied for PwC when they were 17, 18, just after school for the program. And they might not go through the recruitment process for anything ever again. So it's this really odd thing that you might apply for PwC at that 17, 18 age and then not have to apply again. So that is why for the Flying Start programs, which are the degree programs, you have to go through the recruitment process, because effectively at that point, we're not only assessing you for your eligibility to get onto the degree, we're also assessing you for your eligibility to get onto PwC. The good thing is you may not have to do the recruitment process ever again, because you'll have got your offer for the university is also your job offer at that point. So we will put you on placement as you come through, as long as you pass all your exams. So just so everyone knows, there is a recruitment process. So and the reason behind that before I go into the detail on it. So you apply for Flying Start through UCAS, just as you would normally on a standard application. So if anyone's thinking about applying for a university in the UK, you apply through what we call the UCAS system. I think most people will be aware of that. So you select each of the universities as one of your UCAS options. So I think that's something to be really clear on. We do have some people that put all 4 accounting programs down on their UCAS form, and you can absolutely do that. But obviously that's quite a lot of your selection to put down for the Flying Start program. So if the university like what they see, so they'll review your personal statement, which I'm sure some of you will have started thinking about. And they will review your academics. And if they like what they see, they will invite you to take part in the PwC online application. So there's a bit of repetition. So you'll have to fill in a Flying Start application form on what we call our Workday system. And in there, as I said before, we gather quite a lot of data to just check how we're doing in terms of lots of different things in terms of our performance. But we also gather some basic information. So who are you? What's your email address? You have to sign up for data sharing with us at that point, so we know that we can contact you. Bit of detail about your school and your background, and if you need a visa. So lots of questions for you to answer there, but usually about 20-minute process for the application form. Then this is the start of the normal PwC recruitment process that if you applied as an undergraduate at university, you do. So you do our online assessment. So online assessment is, if anyone's heard of psychometric testing, it's effectively that, but it's in the form of a game. So we will assess how we think you will perform in the area of the business that you've decided to apply for. You'll have, it's about an hour, you'll have various activities to do that it feels like you're playing a game. You'll have some numerical tests to do. So we quite often get asked, how could I prep to do the game-based assessment? What would I do around that? We always say, make sure you've done some basic maths if you haven't done maths for a while, that you've practiced doing some numerical work. But there isn't a huge amount of prep you can do here. There's some practice sessions on our website that you can do, but this is more about, are you a good fit for us, and are we going to be a good fit for you? And the test tests loads of different data points about how you react to the situation. So a game-based assessment, it's called. So that's the first stage. If you get through that, you do a virtual video interview. So this probably is something that very few of you will have done before, but it is pre-recorded. So it will be one of the girls in our team asking you questions, but it'll be a pre-recorded video. You'll get to about 2 to 5 minutes, depending on the question, to answer some, to prepare your answer. Then you'll pre-record a video of you answering your questions. Sounds like a really odd concept, but very common in terms of recruitment now and how we do it. So what we will look at in the video interview is we will very much look at why you've applied for PwC, what you know about the Flying Start program, if it's a Flying Start program video interview that you're doing. What research have you done? Why are you passionate about becoming, say, a chartered accountant if you've gone for the Flying Start accounting program? And then it will ask you about certain scenarios. So it might be that you're working as part of a team and someone's underperforming, and how would you deal with that? So very much scenarios that you might find yourself in at university or at work, and how you would cope with those. So that's a video interview, pre-recorded, slightly strange. We always say to students, in terms of practicing, if you've not done that before, just as you would have in the past, maybe do a practice interview with someone who knows you quite well. Or the key, most awkward thing, but is really useful, is to practice recording on your mobile answers to a variety of questions. So you can check things like, if you can see yourself okay on the video, if you can hear yourself okay, if you're portraying yourself okay, if you're answering the questions. Really awkward, but the best advice we always give people is to do a bit of practice where you pre-record and you can watch it back. And then the final stage, if you get through that, is an assessment event. Actually, we've just done them for this group of people who'll start this September. We just did them last week, where you do a group discussion. So a group of usually about 5 to 6 people. This time we did it on Google Hangout, where you'll get a business case to read and you'll discuss that business case and share your opinions. And if you get through that, you will get a phone call, which we are in the process of doing for our students this year, where we'll give them the outcome in terms of whether there's an offer from the university and from us to study on the Flying Start programme. For anyone that's on the call that isn't starting to think about wants to go to university and do a general degree, or is currently doing that, the process is quite similar for the recruitment. Obviously, there is no UCAS element. You just apply directly on our website. So for anyone that's not, where that's new to you, most of our roles open in September for the next year, if this makes sense. So our roles for this September 2021 would tend to have opened in September 2020. So we kind of recruit a year in advance. And I think for anyone that's job hunting at any point in the next few years, really key to know that's what a lot of people do in the UK. So it's kind of like a year in advance. So if you are wanting a job, just make sure you're really organised and you look in those September periods for the jobs for the September after. So yes, you'll see a list of jobs that you might be interested in. So say you think, oh, actually, yeah, London audit is probably where I really want to apply. You do an application form for that specific area that you want to work in. So it might be graduate London audit. You can only do one application at a time. I think it's worth noting. You can't have multiple applications in the UK. So go on and do my application form, very similar information to what I talked about for Flying Start. And then you do the game-based assessment, again, exactly the same. You do the psychometric testing and you play the game. Next stage, exactly the same, the video interview. So pre-recorded answers to a variety of questions. There's a little bit more focus there on why you've specifically applied for the area you have rather than the program. So why have you applied for audit? What's your understanding of an audit? And then the final stage is slightly different. It's slightly longer. You do what we call a career focus day. So that is a longer recruitment process. That part takes usually about 4 hours, where you it sounds very scary, 4 hours. I've just paused for a second, but it's really good in that you really get a feel for what we do. So you do some written exercises, you do some numerical exercises, you do a group discussion, just like I mentioned for Flying Start, and then you do a nice face-to-face interview with one of us from the recruitment team, just exploring a little bit more about why you've applied for us, just making sure you know what you've signed up for, you know what the first few years are going to involve, particularly if you've got a qualification that you have to do. We want people to be really aware really aware of what you've applied for and what the, as I say, what the first few years hold. Similar process, there'll be an offer at that point. The offer for a graduate will be dependent on a 2-1. The offer for Flying Start, just to take a step back, will be dependent on your A-level results. So there's still an element of you have to get certain academics to get through with us. So on the next slide, I mentioned at the very, very beginning when we talked about values and the values at PwC and how important those kind of 5 values are and aligning them to us. And I mentioned that the sort of 5 competencies that we look at as well. So these are the skills that effectively we look at PwC throughout our recruitment process, but then also throughout our development at the firm. So these 5 competencies we will often review and see how we're performing against. I think this is really useful because you might have just started drafting a CV, thinking about it, and what sort of skills do you have and how do they align to someone like us? You can start looking at your CV and comparing how that CV ties with these qualities that we're looking for. So some of them you won't be surprised to see on here. So whole leadership and relationships. So we've already kind of talked about relationships in terms of clients and building that network. Whole leadership is kind of more about leading in the beginning, leading yourself and making sure that you raise when you don't know things. You are really clear in terms of being punctual, being engaged. And then as you go through your career, it'll be a lot more classic leadership. So leading a team, problem solving and making decisions. And then the 3 competencies in the middle, probably you'll read them and they'll make sense, but possibly not something that's particularly obvious. So business acumen, as we've said before, we are primarily there to solve a company's problems. So we need to have good understanding of business. So making sure we think commercially about a problem that a client might have, making sure we focus really highly on quality. If you Google, a lot about audit quality, it's really key focus for the Big Four because we're being scrutinized a lot in the press in terms of our audits. So quality is really key, big drive on that and always has been. Global and inclusive. So again, hopefully you can hear this coming through the presentation that we've talked about diversity and inclusion, and that's still that's really key to us, but inclusion and in terms of our recruitment and our competencies is really key. So sharing ideas, making sure we're open-minded about people, that it might not be how we would approach a task, but that doesn't mean it's not the right way to do it, and sharing any perspectives. And then technical and digital. So this is a bit more focused on, we need the technical skills to be able to advise our clients. So for us, that would be more on the recruitment side, knowing what you've applied for. We talked about the fact we explore that quite a lot. In terms of just showing you've got an ability to learn and you're interested to learn and geared up for that. So these competencies, they're on the website. We're very open about the fact that this is what we look for. We talk about what we're assessing an awful lot so that people know the process that we're going through. So this is almost the end of my presentation, but I just wanted to put this up, which is our PwC Employability Hub. So I mentioned quite a lot about top tips and a variety of things you might want to do in preparation for any recruitment process, whether it be at PwC or whether it be somewhere else. But our Employability Hub is excellent for that. There's quite a lot of embarrassing videos of people in our team doing mocks of video interviews that might have go wrong, or video interviews that have gone really well, and there's some really good top tips on there. Sounds really basic, but if you've not been through anything like that before, it's a really good place to start. There's some really good stuff on general skills, quite a lot of focus in terms of tech upskilling now as well that we like to see from people. So again, check out the Employability Hub if you've got a little bit of time to look through that. I think the last slide for me is a question slide, but I also thought it was useful just to put up our sorry, the formatting's gone a bit funny here, but to put up our different links that we've got. And also, if anyone wants to join our talent network, so that is a questionnaire, 2 seconds that you can fill in, and we will email you about things, say when roles open or anything we think you might be interested in hearing about. So yes, I'm going to stop there. If anyone, I don't know if we can do questions on here, but probably time for me to pause because we've been chatting 50 minutes, which always happens. So if anyone does have any questions that they want to ask, feel free.
Great, thank you so much, Charlotte. That was incredibly informative, and
no problem.
Just looking at our 2 feeds, I don't see any questions coming in right now. But would you be comfortable with them getting in touch with you post session?
No problem at all.
Okay, great.
Fab.
Yep, nothing in the chat. So in that case, Charlotte, thank you so
No
much
problem.
for taking the time out to speak to the community.
Great. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your afternoons. Talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. And for everyone else, we will be starting the next session in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are just waiting for our speaker to join soon, and she's just having some technical issues, so please bear with us. Good afternoon, Alexandra.
Hi, I'm just trying. Oh, here I am. I'm like, where am I? Hello, can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, it's great. Thank you for joining.
Let me put some more light on. I think it's a little too dark, or you see me okay? Let me turn some light on. Hold on. You can see me okay?
Yes, it's perfectly fine.
Awesome.
Great. So we are going to begin now. We have 2 classes who are viewing your session on YouTube.
Oh, okay. What is the YouTube so I can stalk them? So I can see what's going on. I need to see comments. I need to connect with humans. Let me what's the page? The handle?
1 second. Let me send that to you. So you can just view it in the chat. I'm sending it over.
Let me open it here on desktop then. Hold on. What's the page? Okay.
It's our Curtin University page. I've sent the link in the chat.
Got it. No, that was echo from the YouTube.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, great. So I'm just keeping this open for any comments on the chat, so that way I can connect with people that are on the chat. So I can. Okay, cool. Got it. Awesome.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our next session to discuss the side hustle with Alexandra Maya. Alex is the founder and creative strategist of House of Social, launched 4 years ago. Post her 12-year career in the agency world as head of social media, she now works as a consultant to help small, medium, and large businesses grow and make sense of the social media world. She has a strong base in the Middle East to Europe and other corners of the world. Alex is one of the most passionate hybrid social minds of her generation. Her client lists include NASDAQ, UPS, OSN, Max Factor, and some governmental clients like KHDA and the Dubai Police Authority. On October 2020, Alex relaunched her online academy with a free lifetime membership. So far, 1,700 plus students have enrolled from all over the world. Over 2,500 plus people have attended her sellout boot camps, masterclasses, and short courses. She's the host of live mini class with Alex twice a week live show on Instagram. Also a podcast, You Got This, Alex. She has been featured on Forbes Middle East, Gulf Business Magazine, NBC News, a frequent guest on Dubai Eye radio station, and on Thrive Global Magazine and Mashable. So over to you, Alex, ready to be entertained?
So I'm from my understanding, what I am going to be talking to everybody here today, hopefully to bring as much value as possible. I believe it is about my journey, right? You want to understand, how did I go from having my own business now and my journey that has led me here today. Am I right?
Yes, of course.
Awesome. Okay, cool. And who is in the audience with us? I'm assuming we've got students.
Yes, we've got students and we've got some of our Curtin staff as well.
Awesome. So, and what's the age approximately of the students that are tuning in with us today?
So they're from high school students all the way up to, well, professionals, adults.
Awesome. Okay, so, and how long do I have?
You have up to 6 p.m.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, first, thank you so much for having me. I'm always excited to talk to students, to younger people, and I want this to be also a conversation. So it's not just me talking. So I would love for you to don't be shy and ask me any questions about my journey or any of the stuff that I'm going to talk about. I will welcome you to just ask me questions. So type it either on the Zoom chat, or if you're on YouTube, you could type in the questions there. For me, it's really important that this does become a two-way thing and that I can hang out with you and talk to you. So this doesn't just become me here talking. I think one of my favorite things when I'm talking to students is that, first of all, I was a really bad student. I was not, when I look back at let me just close this window here because I'm seeing myself twice. My school time was not the best time. I moved to the UK when I was 10 from Portugal. And so that was really a disruptive sort of time for me at school. I didn't really have the stable growing up in the same school, same friends situation. At 10, we left Portugal and we moved to the UK. So completely different language. I didn't really even speak English at 10 years old. From England to Portugal, it's extreme difference. And so my school time was hard in that age. I didn't have any friends. Kids were super mean because I was the international girl. I was called pork and cheese. So there was a lot of 2 years where I didn't have friends. I didn't really have my groupies. Lunchtime, I didn't have friends to hang out and sit with. And so that was like my early years in school. And when I look back now, what that did was it just allowed me to, there's a lot of talk around self-awareness, and people need to have self-awareness. And I think self-awareness is something that if you start working on since you are young, you're going to get so ahead. And because I ended up spending a lot of time on my own because I didn't have friends, I was spending time with myself. So that led me to understand how to listen to my own thoughts, how to tune in into my own emotions, and have that sort of like quiet mental time where, I would check in, how am I feeling? What do I want? And I think that gave me a fast track into developing my own sense of self-awareness, of learning about me and what I want and what I feel and what are my needs. Now, I was really fortunate that my mom and my grandma raised me to they always said to me, you have to do whatever makes you happy. But whatever it is that you do, it has got to make you happy. So thankfully, they've never put the pressure on, I had to be a doctor, I had to be a lawyer. It was always the premise was always around, never stop searching for what makes you happy, for what feeds your soul, what gets you really excited, and not chasing the money or not chasing what's the right career or what's the trending career, but really what I wanted. And I was so fortunate that I had that, because I think sometimes when people ask me, how come you just did so many different things and you weren't afraid? I think it was because I had that since I was little, that voice, those voices that just always said, just never stop looking for what makes you happy. And my trajectory in school and my professional trajectory was so filled with so many off the beaten path experiences. My journey is not the standard where I finished I finished college and I went to uni. I never really went to uni actually. And then I graduated uni and I knew what I wanted to do. It was so basically, to give some fun context about my story, I always knew I wanted to be an actress. So my grandma was an opera singer. So arts was something that was very strong to me since I was little. So when I was in the UK, I did a lot of performing arts. I went to performing arts schools in London on the weekends. Anything that, I took up drama. So that was like my thing. And since I was little, I always I don't know where, I don't know, but my earliest memory, I just knew I'm going to be an actress and I'm going to be acting and I'm going to be in New York. And even if I have to wait until I'm 90, this is what I'm going to fight for. And so when we moved back from London to Portugal, I went into acting school, and I did 3 years of acting school in Portugal, and then graduated acting school. And then I did some plays in the local theater. And then one day the director didn't want to cast me into what was going to be the next play. I was really angry because I was good and I was getting cast, and he just was like, no, because you need to leave. You need to leave Portugal. You don't belong here. I was so angry because I was like, I just got here 5 years ago from, you know, the hell that I went through in the UK, because it was, the UK for me was not one of the best times in my life. And I was like, no, like I just got here. And he's like, no, like you don't belong here. You need to go out and just, you know. And I was like, but I can't, because my dream is New York, and I can't go to New York. And at this time I was around 18, okay? So I was 18 and my mom was still working in the UK and I was living with my grandma. And the thought of an 18 Portuguese-year-old girl going to New York, and I am 38 years old now, and this was when I was 18. So this was a bit of a while ago now, and the world was not what it is today. So we definitely didn't have social media. We didn't have half the stuff we have today. So I remember walking out of his office and being so angry because I was like, what's going on? Like, he didn't cast me. He told me that I need to go to New York. How can I go to New York? I don't have any money. But I've always been very stubborn. And I really urge everybody to just be stubborn, because being stubborn means that you're gonna persevere to fight for that thing you really want. So I've always been very headstrong with that. So I was like, okay. And he wrote on a little piece of paper the 3 names of the top schools in New York for acting. And he just wrote it on a little piece of paper. Now there already was internet back then. It's not that long ago. And I started searching and I started applying for the auditions. So what did I do? I recorded audition tapes, because back then there was these things called VHS tapes. I don't even know if anybody here remembers VHS tapes, but I sent my VHS tapes with my auditions to American Academy of Dramatic Arts, because that was like one of the top ones, still is. And I'm like, I've got nothing to lose, absolutely nothing to lose. And my mom always taught me, you always have a no. A no, it's always guaranteed if you don't even try. So go and try, get that yes. And I will urge everybody, if you're listening to me and you are wanting to try something and go after something, like a no you already have. So go after it so you could at least try to get the yes, you know? So I was sent the VHS tapes, and guess what? It turns out that I get a letter in the mail, because that's how things were back then, and I get called to go for an interview. Now, this was insane, because never in a million years I would have thought I would get called for an interview, for an audition. And also, another practical issue, we really didn't have this type of money for me to be going to New York and audition. So the whole thing was just like, what? But I didn't think about those things because I just wanted to see if I would even get called, you know? Cut a long story short, a good friend of mine says to my mom, no, this is amazing, I'm taking her. So he gets my flight to New York, and he's the one who takes me to New York, and he's the one who takes me to my audition. And I am living my dream. You guys, I am just like, this is it. This is the dream. I am dying. This is amazing. I mean, New York, I was 18 at the time. It was just this like, that was the dream already. Like, I'm like, doesn't even matter if I get in, this is it. And then I go do the audition, come back. And 3 weeks later, around December, I get a package through the mail that, this is such a true story, guys. I remember my grandmother walking into my room with this package on the mail saying, oh, a lot of stuff came from the academy. And I remember putting it on the side of my bed, because I just remember this like it was yesterday. I shrugged my shoulders and I said to her, oh, it's probably them just sending like the promotional stuff and just, yeah. I didn't open for 3 days that package. 3 days later, I decided to open this package because I was feeling bummed, because I was feeling like it's not going to happen. Like, hands down, it's not going to happen. When I open this envelope and I read the first line that says, "We are delighted to tell you that you've been accepted in American Academy of Dramatic Arts," everything stopped for me. If you look up American Academy of Dramatic Arts, people like Danny DeVito, the girl that's in Sex in the City, Kim Cattrall, probably many of you don't know the next name I'm going to say, Grace Kelly. Grace Kelly, acted from back in the 1950s. She even trained there. This is there's actually some more recent actors. The guy who did the piano, the one who has like a really bad kind of crooked nose, he's won an Oscar. He trained there. My whole world stopped. And I don't think I've ever had such a moment since then in my life. And I'm 38 now, and I was 18 at the time. And I have had many amazing moments. And that was a huge defining moment for me in my life because, I just went for it with no expectations, but believing that I could just go for it. And that was one of the first lessons that I learned in life that I hope if you can get anything out of my 60 minutes with you is, if you have a dream and if you have a goal, never, ever, ever think that it can be unintangible. Your dreams are worthy of your courage, that you fight for them. Either you get them, either you touch it, or either you did everything that you could to try and get it. And that's the fight. And I think that's the process. And I think that's what you want to honor, So then, cut a long story short, it was really dramatic because there was no money for me to go to New York. We didn't have this kind of money. It was just so insane. How are we going to make this happen? And cut a long story short, we made it happen. And I arrived in New York by then it had been my birthday, and I think I landed in New York. I was 19 years old. And for about a year and a half, almost to 2, I really did live my dream. I was in New York. I was going to acting school and I was acting. And that was the most special moment of my whole life. And it taught me so much, I was doing stuff that I never thought at 19 or 20 I would do in New York, like a little kid from Portugal. And that kind of was a huge lesson for me to see that you can achieve stuff. You just have to go for it fearlessly. You have to believe in yourself, and you cannot wait for other people to believe in you. I had a lot of people around me at the time that, this is crazy. Why are you doing it? You're never going to get it. You don't even have the money. Never from my mom and grandma, but other people around me. And you have to be really careful as well with who you listen to, and make sure that you listen to your inner voice, and make sure that you find 1 to 2 people that are going to be your biggest supporters. And that's it. Don't pay too much attention to the outside noise, because that can actually hurt you a lot along the way. It can enable self-doubt. It may even become a crutch. Oh, if my best friend said I shouldn't do it, then, be very, very careful with that. Really start learning to really trust your inner voice and your gut, and to really just follow when you wake up in the morning, that calling that is calling you for whatever it is that you want to do. Maybe you want to be a vlogger, maybe you want to do skateboarding, maybe you want to be a painter or an engineer. Follow that inner voice, because this is your story to write. It's not your parents, it's not your best friends, certainly not your school colleagues and peers or teachers, And so that was like a great, amazing first lesson. And then another second lesson that life taught me along my journey was that after a year and a half of living my dream, guess what? I got accepted to continue in New York and to continue studying there, even to be part of the theater. But guess what? I just didn't have any more money left. So I actually could not stay because of money. I could not renew my visa. There was no more money. So the dream ends. And life teaches you this lesson of, you got to the top of the mountain, and now guess what? I literally felt like somebody did this to me. They just flicked me off that mountain and went back to Portugal. And that started a period that, if anybody here is familiar with my content, or I talk about a lot, which started a period, and this was in my early 20s. And that's when you're supposed to have it figured out, what you're going to study, what are you going to do, what university, blah, blah, blah. I had no clue. I was lost. Well, first of all, I was heartbroken because I could not continue in New York. I had a bit of an identity crisis because I was in Lisbon and I didn't fit in with anything in Lisbon. My mom at the time then started working in Brazil. So I go and spend a year in Brazil. But bottom line was, I was so lost because I was not going to go back to acting unless it was in New York. Because maybe you're thinking, well, why didn't you continue acting maybe in London or maybe in Lisbon? No. For me, it was that or not that. That was it, you know. And so it began a period, which was my 3 to 4 year period of being lost. And I think society, I don't think I know, society has this thing of looking down on you if you're lost. Oh, you're lost? You don't know what you're doing. Oh, you're lost? No, you should know what you're doing. And you know what I tell everybody? At one point or more in your life, I truly, truly wish you feel lost. Because when you are lost, this is the biggest opportunity of your life to taste and experiment as much as possible. Like, this is the time where I literally did everything and anything that I thought would spark some sort of, enthusiasm. My grandmother sat me down. I would be home sulking, and my grandmother sat me down, and she was like, she basically kicked my butt, and she said, listen, you have got to go get a job, go make new friends, do something, because you're just at home, like, feeling sorry for yourself. During these 3 years, I tried so many things that propelled me so much to where I am today. It's amazing. I signed up to go work at Hard Rock Cafe. And with everything that I would do, I always had this premise, always, and this definitely came from my mom. I always said, I will be the best. I will either be the best or one of the best. And so when I signed up to go work at Hard Rock Cafe, I remember just saying to the manager, like, I want to be the best at bartending or hosting. And I remember him looking at me like, okay, Alex, but this is not going to be your career. He ended up becoming a huge mentor to me. So I did bartending at Hard Rock Cafe, then became a bar manager. I was a hostess at Hard Rock Cafe. I crossed the Sahara Desert for 3 months. And it was actually when I crossed the Sahara Desert that when I came back to Portugal, I said to my friends behind the bar, we had become really good friends, and I say, I think I know what I'm doing next, and I need to move back to London, and I got to study something, but I have no idea what I want to study, but that's what I'm going to do. So then I moved back to London, and then 2 of my best friends came with me. And when I was in London, that was really when I went deep into tasting a variety of skills and things. Now, the world was not what it was now. Today, we're living in the world where you wake up in the morning and with a mobile, you can launch a business, right? You can literally have a brand using social media. You want to have an app, you can build an app yourself, right? That was not really yet in the world of social media and technology today. Everybody here today, if you want a career in digital media, you can. About 20 years ago, that was not my reality. It was still very young. I was already in that world, but I had no awareness. I was subscribing to PC Guide magazine. I was learning how to build sites. I was learning Dreamweaver, but I didn't really have anybody to kind of nudge me and tell me that, hey, you seem to like this and there's career in this. So when I got to London, I was like, I should study. What am I going to study? And at this point, I think I'm like 24, 25. And I continue working at Hard Rock Cafe so I could pay for my stuff. Mom always taught me to be super, independent, look after my stuff and not depend on anybody. So the bartending work was great because it was paying for my bills. So I thought, you know what, I'll go to university and I'll study journalism. So journalism was one of my first ones, but I think there were some other ones back in Lisbon. And I dropped out 3 months. And this was a huge university course, University of Arts of London. And I'm like, oh, no way I can do journalism. Like, I hate writing. I'm terrible at spelling, I can't, I quit. And everybody, like all my friends, everybody was like, oh, you're crazy. You should have stuck it out. How many times have you heard this? You should have just stuck it out. And everybody said that to me. You're crazy. You should have just stuck it out. You've paid the fees. You've paid the money. Now you've lost the money. And now you've lost 1 year until you can enter university again. And I was just like, I don't understand this. I should have stuck it out. I don't like it. It sucks. Why am I going to waste time? So I always had this thing of like, I don't like it. I tried. I'm just going to move on to the next thing. And maybe it was my mom or my grandma, but I've always just had that, like, I'm not going to stick with something that I feel depressed and unhappy with, I'm seeing some questions, so I'm loving this. So, I'm going to cut a long story short. So then I continued bartending. And then on my next year, I did interior design because I thought, you know what? Interior design sounds about right. It's creative. It's the environment. I've been in theater, and guess what? I totally sucked at it. I was so bad. But I was really good at two things, apparently. No, I was really good at the presentations, and I would swap with my friends. I would train them and coach them how they could present their stuff. And then in exchange, they were doing my CAD sketches. And all my projects were very branding. I made it all about creating a brand. I made it all about a concept. It had a lot of marketing tied into it. And this is when I'm so thankful to my teacher, my tutor, Valerie. And that's why I think coaches, mentors, teachers, if you find good ones, they can really sometimes just give you that nudge that you need. And when midway through the course, that's when she says, Alex, you are really bad at this. And I was like, okay, so what? And she's like, you seem to be really good at this like online thing. I'm like, okay. And she's like, you're good at this online, you're good at tech, you're good at branding, you're good at marketing. That's what you got to do. And by the way, when I was doing these courses, they were like, this one was a 1-year diploma, because at this point, I'm like, my mom is a self-made woman. So I grew up with a mom who is self-made. She doesn't have a degree. She, achieved like managing director level, CEO levels in her companies that she's worked, literally starting from scratch. So I grew up with that example. So for me, I'm a hustler. I'm a street smart kid that I will read everything. I will hustle. I will read all the books. I will stay up late because there's that chip in my shoulder as well, where I didn't go to university. I don't have the master's. So for me, I was like, I'll do a 1-year diploma and then I'll just get experience. So she says to me, Valerie, that's my teacher's name that I'll never forget. And she was the one who said, well, you know what? We don't have a branding course. We don't have a branding diploma, nothing yet with this online. Next year we will. And I remember looking at her like, oh, so what do I do? Like what? And she's like, why don't you go get experience? Go and do internships in these agencies. At the time, media agencies were still, and they were not called media agencies. They were called advertising agencies. They then went through a big, change. The whole industry evolved. And so I did finish my diploma interior design course. And fun fact, I created an Apple hotel in the shape of an Apple hotel. And guess what? I read on the news a couple of months ago that in Shanghai, Apple is actually opening an Apple store that's exactly on that shape. And I'm just thinking like the irony of it all. So my tutor, game changer for me. So if you have a tutor that you love, that you trust, or if you don't, find somebody that you think can be a really good soundboard, because they can sometimes really, really make an impact in your life. After that, I started interning in agencies in London to get as much real life experience as possible. And I was starting to understand that this social media digital marketing thing was a thing that I really kind of liked. And so fast forward that, I had always become fascinated with the Middle East since I had traveled and crossed the Sahara Desert. I had a friend who was always traveling to Dubai. And when I would meet him, I would read his book, his guidebook about Dubai. And I started hustling on LinkedIn. So I think at this, so I'm 30, so I'm really bad with math. So if anybody wants to help me out. So I'm 38 now, and I came to the Middle East 12, 13 years ago. So this is how far back this is now. And after interning in these agencies, which were great, I wasn't getting paid nothing, by the way. I wasn't getting paid, but I was getting a lot of experience. I was like looking at these people that have marketing degrees, strategies degrees, you know, they have like all these big names. And I'll never forget being in these meetings with all these really important people doing these creative pitch presentations. And I'm just like, what is going on? I have no clue what's happening. I decided I want to apply to come and work for Dubai or Hong Kong. And I already was hustling on LinkedIn back then. Cut a long story short, I got a job offer. And at the time, my job offer was 2,500 dirhams. That's my first salary here in Dubai, 2,500 dirhams to be a digital manager for a quite well-known restaurant here in Dubai. And the deal was to be their digital manager and to handle all of their social media digital, and then to be a hostess on Fridays, on Thursdays and Fridays for their high-end events. So for 2,500 dirhams, which we know it's like nothing. And I said yes. And the years that came after that, so let's say from when I got here, the next 5 years, I became obsessed about learning everything that I could about the advertising and agency industry. In my industry, working in agencies is a big thing. You know, it's a big deal. People want to work in the big agencies like Leo Burnett's, TBWAs, BBDOs, DDBOs. There's all these names of these big agencies that go back to 1940, like, you know, TBWA 1945, one of the first agencies that opened in New York. So I just said to myself, I don't have a degree in marketing. I don't have a degree in strategy. How am I going to make this now my university? And what I did was I worked for 1 year in an agency. I left and I went to another one. Can you guys imagine how much judgment I got? Because, oh my God, that looks so bad on your CV, Alex. You just work one year in one agency and then you move. But remember what I talked to you guys about in the beginning, which was listen to yourself. Do what feels right for yourself. I never cared if people were telling me what I was doing was wrong. I believed so much in my path. And I'm like, this is how I'll get experience. So I worked in a local branding agency here, which was great. I had a lot of local clients. So I learned so much about the Emirati culture. I worked with the Dubai government, culture and arts, Sika Art Fair, Al Bastakia. It was amazing. I learned everything I needed to learn about branding and the local market. After that, I actually went to client side and I worked for a photography studio who had no clue. And in all of these places I was going, these first places, none of them had social media. None of them had much of an online presence. So I then became the girl that would like set it all up. After 2 to 3 years of this, I became really bored because I was like, well, I'm not learning from anybody. And what I really wanted was to learn from people. So that's when I start wanting to get work in those big agencies, you know. So then I actually applied to work in Singapore because I had always wanted to go to Asia. So I got a job in Future Brand in Singapore. And I would say that it was from Singapore onwards that I started to get into the bigger agencies. And I worked my way. Every time I would change agency, my salary would get a little higher, my position would get a little higher, and I would start to learn so much more. the last 2 agencies or 3 agencies that I worked before I quit to do my own business, that was really what cemented a lot of my learnings, because I went to work for LBI Digitus, which is a big agency, and I learned so much with a strategist that was working there. Then I went to TBWA, and at TBWA I was head of social media. At LBI I was head of social media department. So over the course of like 10, 11 years, I was just a sponge. I was not building my brand. I had no content. I had no personal branding. I was a practitioner of social media. And I always felt insecure because I was always around people that had degrees, marketing degree, strategy degree, especially in my last agency, TBWA, where there were these like head of strategy and, you know, do strategy decks and stuff like that. And I would just be like, oh man, like I didn't study this. But I would go to Kunukonia in Dubai Mall and I would sit and I would read all the strategy books. I would take screenshots. I would like hustle as much as I could to learn, fast track. And during all this time, I was handling social media accounts, you know, big clients, small clients, and I was doing everything from content creation to, you know, then I tried everything. So the bottom line here is I tasted so much. In 11 years, I tasted content creation, analytics, client servicing, listening insights, all the things that you can go in the world of social media. I was there. Name it, I did it. And I started understanding what was it that I was really loving. And that was creativity and strategy and combining those two. The more I was putting myself out there, the more I was learning about me and my strengths and my skills. And that has always allowed me to really tune in into that self-awareness that I was talking to you guys about. To cut to a long story short, to where I am today, my last agency that I worked at, I had a big salary. I had a big name in the industry, in the agency. I had a big team. I had teams in Egypt, teams in Lebanon, teams here in Dubai, teams in Saudi. I had huge accounts and it was amazing. The last year was a nightmare, you know? It was so much politics, so much toxic environment, very male dominant environment. I've always been very rebellious, you know, but I had a lot of leverage because I had built a whole department. So it started becoming bad, a lot of fighting, a lot of, I was working more on trying to survive the politics than actually doing my work. But I'm stubborn. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna try. But you know, the boat was sinking. It was flawed. The whole thing was flawed, because when the leadership at the top is flawed, or when that is broken, there's nothing that you can then do anymore. You can try, but you have to know when it's the limit. And one day I'm just crying, not in front of my team, but outside in Emaar Square. And I remember crying because I was just so broken. I couldn't take it anymore. I was so unhappy. I was so depressed. And I just remember looking up to the sky and just remembering, what did my mom and grandma always said to me? I gotta look for what makes me happy. And guess what? I don't know what's on the other side, but what's on this side right now, I cannot stay. So whatever it is on that other side is going to be so much better than the misery that I am in. And this is something that I just always want you guys to remember, that if you are in a miserable situation, if you are in an unhappy situation, you have got to get out of that fast. Nothing will justify you staying in a miserable situation for the sake of the end goal. That strategy is broken. You don't stick something out and stick with being miserable for hopefully the end goal is going to be okay. Your process is what you need to fall in love with. So I quit my job. I didn't have much money saved, which is terrible. So please save. And I started being a consultant. And I never thought I would have my own business, because having your own business was something that I thought was only for the rich and the wealthy, especially in Dubai. But I knew what my business was because I had the concept all in my head. And guess what? In my first 2 months, I was making even more money than I was making in my previous job. And I had a very good salary. So I remembered walking home and just calling my mom up and saying, hold up a second. If it's been 2 months and I am making even more money of what my salary is, people clearly are still trusting me, then I can build my own business. I can do this. And that began the journey of House of Social. And thankfully, it's going to be 5 years this October. It has been a consistent, profitable business. I am 100% self-funded, what we call bootstrapping. So I do not have angel investors. I don't have investors. I don't have loans. I don't have a credit line. Everything that I have made, I have just been constantly putting back in the business. And it's 100% self-funded. And I believed that I could, and I just wanted to try. And sometimes that's all that you need to start. You don't need huge, big things to start. It doesn't have to be this huge, humongous thing. It's all about building blocks, step by step, but never stop believing in yourself and never stop believing in the goal that you really want. Nobody is going to give you the goal for you. Nobody's going to build a dream for you unless you do it and you try. And it is so worth the ride. So whatever you decide to do with your life, with your career, to wrap up, I will say, don't feel pressure that you have to have it all figured out. You have to experiment as many things as possible so that you see what you enjoy. Lean into the things that you see yourself doing as a hobby. Sometimes my clients and my students ask me, what should be my thing? And I'm like, just pay attention. Where are you spending your time? Are you obsessive about growing plants and gardening and flower arrangements? Maybe that's your thing. So pay attention to what you are leaning into naturally. And lastly, you have to be fearless. Because without being fearless, without rebelling, without really being gritty and being afraid to get dirty, you're not going to get close to whatever that dream is. So you got to be ready to go over that edge a little bit. So that's my story. And I am excited that I am seeing here some comments. So let me read some comments and answer some questions. So Maha, what if you get bullied out of pursuing your dream? Really good question. Parents might bully you out from pursuing your dream. And we have to understand that sometimes it's coming because different cultures, different generation, actually, I didn't want to say different cultures, different generations. Sometimes in certain cultures, the generation gap is extreme, that it's hard for them to understand that you want to go and pursue a different career or even be an entrepreneur. You have to respect and have the empathy and compassion to understand that maybe your parents or whoever that is just has this generation gap and doesn't understand. But you can never let somebody bully you into not doing. That's when you have to rebel. And that's when you have to say, I respect your point of view. I will continue to love you, especially if it's mom and dad, but I have to do this for me. The last thing you ever want to do in your life is live with the regret that you didn't do something because of mom and dad, because the poison that's going to create in the relationship, it's going to break the relationship. The resentment you're going to feel is going to creep in and it's going to break that relationship. So don't allow anybody to bully you and start finding ways to do it. Moving out of the house, getting a job so you have your own money, making your own choices, and communicating. Communicate. If it's mom and dad, communicate and say, I love you and I understand that maybe this is hard for you to get it. I want you to know that I still love you, but I have to do this for myself. It's your own story. You have to write it, right? So that was Maha. That was really good. Like, if people make fun of something you want to do, how do you manage that and convince yourself it's worth it? Let me tell you this, Maha. If somebody is making fun of what you want to do, those are not people that you want to hang around with. The company you keep will have some of the biggest impact on you. So look at the company you keep. If those friends laugh at you when you want to say you want to go to the moon, they are not the friends you want to hang around with. You need to go and make new friends. You want to use that time that you are trying to convince your friends to maybe be reading, maybe taking an online course, maybe finding other peers. Never spend any time convincing people about your dreams. That is the most ROI negative time. Why do I need to spend my time convincing my friends of what I want to do? You want to do it, you do it. You don't owe anybody nothing, especially friends that laugh at you. So you need to get new friends. They're not your friends. You got to ditch these friends, and you got to go and get new friends. Friends that will actually also have ambitions, that also want to do interesting stuff, that you can learn from, that you can challenge each other from. So that was amazing, Maha. That was really, really good. How do you manage that and convince yourself it's worth it? Convincing yourself it's worth it. You should not have to convince yourself it's worth it. If you want to do it, you want to do it. If you need to convince yourself, then you're just flirting with it and you're not really in love with it. Sometimes in life, there's things we flirt with, and that's okay, because we need to see if it sticks. So flirt with something. Maybe you want to do, like planting, and you're going to flirt with planting. Oh, okay. But I kind of like it, but I don't really like it. Okay, that's the learning. That's the key takeaway. You move on to the next thing, So Maha, let me know if this made sense. Do you have advice for someone whose parents want them to do one thing and then they don't want to study? So I just covered that. Boom. So Maha, if you want to talk more about it privately, please DM me on my Instagram. My Instagram is, I'm going to leave my stuff here. This is my Instagram, and you can, Alex, House of Social, you can DM me there and we can keep talking privately about this. I would love to continue that conversation with you. Curtin, University Dubai says, admitting you have a chip on your shoulder about the education bit, opening up about the bullying experience is great to hear someone so that. Oh, thank you. Yes, my school time was bad. I wrote about this on my social media a few days ago. If you go on my Instagram, you'll see it. I wrote about it. I would keep sandwiches in my blazer pockets so that at lunchtime I would go sit in the toilets and eat inside the toilet because I was so ashamed of sitting alone. It was tough. Kids can be tough, but I wouldn't take anything back. You take tough situations and you decide, do you become a warrior, or are you going to feel sorry for yourself? I don't want to feel sorry for myself. I certainly don't want people to feel sorry for myself. So you fight. You have to always fight back. And also, whatever stuff that's happened to you when you were in school, you can always unlearn. Those things don't define who you are. So that's important to know. Let me see here. Adam Can, thank you so much for your message. Aska, as someone who enjoys analyzing English literature and writing essays, I can't find many opportunities. Do you have any advice? So as someone who enjoys analyzing English literature and writing essays, I can't find many. Well, tell me more. What opportunities are you looking for? Because it is filled with opportunities out there. Also, by the way, we don't find opportunities, we create opportunities. We have to create the opportunity. They don't come to us. you know? So if you, I don't know, Aska, if you are still here, but if you want to type up a little bit more context for me, if I have more context, I'll be able to help you out. But if you love analyzing English literature and writing essays, you could help out other students. So you could, I mean, and I'm just now talking out of my head because I actually don't know the details of what you're going to tell me, but you could even teach younger students that are in younger grades with their essays, right? So you could even hustle on the side and give extra classes for free or get paid. So you could help younger kids understand these English essays and these English literature that sometimes can be really hard. So that's one thing that you could do. So you could help out younger students in this. You could actually write about it. If you enjoy it, you could use your Instagram page, or you could vlog, or, you know, you could write about it. You could take excerpts from English literature and you could explain it in a more modern way. Again, it very much depends. And this is always the key question I ask people. What do you want to happen? What do you want? And then you work backwards from there. So yeah, thank you so much for such good comments here. And let me see, I have one new message. Aska, that helped a lot. Thank you. Awesome. I don't know if there's any more questions, so I'm just going to open it back to you guys. If there's anything that you want to share.
Thank you so much, Alex. That was great. I think that's it for the questions from the attendees at the moment. I personally have one, if you would answer.
I would love to, yes.
So what's your advice to like some people that can't pursue their dreams due to personal responsibilities or certain restrictions, or, you know, like some people have dependents, so they don't have the luxury of, say, you know, quitting their job to go after what they actually want. And I mean, that's something that you see a lot over here. So what would you say to that?
I say that first I relate to that in two ways. My mom and my family, they were from Angola, Angola was a country that was a Portuguese colony. And then when the independence happened, war happened, and they became refugees and lost everything. And my mom never got to be a lawyer and go to study law. And I can relate to the aspect of life happens sometimes and you just can't do that thing that you really wanted to do. Or there's other serious things that kind of hold you down. Well, my thoughts on this is, one, we can always have the power to reinvent ourselves. So when I look at my mom, I see how much she reinvented herself. Maybe she couldn't get to go to study law and be a lawyer, but she certainly achieved so many other amazing things professionally. So I think the power of being able to reinvent ourselves and to find other things, maybe if not, they even become better things than that thing we really wanted to do, is something that we have in us. And I think it's a muscle that we need to train, that if I just can't do something now the way that I want to do it, how I want to do it, how can I reinvent myself to possibly look at other things? Or the reinvention of, if I can't fully do it how I want to do it, if I was to break it down in a much smaller way, how could I then do it? I think sometimes we get very fixated on the ideal of how we want to do it. Like I always thought that I needed to have millions to have my, it's really true. Like I had this idea of like, oh, having your own business, that's like for rich people. I'm never going to be rich, and I'm not rich now. And it's fascinating how when we start small and you just have the patience and you work hard, it starts to happen. So I would also say that maybe try to look at it from a different perspective. Maybe come out of that perspective that you might just be looking at so much and try to see it from another angle, that maybe you could do it in a different way. Maybe you could do it after hours. Maybe it can be on the weekend. Maybe it can be a side thing. So I think this would be my advice. And then to really ask yourself the question, am I not doing it because it's just a pressure of the family? And do I want to live with that resentment and what that might do? and I'm just scared to take this step, but I have to? Or is it really serious stuff? And then another thing is your age. I don't know what the age is, but sometimes when I get a lot of students or clients or my community talk to me about these topics, is also the age. If you're in your 20s, you still have, like, even in your 30s, like, you still have so much of life, you know, like there's still so much. Like, I'm 38 and I feel like I'm just getting started, and I feel like I'm a cat. Like, I've lived like all these other lives, and I cannot wait. Like, I'll secretly tell you, between you and I'll secretly tell you, I cannot wait to get lost again. Like, let me hit a point where I actually don't know anything anymore and I have to figure it all out. Let me go and spend, I don't know, a month in Thailand or Bali and like rediscovering myself back again. Like, there's also this thing of age. Like, there's time. Like, we have so much time. Like, it's really funny. Like, I'll talk to like 20-year-olds and they'll be like, oh my God. And they are talking to me like they're in their 40s. And then I'll go, what's your age? And they're like, I'm 24. And I just like, I'm like, come on. Like, you're going to have 20 more lives. You're going to have like 25 different more careers if you want. You want to be a ice skater, now go. In 10 years time, you want to become a lawyer, you can. Like, there is still a huge amount of time. And that's something I think a lot of younger people seem to forget, is that you got time. So sometimes that can be something like, if it's a situation that you have to hold down for a while, just know that when that ends, if it's something quite like critical and you have to, like, you know, that's holding you down, just know that you got time. Like, my mom now, it's fascinating to see, like, my grandma, she passed away a year ago in January, and she was really ill. And my mom had to really kind of like forsake her career and a lot of her life to really just take care of my mom. So my grandma, so she kind of put on hold a lot of her life. And now that Nana passed away, it's almost like she's now having to like reinvent. No, I don't want to say reinvent, but like picking back where she kind of paused. And my mom is like in her late 60s. And it's like, it is never, ever, ever too late to reinvent, to restart. So yeah, that's what I would have to say to that.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was so great. And honestly, just listening to you was like so entertaining and so interesting.
I'm so glad. I hope it brought everybody value. I do want to tell everybody, I have an academy. If you guys want to join, please join. It's free, 100% free lifetime. I've got 14 courses on there on social media and digital marketing. I hold regular free Zoom group mentorship sessions where we talk about stuff like this. So definitely sign up. It's free. There's nothing. It's 100% free. There's no catch. There's no like, oh, you pay after the 3 months. No, it's all free. We got 2,500 students already signed up. So come and hang out with us there. It's really, really fun. And we can talk more on this. And if you want to talk more, DM me and I'll happily like continue the conversation. And I've loved being here today with you guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And we loved having you.
Awesome.
Again, thank you to you, and thank you for all of our attendees as well. And yeah, let's wrap up this session.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you on the other side.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi guys.
Hi, good evening, guys.
Good evening. One second, let me put on my camera.
Hello.
You guys see me? Okay.
How are you, April?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? For some reason, there's no option to share the background.
No, we just have to make you co-host. Just give me 1 second. All right. Do you want to try sharing your screen now?
I was actually trying to share the background, but virtual background, but that isn't happening. Is this background all
Do you
right?
see the little? Yeah, this is fine as well. Do you see the little arrow next to start video?
Yeah, so as of now, I only have options saying same as system or integrated camera, and none of them, have an option to add
Okay.
background to them.
Fair enough. No,
Yeah.
we can continue with this. This looks fine.
All right, I'll just share my screen. Give me a minute.
Sure. All right, everyone. Good evening. Welcome back to the 6 o'clock session. For those of you who have just come in, a couple of house rules. Please ensure that your mics are muted and that your videos are switched off through the session. There will be time for questions at the end of each session. You're welcome to either unmute and then speak, or you could drop your questions and comments in the chat box. In case you don't get your questions answered, you can always email us on events@uaecareerscommunity.com and we'll ensure that the speaker gets back to you. Finally, if anyone is found disrupting the session, they will unfortunately be removed and will not be allowed back in. All right, so this is our final session for the evening. We have with us Miss Everil Colasso. Just as a quick introduction, Everil has been part of Curtin University Dubai's team over the past 3 years across various roles in student experience and the academic department. She is currently an associate lecturer in the foundation program. She is also the senior teaching and learning coordinator, unit coordinator for units such as critical thinking and project management, and she oversees student experience and the Curtin Dubai Student Council. Everil has emceed for notable events such as the first graduation ceremony of the university campus in Dubai back in 2020. She's also hosted the DIWA Business Cup Challenge in 2020 and is a prominent speaker amongst high schools in the UAE. Everil holds a Bachelor of Commerce in Marketing and Management and a TEFL certification. She is currently pursuing her master's in business administration and is due to graduate in 2021. So over to you, Everil. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Shweta, for that introduction. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying on. I know I'm sure it's been a pretty long day. Thank you for being patient and for holding on. I promise to make this session hopefully not too boring and not too long. Now, today, the topic that we'll be discussing is life after secondary education. So basically life after high school, so whether you're pursuing a CBSE education, A levels, O levels, irregardless of it. Now, when you're at that stage in life, you're probably 16, 17. Sometimes, if you're deciding to study foundation, you might even be 15 years old. And the one question that everyone wants to know is what's next, right? Whether it be your parents, your friends, you yourself would probably have that question in mind. And while it may seem daunting, it's not always that big or that scary of a deal as we make it out to be. When, for instance, I graduated high school in 2015, so that's a good 6 years ago. Okay. And at that point, I just decided, okay, since I've studied commerce in high school, or I took commerce in high school or a business related unit, I thought that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing. And I didn't think too much about my major, Now, I am going to quickly take you through a few highlights of my journey, from an educational and career standpoint, in hopes to make you understand, what you can sort of expect. Obviously, it's not a preset thing that's the same for everyone. Everyone's experience is very unique to themselves. But just to give you a glimpse, now in 2015, I finished high school in April, May. After I finished high school, I took a break of about a month and a half. I traveled back to India. I visited a couple of states. That was fun, just a little breather from all that pressure in high school and, doing well in your 12th grade, all of that. Now, once I finished a little bit of traveling, what I did prior to joining my undergraduate program was I did a 1 month internship. Now, you might be like, okay, what was your one question that pops up in people's mind is, was your internship directly related to what you're currently doing? Well, the answer to that would be no. I did a 1 month internship in in the human resource department of a company in the Dubai oil field center. Okay. And at that point, I was still deciding on what my major was in what my major was going to be in university, which was starting probably a month later. Okay. So I knew I wanted to do a bachelor's of commerce, but in what was still a big question mark over there. I did the internship. I got a little bit of work experience. I earned some little money at the side. It was fun. It just sort of gave you a very different mindset to life and just got you to think a little out of the box. There's only so much you can understand about a certain role or understand about a certain field of study by reading or just learning about it. You really sometimes got to experience it firsthand. Okay. So when I started my bachelor's degree, I initially started in I did a double majors initially in finance and management, but once I completed my first semester, I pretty soon realized that finance was not something I genuinely wanted to do in the long run, and hence I switched to marketing. And at that point, having the switch was easy to do, but sort of telling myself that, okay, what, now this is what I'd initially hoped to do or hope to become. Now I sort of got to slightly change that route. And that even these minor changes that we talk about tend to be very scary, especially since it's the first time we're in university. Everything's very uncertain, very new. Okay. But irregardless of what major you pick up, irregardless of that, you need to, experience events around you. You need to network. That's one thing I realized is pretty much the most important, irregardless of whether you do a degree in medicine, whether you do a degree in business, whether you do a degree in engineering. It doesn't matter. None of that is truly going to, help you reach your true potential unless you combine it with networking and taking in as many opportunities as you possibly can. In my first semester at university, I volunteered for a graduation ceremony. I volunteered in a fundraising competition, and I participated in not every, but as many events as possible, considering, I had classes in between as well. So my first semester in university went by pretty quickly, and in 2016, I continued volunteering. It wasn't a one-time thing because, see, if you do something a couple of years ago and then you just take a break, it doesn't really matter. It's outdated by then. You need to keep doing it, right? In 2016, I landed an internship with the student experience team. I also tried out for the student council. So I didn't get it the first time, but I guess I got it the second time around. So I worked as the community service officer for about a year. Now, student councils, irregardless of whether they are in school, whether they are in university, great learning experience, great networking experience. Looks great on your CV as well. So, I mean, it's a win-win situation, to be honest with you. In 2017, I secured an internship for the second time with the same department I had interned for previously at the same university. And once I started interning, this internship went on for quite some time. I was almost at the last leg of my undergraduate degree. And because of, because of the fact that I didn't take a break, I was lucky enough to get a full-time position at the same university. So I got a full-time student experience officer position at Curtin University in early 2018, May 2018. And again, people have this misconception that, oh, I have a job now, and okay, now everything's easygoing. You don't do anything, you just sit tight. And okay, this is what I'm going to be doing day in and day out. It's not that simple. Whether you're in university, whether you're working, whether you're doing a mix of both, you cannot stop working on yourself at any point. You can take breaks. They're very, very important. They're very much needed in order for you to have that motivation, in order for you to have that energy. But you need to keep constantly working upon yourself. You're not doing it for anyone else. You're doing it for yourself. You're benefiting out of it. In the past 2.5 years, since I started working on a full-time basis, I have worked on building my skills. Nothing, out of the blue, nothing extraordinary. I have worked on building my public speaking skills. Back when I started my undergraduate degree, I used to be a nervous wreck when it came to presentations. Even group presentations where you have, 4 to 5 other people standing in class with you used to get me so nervous. I used to be standing right next to the podium. I'm like, if I feel dizzy, if I feel like I'm about to faint, the podium's going to catch me. That was my outlook back in 2015, 2016 even. Okay. But I think the more you put yourself out there, the more you take opportunities, irregardless of how comfortable you are with them, okay, you will eventually get over that initial fear, that initial hesitance that we tend to have. Okay. I started my master's in 2019. I'm 2 months away from completing it. So I finish it the end of this May. And soon after starting with my master's, I applied for a teaching position at Curtin in their foundation program. Okay. So trust me when I say this, in 2015, if anyone had asked me, okay, that would I be speaking on a public platform for a living? Would I be teaching for a living? I would have never dreamt of saying yes. I pretty much I limited myself, I would say. I thought, okay, I'd get done with my degree, I'd search for a regular marketing job, and that's pretty much it. But because of the experiences I had before and during university, during my undergraduate degree, it sort of helped me determine what it is that I actually enjoy doing. And, while they say that, okay, you can't be a jack of all trades, but here's the thing you need to remember. You can truly like more than one thing. And it is possible. Maybe not always at the same time, but it is possible to pursue different things at the same time. Maybe you might sometimes decide to pursue something over the weekend. You might decide to pursue something initially and then add on to it. It's fine. It's never too late to pursue something new, and it's never too late to keep trying to pursue something. Okay? Think about it. I mean, I literally would have never imagined talking on a platform like this. And see, honestly, I would tell you all, if I can do it, anyone can. I mean, someone with immense stage fright, with immense phobia of public speaking, I'm pretty sure you all are being trained in high school, in university. For those of you that have joined the career fair from desk, with a wonderful team like Maria's, I'm pretty sure you're getting all the support that you possibly can. And you're getting, much better prepared for a great career, a great future ahead. Now, when you're thinking of what's next, remember, it's okay to not always have a plan completely drawn out and detailed. It's okay to fill in the details as you go and progress through it. Okay? It doesn't always necessarily mean you have to have everything jotted down and it will go exactly as per plan. It doesn't. let's be honest about it. I mean, after the year we've all had, I think we understand that a little bit better now. Now, when it comes to finishing high school, generally most of us have a couple of months off before we start university. So if you finished in, April, May, some of us decide to take, the summers off, and we tend to start university in September. And that's all right. Now, there's always the daunting question, what do I do before university? You might have a university in mind, you may or may not have your major figured out, but that's all right. It's not the end of the world. Okay. But what are some things you can do right after? I know I'm mentioning travel and it isn't the most ideal thing at this point or the most appropriate suggestion, but if not travel, I would highly recommend taking a break. Taking a break so that you yourself can fully understand that, yes, I'm done with high school, I'm moving on into a new phase of life, and I need to mentally be ready for that. I need to, just take a little time to myself, enjoy myself, gain some new experiences, and then start university. Now, when I mean take a break, I don't always recommend, you know, something as long as a gap year, but a semester, a few months, even a month is pretty good enough. Okay. Short in-country breaks are good as well. Anything that's keeping you safe, keeping in mind the current situation, as long as you're safe, take a break. Other than that, there are tons of volunteering opportunities available. You don't necessarily have to be in university or be in school, actively in order to volunteer. There are tons of volunteering opportunities available all around us. You just need to research, you need to Google, you need to find out. There are things happening in almost every community. Check to see, and a suggestion would be checking in with the university you're planning to join. Check and see if they have any volunteering opportunities open for students that are expected to join soon. You don't even have to be a current student. Maybe if you've already sort of been in touch with them, and if they have any networking opportunities or volunteering events, participate in those. Internships. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I did my first internship even before getting into university, and that really helped. I mean, did it help me decide if I wanted to do HR? Yes, it helped me decide I didn't want to do that. Didn't want to focus into that department. And I did gain some very helpful skills that can be used in the workplace. So it wasn't that I, was wasting my time or was doing something I'm not interested in. It just helped me understand myself a little bit better. So whether it's a paid internship or a limited time frame unpaid internship, apply for it. Get that experience. Most of you are just in high school, so you still don't have the necessary skills that are required at a workplace. Hence, use these unpaid internships, even if they may not always seem ideal, and get that work experience you require in order to land yourself that amazing, great internship in the future. Currently, due to the pandemic, the one good thing that has probably one of the few good things that has come out of it is the wide amount of online internships that have become available. So now more than ever before, you can do interviews online, there are work from home situations, you don't even have to travel much. So I think it's a great opportunity. You can even try for internships internationally. You're not really limited anymore to searching for an internship only within the country. So that's a great idea to start off with. Gain some experience. Now, what I would recommend is, if you're very unsure on what, I'm going to give you an example of a commerce degree, for example. If, under Bachelor's of Commerce, there are so many variations. For instance, at Curtin, we have options in digital marketing, small business enterprises, international business. There are so many different options. But we're not always 100% certain on what major we may particularly want to, dive into. Internships are the best way to figure that out. Just having theoretical knowledge isn't enough. Being able to do that job day in and day out really gets you to figure out whether you'd want to be doing that in the long run. You'd want to dive right into it or not. So even if you feel, okay, you're not sure if this particular field is for you, try an internship out. You're not losing anything. You're only gaining experience and maybe some money. So that too. Now, other than internships, what can you do during your summer break? The transition period between high school and school. Research for courses, short courses or certifications online. I mean, you don't even literally have to go to any institute or any center anymore. There are so many opportunities available. Google has tons of free certifications available in different areas that you can pursue. You can space them out during your summer break. You can do them even while you're traveling. Some of them are so easy that you can even do them from your phone. You don't always have to be, stationed at one place to be able to do them. You can do them while you're taking the metro, while you're taking the bus. You can make some time for it. Okay. Think of skills that think of courses or look up courses that you feel will add to your skill set, which you feel maybe is something you want to do on the side. You want to see if you'd be able to pursue this as a hobby. Irregardless, spend some time on it. It's your summer, it's your break, it's that transition period where you really are getting to know yourself. Now, other than that, other than the fact that, intern or do a course, you also need to remember to take care of yourself. That's very, very important. When it comes to yourself, exercising, I don't necessarily mean go spend 2 hours at the gym or, run 7 days a week or something. All I mean is challenge yourself to keep yourself healthy. You're doing it for yourself. You don't have to do 7 days a week, but even if you do 4 to 5 days a week, half an hour, start with half an hour, start with something easy, just to keep yourself energetic. A lot of people have been complaining that during the pandemic, during the lockdown, they've been stuck at home. They have either gained a lot of weight and they're feeling very unhealthy, or the fact that, your muscles are getting stiff. I mean, gaining weight is a different thing, but if you yourself are feeling very exhausted, very lethargic, that really impacts the productivity of your day. It's said that it takes 21 days to form a habit. Try challenging yourself for just something as simple as 21 days, 30 minutes for 21 days. Or even if you want to start a little simpler, 20 minutes. It's fine. Do some in-home exercises. You don't even need to sign up at a gym. YouTube is your best friend right now. Find a lot of home videos, do 20-minute workouts, or literally take a walk around the park. It's as simple as that. Just something to get you in a more positive mindset, get you to feel a little more active and lighter on your feet. Okay? Work on building a routine for yourself. As much as I've done this at some point, okay, I highly don't recommend wasting your summer sleeping away. Get fit, get proactive, make the most of it. But again, this is what I said right at the start. As much as you need to push yourself, it's okay, it's normal to give yourself some off days every now and then. Okay. Now, one of the last things that I wanted to talk about is focusing on your mental health and building your own schedule, building your own timetable. Okay. I mean, right now, a lot of us tend to feel isolated. We're not getting to meet our friends, we're not getting to meet our family members very often. And yes, it is daunting, it is upsetting. And, sometimes we are like, okay, it's not fair. Why is it happening? And why isn't it ending? Right? I think that's pretty much one of the questions that's on all of our minds. Now, unfortunately, this is a very unprecedented situation, and we need to deal with it. We need to make the most of it. Keep days just for yourself, even if you're studying, even if you're in university or you're in that break period between high school and university. Keep some every day for yourself. Don't be so glued to your laptops, that you don't have time for yourself at all. It's very easy to, we spend most of our days at work hopping from one Zoom room to the other. And at times it does get a little overwhelming. Every now and then you need a half an hour to just switch off and, go have some tea, go take a walk, have some coffee. if you want to watch Netflix for half an hour, do it. Just make sure that you don't allow yourself to get bogged down with the non-stop situation going on around you. Prioritize your mental health. Check in with yourself weekly. For some people, keeping a journal, keeping a journal, writing things that happened with you during the week helps. Try it out. I mean, there's no harm. You're not losing out on anything. Learn to focus on being more thankful. I think a lot of us during the pandemic have started, questioning a lot of things in life. And we tend to find when things get tough, we tend to find things a little upsetting. We get upset more easier. Another approach to dealing with it is possibly being thankful for what's going right, rather than focusing on what's going wrong. It's much more lighter. It helps you feel lighter. I mean, there are some days where you just don't feel like doing it, and that's okay. But every now and then, pick yourself up, because if you don't, no one else is probably going to do it either. All right. Now, one of the last things that I wanted to talk about is creating a CV and LinkedIn profile. A lot of the students that come into university straight out of high school don't have, I'm not expecting you all to have a LinkedIn profile, but at the very least, we do expect some of you all to have a basic CV. Okay. So you all need to get into the habit of creating a CV and a LinkedIn profile. It could be something as simple as just logging in your volunteering experience and your work experience, any internship you did over the summer, any part-time gig you picked up for a few days. Log it, post about it. Start networking. If you're not really too sure about how to create a CV or how to create a LinkedIn profile, meet with your high school or university careers team for feedback right at the start. Don't wait for someone to come to you. Go to the careers team. Most high schools and universities, such as certain universities, have a designated careers team that's waiting and eager to help you. But obviously, they can't dream of what level you're at as an individual. You need to reach out and say, okay, this is my current situation, this is what I've done, and this is the help I really need. And once you sort of have a chat with them, get an introduction meeting, they're more than happy to help you out, right? So again, I know, updating your LinkedIn or updating your CV tends to get a little, tedious at times, but if you do it right after every event you attend, it's literally just a 5 to 10 minutes, task for you, rather than you having to do everything all in one go. Start with something basic. If you open a Word document, Word has a basic CV format available. Fill it in with the basic details you have and take it to your high school or university career counselor, and they'd help you modify it, and they'd help guide you in the right direction and explain to you on how you can improve it and use it to your advantage. So these are things you don't need to always wait to get into university to start. There's so much that you can do. These are just a few of the things. Spend your time very productively, but at the same time, remember, it's not a race. Okay, everyone's experience is different. What works for someone necessarily always doesn't work for you. Make the experience your own. Spend enough time with yourself, with your own thoughts, trying to figure out what it is that you really like, what you're passionate about, what gets you excited and keeps you driven. All right. Now, with that, we come to the end. We come the end of today's presentation. I hope some of the things I said at least made sense to you, and you're able to utilize them or at least try them out. As I said, it takes 21 days to form a habit. It's not too late to start, and remember, it's not a competition. So all the best, and have a great week ahead.
Avril, thank you so much for that session. We just have a quick comment from Amir, who has said thank you as well. I know
Awesome.
it's the last session in the day, and it's been an incredibly long day for us, but we did have a couple of viewers on our YouTube page as well, and a class streaming in. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other questions?
I don't think so. I think we're good.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, April. And thank you to our audience for patiently sitting through the entire day, 11 hours of sessions non-stop. Once again, thanks for attending the UAE Careers Community Virtual Career Fair, and we look forward to welcoming all of you back next year. Thanks again.
Thank you, Shweta.